Number 1 Sananda. Sunday, October 1st, 1989, 7 a.m., Year 3, Day 046. And after the 7 angels have poured forth their teachings and few have heard nor seen, then shall I come, for mine creation shall be brought into peace. I shall be the word of God made manifest. And my name is called Sananda. And I shall come forth as on the pure white clouds, and those called faithful and true shall bear up mine banner, for they are the loyal hosts of the heavens themselves. And the trumpets shall sound, and mine ones who come with me will go forth and gather in my flocks, my bird tribes who have tended mine places of creation, and ye shall witness and scribe that day shall never be wiped from the memory of man. Oh yes, man of earth, heed well the gracious words of wisdom from these teachers of the 7 rays of life, for they have come to see this journey through. They shall be known to the faithful as wonderful, they shall be known to thine enemies as death. They come forth in this volume to make known their energies unto the scribe and unto you ones who will receive. Each has a realm of truth that you might have instructions and light of function, for you will need rebuild and become in wholeness once again. For each thing that you have brought to pass upon this wondrous orb you shall be given reminding, for the vessels shall be emptied and the rewards appropriate unto each and every one. None shall escape, not through murder, suicide, hiding nor running away, all shall be meted forth his justice before the heavenly councils. Has it not, and is it yet, coming to fulfillment? Are not the malignant legions come forth upon the ones who continue to bear the mark of the creature who has finally brought this wondrous planet to her knees, those who have won their control through greed and lust and selfishness? You have builded your very foundations upon the idol statues of selfish fleshly indulgence, power, greed, and material possessions. And the oceans become as the dead waters in which the magnificent life forms can no longer survive, for the great changes shall come forth, and the waters will be diluted with your pollution, and the seas will boil as the changes come, and the seas are come again into land masses, and then the new seas can renew and heal. Thy rivers, lakes, and streams shall run as of blood, for through your greed and lust you have contaminated all that has been given into your trust, and he who partakes of the waters or is caught up within the mighty whirlpools shall be stricken, and life blood shall be poured forth upon the waters. Thy growing waters shall have no beds upon which to flow, and the eye will behold the ravaged fields which will bear naught. But it shall ring throughout the heavens that the rewards are just and true, for as ye have sowed upon this wondrous place given into your care, so shall your harvest be. Then there shall be fire which will rain as from the heavens, for man shall loose upon man the holocaust, for evil has no limits to its desired destruction. And then the earth shall also pour forth the corruption from within, and it, too, shall be spewed forth upon the lands and seas. But from the labor of the mother shall come new land masses and renewal, and before the changes are complete, all will be as not recognized. And the kingdom of the creature shall be plunged into darkness, and those who have followed his ways shall be in torment, and they shall curse God for their pain and festering sores and dying bodies, but they have come by these things through their homage unto the creature, to whom they gave their very lives, as they ridiculed the laws and claimed their rights as individuals to if it feels good, go for it. How many will remember any pleasure from such degraded behavior and those brief moments of so-called pleasure? Will the price be worth it? Ah, and the great rivers shall begin to dry. The great river called Euphrates shall be dried up, so that the kings from the east will march their armies westward without hindrance, and then there shall be a further gathering of all the rulers of the world to gather for battle against God on that great coming judgment day. But I shall have the infinite hosts of heaven, and I shall come as unexpectedly as a thief. Blessed are all who are awaiting me, who keep their robes and luggage packed in readiness. That does not mean thy ascending bags, it means you better keep your intent and soul or as clean and pure that you don't have to await the C1 Eners, for there will not be time for cleaning on that day of days. The blink of an eye is all ye will have. Do not have cause to walk naked and ashamed before me. For that is how it shall be, stripped of all, for naught shall be hidden. All these great gathered armies shall be gathered near a place which is known as the mountain of Megiddo, Armageddon, to those of you who are unstudied. And then the last vessel shall be poured forth, and a mighty noise shall come forth, saying, It is finished. The earth will shudder and break, and upheaval such as man has never dreamed shall come to pass. The mountains will be flattened and great chasms will be opened, the waters will pour forth, and ice shall rain from the heavens which can cover the entire of a human being, and weighing as thy grain-filled pouches. Further, just as I shall come forth in myselfness, so shall come forth that one ye have claimed to be non-existent. For the angel Lucifer and his fallen bands shall come forth as from the pits, and man will be astounded and terrified, for they knew not that beast which they have served so truly. And you march ever closer and closer unto the fray. Where will you be stationed? Will you still be waiting until tomorrow, when ye have more time to read of truth and prepare? Will you be waiting for another to do your preparation in your stead? Will you simply still be sitting and waiting the knowledge to filter as a soft rain about your ears and eyes, and somehow just drift on up to the clouds? To be with me? Beloved ones, I shall be most occupied on that day with my brother from the pits. Will you wait until there is no place else to go but into the pits, when he is again cast into the pits with his bands of renegades? Will you be prepared to bear and survive the incursions of the interim bombardment in your physical nest? Will you have your earthen shelters prepared and your larders and water casks filled against that day? You sit in groups and praise my name, which most do not know of my current label, even though that same Bible has told you that I would bear a new name across my countenance. You claim to eagerly await my return, that you might float up to the sky and meet me in the C1 nudes. Will you still be waiting after I have come and gone? Will you have missed me, again? Even my native brothers of the ancients have been corrupted, and few recognize the great white spirit who promised to return. How many are trying to see my arrival through the dollar bill of paper or eyeglass lenses of thickened gold? So be it, for he who refuses to listen will only hear the final trumpet, and it will be finished. To my scribes who pen these pronouncements and labor in my fields in weary discipline, I shall bring you home. You and those ones who petition and share that which they have, even the most tiny input is blessed without measure, and thy cups shall run over in abundance on that day. Not even the most minute contribution shall be in oversight, for you are most beloved and blessed unto me and my hosts. I am captain of this cause, the design laid forth, and now the word goes forth as the word of God, and you are my faithful and true. And on that day thy persecutions shall be returned unto thy persecutors, and woe unto those who have wounded and martyred mine lambs. If ye are not with me, then you are against me, and shall be sorted forth in like manner, each to his own wisdom or foolishness. Things are so obvious and preponderant among you every day that you must see and know. If you do not see, it is because you blacken your eyes and stopper your ears and are refusing to attend that which is your destruction. You claim to love of thy families, your children, do you? Most of you keep them in hostage in the deadly places for cause of your own convenience and greed. It is time to ponder these truths most carefully and bring into honor these ones who dare to bring unto you this knowledge. You have gone beyond the segment of gentle nudging to awaken you. The alarm clock is running down its winding you, and those ones who tender unto you must realize that the time of beauteous and wondrous speculation and light spreading in group chanting is over. Do mine own ones hear of me? Do mine own sent speakers and scribes hear me? The trimester of playing get acquainted games is past. The time of charging for, and dawdling at seminars is past. You are into the how it is at hand and passing rapidly. It is full swing preparation and blunt choices time. The gentle filmy curtain of soft and comfortable self-comfort cosmic Christ consciousness is over. I come forth in newness of harness, and the choices are here now. Those teachers who claim to service in my name will not gain by simply changing of my name like a suit of clothes. There is no mystical confusion about who I am. And further, stop of your making gods of your space brethren who come to tell you the way, and you have made cults unto them. You diminish their truth and you seal your fate in the bargain. So be it, for ones continue to tell the seekers that which the seeker wishes to hear, and it will cost those ignorant ones most dearly. I have requested that this credential be put to binding, that truth can come forth and introduction be given forth again, to these teachers, Kohans, of the rays of life, for they are your most close guides and instructors. You will place them with the archangels for level of stature, for they are the masters having ascended. They sit at the higher council with Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Tzadkiel, Jophiel, Moroni, Muru, Kuthumi, Raphael, Quetzalcoatl, and others of the elder races, of which I shall not name them all, for in most instances they will not be your closest guides, for their purpose and services vary. Do not become stagnant while toying with the energy possibilities. You will know who is your guide, or sense guides. It is not for you to spend a valuable time in supposition. The energies are coming ever closer and closer into your proximity, and soon you shall not miss of their presence. Come into your decisions, for the glass lies upon its side, and you are in your interim hours. So be it, and upon these words go mine seal of truth. It is time for you to make an all-out thrust to get these messages of truth unto your brothers, for I am come again to bring my people home. In love and blessings of infinite measure I place my hand upon your heads, you lambs of my own, for I honor you most greatly, for you serve long and well. Selah. I am the one you call Jesus. Emmanuel, my Creator calls me Sananda. I am the one whom you await. I am that I am Sananda. This portion shall be placed first in the Book of the Rainbow Masters, for each represents a fragment of the whole and bears witness to the truth in guideship for you ones upon the planet Earth. They are magnificent Kohans who will respond at a moment's call, and you must come into comfort one with another, that our journey can be made in perfection, each with his own contribution. So be it, and upon this beginning I place my benediction. Chapter 1. Rec number 1 Aten. Monday, September 25, 1989, 6:45 a.m., Year 3, Day 040. I am Aten to counsel, Dharma, in the glory of that which is. There is so much to be written and rewritten, for man pays little attention to that which has previously been given unto him. Each time, however, that it is again brought into his attention, he pays a bit more attention. That which was brought forth 30 of your years ago can now be uncovered and reconfirmed in truth. You humans of Earth Station are caught in a battle of life struggle from which you must be translated, transmuted, for you cannot simply evolve into higher substance. You have worked for too long in the discipline of self-gratification inbred by the Dark Masters. All the signs are present. These portions shall be placed afore the messages of 7 Kohans of the 7 rays of life. The purity of these teachers and the orders established have been degraded, and the names themselves taken and usurped by the evil brotherhood, to cause the human to lose of his path unto his greater heritage. It was that these orders were established so much longer ago than you once can imagine, and were only for designation of identification, that you might recognize a name, a label, just as the Master Christos has many labels according to the language and cycle of evolution. I have had as many labels as you have groups of people. It does not mean I bear separate energies, only that man must give all things labels, for he can no longer discern pure energy in silence. Ye are bounded by need of words to communicate, and still you cannot have accuracy. For instance, the Fraternitas Rosae Crucis, which was the order of the Rosy Cross, in no way resembles that which was established to those eons of sequence past, and to label yourselves in truth with those labels almost assures that you will not be acceptable as other than workers of satanic orders. For Satan has cleverly and totally absorbed the compilation of peoples who call themselves by those names in your present days. Man does not wish to know his ancestry. It is easier to drift in a sea of mystery and mysticism of, well, I was molded of dirt, was tempted by the serpent, will live out my life in evil, will somehow recover and meet the Master Christ somewhere in the air, sometime, somewhere, when all the signs are present. All the signs are present, children, and yet wallow in your preschool ignorance, accepting that which is the lie and refusing that which is truth, and persecuting those ones who are given the truth in this manner. Truth bringers do not reap great rewards from their task. They do not have seminars to entertain the masses. They do not study the great accepted authors of books of authority. They shut their mouths, open up their minds, and receive the truth further. Unless you receive of the truth, you shall not be drifting on any clouds to anywhere except more dense recycling in nether worlds, or drifting in the same type of astral void as you have chosen up until the sequence of your current soul existence. There is only purity in the kingdoms of light. If evil touches within the kingdom of light, that portion is removed. Who is telling the truth? You once petition unto me, how can I tell if this one or that one is real? Is he of truth or the lie? Most simply, my Chalice, most simply discerned. If he stands or sits before you and teaches less than the laws of the creation and the laws of God, he is not of me. This does not mean that man is not allowed to err, but he is not allowed to condone evil in any measure. Man does not like the laws of creation and the laws of God, so he rewrites them in order to make them right unto himself. Man has rewritten all commandments given unto him, and if one does not fit into his personal way of practice, he makes new ones. Then churches are built and reformed to suit the needs of current belief. No. It matters not what man chooses to rewrite or reform if he breaks the laws of creation as given. He is come into evil. The laws as given in simplicity by the original instructions from creation of earth are quite sufficient, my precious ones. It is through the neglect and reforming and false perception that your earth is now to the point of destruction. Who man is a most ignorant lot and must learn through the most difficult route that he can conjure. So be it. Do not think that what the so-called Christians of today, or during the Crusades or the Inquisition was of the law, nay, that is of evil man's doing. These lessons will also be turned away, for truth is not that which man wishes to hear. He will continue to listen to his human teachers with the large congregation so that he can continue in his evil ways and consider himself blessed. He will choose of the largest congregations, in addition, that he not have to give as much proportionately. He innately knows that he is not being given the laws of God, and therefore he can fudge a bit, and no one of importance will know he knows it is not. All that great to get within the inner temples of stone. I am most simple in being, mine laws most succinct, and I can most surely repeat them unto you here, for they are written in every holy book you have, even in the satanic verse. For evil must have listed the laws that the followers of satanic followers set as their goals, the breaking of each and all commandments as given by God and the creation. It gets harder and harder for them to be individual in their practices, for evil is so rampant and the rules so regularly rewritten to suit a doctrine of a given cult, that they must get more and more heinous in their activities in order to be different, and you ones moan and weep and proclaimed, what has become of our world? It is dying, my children, it is dying, for you have become a part of the destructive evil. The laws of God. You shall honor the Lord thy God with all thy being, and have no other gods before you. For I have created you in the image of myself, in honor, balance, and harmony, to act and become one with and within the creation. The creation, alone, is infinite and omnipotent. The laws of the creation are infinite and total. The laws of God handed down to man are the rules to guide his life and maintain order, as should be the laws of government. The greatest of all the laws of the creation is to achieve the wisdom of knowledge, inasmuch as this will enable you to wisely follow the laws thereof. In knowledge and truth you shall act through the laws of the creation, or you will be in the breaking of them. Rewriting them according to man's translation will not change one whit or tittle of the truth. When it is said unto you, thou shalt not kill, there is no sometimes nor maybe. If another man attacks you with intent to kill of you and he dies instead, has he not committed of his own murder? But if you have provoked him into defending himself from your intent to kill, have you not committed of your own suicide? A great problem arises, who shall then execute the murderer, the rapist, etc.? He who kills is one who commits murder. Saying that a man has the deserving of death in human format for an action is sometimes good perception, although ye are not to sit in judgment of the soul of any man, if you have confined him in physical form from physical life, is that not better punishment? However, guilty are all who do not act in self-defense or according to a given verdict, when that one acts to kill or speak and practice evil. You have no right to take of that which I have given, for that is my judgment. This is true be it at conception or terminal transition. If, however, you do not measure the worth of the gift of life which I give unto your own being, then you have likewise discarded my truth. If the remainder of mine laws have been honored, there will be no need for abortions, for there would be no unwanted human physical babies. If laws are broken in lust and / or ignorance because of false teachings of man, then an abortion is murder, and the judgment will be most harsh indeed. It does not mean that one will not be forgiven for his ignorant transgression, but to compound the crime with another and greater one, is most damaging indeed. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Not sometimes or maybe never. The gift of sexual union is to create offspring that are wanted and carefully accepted. Any other use of such is to have human physical pleasure and is therefore wrong. You wish to claim that it is a man-given right to fornicate and seek pleasure. No, it is a testing of which you have all failed in 99.9% failure. You have overpopulated your world, and now the unbalance will cost you dearly. You have ceased to assume proper responsibility of the outcome of that behavior. You degrade it further by calling it love. Think about it. Do not equate it to the animal behavior of the creation in nature. Animals will not populate beyond their balanced ability to survive. When they so do, they fall into hard times, and much death is wrought by nature upon them. So be it. Love has naught, most wise, to do with sexual interactions. Love is pure and is from the soul mind. All else is a desire for power, control, and purely physical indulgence of flesh lust. It is truly the ultimate downfall of man as a human entity. Kingdoms have been forfeited for 30 seconds in an illicit relationship. Kingdoms fall, Families are broken, hearts are broken and lives devastated. Do not degrade the term love by calling of such actions as love. I gave no such commandment as that a woman should be subservient unto a male in all things that was brought forth by man that he might indulge his physical power and control. You shall not give false oath. Do not swear on anything, for your word should be known as truth, and naught is greater than thy word. To give oath on a book, or a person is a lie from beginning. Ye tell truth or ye lie, there is naught else. Sometimes a lie is truth indeed. Judge you not, lest you be likewise judged. This does not mean that you shall not discern godliness from evil. It means that you shall not judge the soul of another, for you have no means of so doing. If a man breaks the laws of man, then his actions must be judged, not the soul. If the man has broken the laws of the emperor or government and not the laws of God or the creation, and that law is not found in the laws of the creation, then the law is false. Hold no idols before you. There is no magic in a thing. Truth, wisdom, and knowledge comes from within that portion of self known as soul, and all is created in manifested form from that source. No thing will do of anything save mislead you into evil. Honor of thy parents, for they have allowed you habitation for your soul through agreement. That means to give unto them honor. It does not mean bend and scrape or feel they are in the owing unto you of anything. But as you were cared for, it is just that you, in turn, care for them. If they cared for you not, then there is unbalance if you pull from your responsibility to your family or neighbor to give unto them that, which is unjust. All should be cared for in love and honor of life. Do not confuse of thy giving of thy tithe unto a church group of men given doctrine with giving unto me. Very little of your gifts ever make it into mine truthful works. Beware the ones who pound upon you or limit thy growth as to the amount of thy giving, for they speak falsely. I also say to give thy gifts in secret, thusly no man shall be given to know, and if he inquires, he is of evil intent for human purpose and not for the kingdom of God or the tending of the creation. He is in the solicitation of funds to keep of himself and his temples tended. Mine work is done in the hearts of men and not just within the stone temples of beauteous symbolism. The gutter is a most wondrous temple within which to begin thy work and contribution, for there is my church in trouble. Man must eat every day, not just on Easter, Christmas, and whenever there seems to be an appropriate day for a food drive. Or, try thy contributions unto a survival shelter system, that could also house your homeless in non-emergency times. Try thy contributions into that which puts mine words of truth before thy fellow man, that he might find of his way. No derelict would dare come into thy stone temples to sit among the self-proclaimed elite. If he so did, he would be set aside and shunned in the happy hour of sharing after the lecture from the self-appointed teacher. No other law needed. You must do, be, and give unto others as you would receive, if you would have a balanced, harmonious world. You need no other before you, for this is one that fits all things. You would not like another to steal of thy things. You would not like your spouse to covet thy neighbor's spouse, it would make you feel most insignificant and angry. You shall simply honor that which is the creation and God's law in all manner, and you shall not have cause to worry about Armageddon. Continue in the way of the world, and you had better spend all your remaining time in action of cleaning up your act, I believe you once term it. Whether you like of it or do not is of no concern to me. You are going to be given truth. You who recognize of it and come unto that truth will find the life eternal. Those who continue to mislead and deny of my teachers sent forth for thy account, shall wonder what happened. Truth passes by while ones allow evil to place the blindfold tightly around the eyes and ears. You are told, extraterrestrials must be of evil. Why? I am an extraterrestrial, Jesus Ananda is an extraterrestrial, how else do you think we can come? How is it you once only believe the evil brother? How dare you limit thy very life source who gave unto you the very creation? Woe unto you children who turn continually to darkness, for if you do not come into knowledge you will surely perish with those who teach falseness unto you. You go unto thy church houses, and a man, who claims to know more than you, tells you anyone claiming to receive of God or the masters are of the devil. How so does he claim to come by his knowledge? Oh, a book written well after the fact? Or, does he claim to pray and speak to God or the Christ and receive of response, else why do ye pray? How so does this happen? Children of earth, place, my little wayward and blind children, it is time to come into knowledge and truth and stop of your silly games, for your human placement earth can bear no more, and she shall be given into the rebirthing and healing of those wounds you have perpetrated upon her being. You were sent forth as caretakers of this wondrous creation, and you have destroyed your very life substance. So be it, for it shall be as it shall be, and those who are with me will be with me, and those who are not, shall move with the fallen ones of evil. So it is for naught otherwise could it be. Even unto the midnight hour shall you be awaited, but he who waits unto that hour might very well find the clouds filled and his space forfeited. It is not as whimsical nor magical as you perceive, foolish little ones. You are somehow going to ascend into the air and unto the clouds to be with him. How? Just drift about in the air somewhere? Where? O foolish sheep who eat of the loco weed, ye shall perish of the poison of foolishness. Here is thy daily bread. You ask me for thy daily bread in your ritual prayer. Well, here it is. You are going to learn of the 7 rays, the ancient orders, the demise of Lemuria and Atlantis and other civilizations before yours. You are going to learn of the Christed civilizations of what you call this new world, geographically. This poor little scribe cannot write enough hours in a day, so you will need research as you come into queries, for it is given unto you and you did not receive of it. We shall point these things out unto you, allow a communion with thy ethereal teachers, and then you shall decide you for yourself and none other. You shall not be given to lean on the truth or the lie of another. 'Tis just you and me, brother, just you and me. So be it, For I have spoken, and having spoken I expect you to be in the hearing. Thy days are numbered upon that wondrous place of the creation, and you shall be in the accounting for your participation and growth. It is called the day of judgment. How will you be judged? Oh yes, the God within will judge self already. It is so, for you who have fallen have already judged yourselves. You unworthy, ponder this word very, very carefully. You have already judged and are paying thy penalties in thy present circumstance exactly as you have so judged thy worthiness. Man has pronounced his doom upon himself, for he has already judged his lot unworthy to survive. This is why the fortune tellers and prophets are always correct as in the revelations, for man has already judged himself. So be it. It is done, all to be finished is only in the playing thereof. Let me take departure of you, Dharma, that you might take rest before we move deeper into the lessons and remindings of truth. I am that I am Atan, of the one lighted creator source. Let there be no misunderstanding of my presence, for though I have been labeled by many words and utterings, I am that which I am, and thy time of choosing is at hand. Chapter 2. Rec number 2 Atan. Monday, September 25, 1989, 2:37 p.m., Year 3, Day 040. Atan present to continue. Peace, Dharma, as the energy rests most heavily upon you this day. Do not be anxious, for we stand guard over you most carefully. The 7 rays of life. Ones who come newly into the lessons must now have opportunity to draw on integration. Most seem to think that in an interim of time twixt 2,000 years ago and this day that we of the higher dimension sat and twiddled. Not so, and further, there were brothers in thy service and guidance instructors from long before the time of Emmanuel. These ones are spoken of in the books you call holy, as the 7 spirits before the throne. I shall not dwell at length on historical data at this time, for it is well documented by a scribe who was schooled by your master teacher, Sananda, in the place recognized as Peru. One came forth and gave unsanctioned information, and thusly did he give much incorrect information. The historical value, at this point for purpose of introduction and visitation of the Kohans of the 7 rays of the Brotherhood of the 7 rays, is not material. It is important only in that you ones in the reading from total blindness, and in this I include the scribe, can know that the Brotherhood of the 7 rays are your mentors, and man's individuality comes under the forces of the great 7 rays of life. One is guided by the powerful forces at work within these rays. Each and all flow into conscious life upon one of these rays, and your life experience is influenced by the ray through which you descended. The first ray is the way of leadership, the second ray is the way of education, the third ray is the way of philosophy, the fourth ray is the way of the arts, the fifth ray is the way of science, the sixth ray is the way of devotion, and the seventh ray is the way of ceremony. The esoteric colors of the rays are red, light blue, green, yellow, indigo, rose and violet. Just for hasty explanation, all the members of the Brotherhood of the 7 rays are identified as being in the amethyst in order. This is the violet or amethyst, purple, ray. The violet ray. The word amethyst comes from amethystos, the Greek word meaning a cure or remedy for drunkenness. The violet ray will prove, in its purifying aspects, to be a cure for the earth's drunkenness, a remedy for her sickness. This does not mean that the amethyst in order is going to save the world from itself. It does mean that the Brotherhood working in the 7th ray focus will be of great importance in the days ahead for Chelas, students of truth. Listen for the voices and input from these, your guides, for they will tell you the way and bring great and wondrous gifts of knowledge and truth unto you of earth transition. The Kohan of the 7th ray is beloved Germain, Master Saint Germain Ragoxi, -UC, labels are a devious determinate. In other words, he is Lord, Master Teacher, spiritual head, of the amethyst in order. This is a time of transmutation and translation of a third-dimensional planet into her fourth-dimensional graduation. There is something most important for you to learn right here and right now. The amethyst in order is an illuminist order of Essenes, in that all members follow the Essene way of life. This is what would be the Essene founded on truth, not the current man-adjusted truth. I will lay a bit of truth upon thine eyes, for the world would claim that Emmanuel was an Essene. Nay, he was not. Neither did he dwell long with the Essenes. It does not mean he totally disapproved of their ways, it means he connected himself with no cult save the path of total truth and light. Emmanuel had gone away unto the city of Ephesus. In Ephesus there were many people, dealers, and merchants, and they came from Jerusalem to conduct business. Emmanuel, Jesus, had gone away from Jerusalem because of the persecution of himself and his people, and he feared recognition. After he had lived in Ephesus only a few days, behold, one of the merchants recognized him and told those who were like-minded thereof, they belonged to a secret association which they called the Association of the Essenes. Emmanuel and the Essenes. Emmanuel was brought by them to a secret meeting, for they feared the people, because their association was not permitted. Among them there was one named Jothan, and he was the oldest of the secret association in Jerusalem, and he spoke, saying, Behold, that which happened to you in your life is very well known to us, but we do not know why you are still among the living. Please tell us your secret. Emmanuel was guided to tell them nothing for fear he would be shackled and returned into Jerusalem, so he told them only a bit about his flight from Jerusalem. But Jothan, the oldest, said, Behold, we belong to a secret association which is called the Association of the Essenes. But our pressing on and our knowledge is not attuned to the teachings of the scribes, but is attuned to the secrets of nature and everything that is inexplicable to people. But your knowledge has progressed greatly and extensively and exceeds our knowledge by great measures. Therefore, please join our association and be one of us and teach us your knowledge. But Emmanuel answered and said, Though I should teach you my knowledge, it would not agree with your teachings because you go according to human wisdom and set your doctrines thusly. I go only according to spiritual truth and laws of God and of the creation. Therefore, our teachings are enemies to one another. Nor am I interested in spreading my knowledge in secret places nor in secrecy of any sort, and which, furthermore, is not permitted by the laws of the lands. You do that which you do in secret, since you are the secret association of the Essenes. But allow me time to consider the pros and cons for 3 days, and then I shall tell you my answer. If my answer is yes, I shall return; if no, I shall be gone. Juthan said, Be it as you say. Peace be with you, brother. We will await the 3 days. But Emmanuel did not ponder at length, but instead went quickly, far away into the countryside, and there explained to his people, Behold, the association of the Essenes lives in a false cult, but they gather much of my teachings and simply add it to the old, corrupting both. Their old teachings are not the teaching of wisdom, therefore it cannot sustain, for it is not of truth and therefore has become worthless. They have recognized this and are now weaving my teachings into theirs to make a new cult thereof, and they insult me as labeling me one with them. They will say that I am connected with their association and was helped by them from the beginning of my life physical journey. They will also say that my teachings were from their original teachings, cult, and they have saved me and tutored me. Further, they will say that my followers did also spring forth from their cult. Further, they will say that I am the only begotten Son of God. That is not truth. I tell you now that I never belonged to that association of the Essenes, that I have nothing in common with it, and that I have never received any help from them. Many cults and churches will use my name. The Essene Association is not the only group that will make use of my name, for many cults will arise and build churches in my name and glorify me in them, to make it more credible for the people, so that they can become more enslaved. Many cults will be established in my name, but only for the purpose that men can be enslaved in his spirit, thereby giving the cults great power over the people and the land, and over the money. But I tell you that no cult is justified unless it solely recognizes the creation as the highest. There will be no cult which will preach total truth, knowledge, and wisdom. But in 2 times 1,000 years the time will come that my teachings will be preached anew, without being falsified. Until then, there will be so many false cults that they can no longer be counted. They will be founded on the blood of men, and on hatred, greed, and power. But as they are established they shall be destroyed again, for the truth shall triumph. For there is no untruth that shall not be denounced as a lie. Page 24. And, there is nothing hidden that shall not become evident. Man shall recognize what is in front of his face, and what is hidden from him will reveal itself to him when he searches for truth and the explanation of wisdom. Truth and the laws of creation do not change. Truth lies deeply in the laws of the creation, and there man shall seek it and find it. He who truly seeks shall not stop seeking until he finds. When he finds he will be deeply shaken and astonished, but then he will rule over the universe as his creator intended, for man must recognize that the kingdom is within himself and also outside himself. He must also know that he is sent as a guardian for those other wondrous creations within the creation. So be it, man would better turn his eyes unto the ancient ones who bear the symbol of the red hand, for theirs is a passage through the red path to light and truth. Man must turn from the black hand, for that is the symbol of destruction. The lost cities of your South America and the newly arriving space visitors are greatly connected and both play a most vital role in your present circumstance. Lemuria is the label for the last part of the great Pacific continent of Mu. The destruction of Mu and its submergence began before your year 30,000 BC. This destruction continued for thousands of years until the final portion of Mu, known by then as Lemuria, was submerged in a series of disasters. This occurred just prior to the destruction of Poseidones, the last remnant of the Atlantic continent, Atlantis. Just as you ones are informed, today, of how it will be and turn away, those people, too, continued their blinded ways. Those working on the left, black, hand path continued diabolic experiments and heeded not my handwriting on the wall, just as today, on your sickened earth, millions of inhabitants are continuing to involve themselves in every degradation possible, even though the signs of the times are clearly discernible. Precious ancient knowledge preserved. The masters and entities working on the right, red, hand path began to collect the precious records and documents from the libraries of Lemuria. Each master was chosen by the council of the Great White Hierarchy, Lighted Brotherhood, to go to different sections of the world whereby scientific and spiritual knowledge of the past sequences could be placed in secure preservation. Those wondrous treasures are preserved unto this day. At the time of upheaval, as these continents make changes, certain other places will be thrust upward, just as was the Peruvian area of Titicaca, and no man will recognize of it. But it will be those same places which were preserved from the going down of Mu that will be sustained and thrust even higher into the safety from the ocean depths. Page 25. You ones in this sector are receiving of these messages, for you are in a location of great and enduring change. At the proper time, the history incorrectness shall come forth from its proper source, and beloved Thedra, who has tended the documentation in total trustworthiness, shall bring forth Sananda's personal lessons of how it was. In addition, the one of my beloved council of the ancient tradition shall bring forth those oral teachings in truth. Those who have given forth the treasures and sold of their traditions shall reap of the wind, for they were not given permission, and therefore their work is not pure but tainted with greed for human gain. This scribe will simply put to paper that which is given to her by impulse signal in translated format. Be kind, O man of earth, for most of these things are not according to her own knowledge as implanted by past experience, earth teachings, and educational lessons in the sojourn. Therefore, The impact is great. It is the greatest test of a scribe to put to print that which is almost too shocking to accept within self. There is no darkness within this scribe nor within her space, and she is protected by mine hand, for it is mine seal I place upon these words. So be it, and seal, for as I speak so shall it come to be. Take a respite, Dharma, to collect of your fragments. Your beloved grandfather of the silver ray of creator, one of mine most beloved firstborn, Sanat Kumara, will bring unto you a message to be penned. Blessings, little sparrow, for ye please me greatly. Peace. I am. Page 26. Chapter 3. Rec number 3, Sanat Kumara. Monday, September 25, 1989, 5:15 p.m., year 3, day 040. I am Sanat Kumara who comes, Dharma, and I see that you recognize of me. So be it, for in the ending we are all but the one. From the star in the east came hope. Long ago, and I stood witness, a great light appeared in the east. This was the sign unto man of earth that life eternal would be truth. No soul, no matter how degraded, shall be denied admittance to the great school of life. This is the time when truly the lion shall lay down with the lamb. On the earth there is great confusion in man's minds that cause the turmoil and even the seas to boil in hatred, but he came to prove that the troubled waters can be calmed and stilled, the fury of the winds can be hushed by the raising of his hand in loving benediction. The Father placed the earth and all celestial bodies in the heavens. They are created out of spiraling primordial matter for man. Man was to be the God of physical form, man, the highest expression of deity known in the entire omniverse. But man misunderstood and misunderstands yet unto this day. Oh, man, realize that you are the highest form of deity anywhere in the entirety of the omniverse. This does not mean that you are the only man within the omniverse. But there is nothing beyond you. In this you are grand. But also in this you are the lowest. You are lowest because you have knowing and other life forms do not. Therefore, you must be both their brother and their servant. All has life. There is life and intelligence in all forms, as ancient man knew and respected. Man alone is not the only thinking being. It is reason that sets man aside from his other relations. Every element, every mineral, all forms have inherent intelligence, and man is sent to be their keeper and their elder brother. Have you given care to thy role of caretaker? Have you protected and guarded? You are the elder brother of these forms, innumerable forms throughout the omniverse. It is up to you to raise them to ever higher evolution as they, along with men, progress up the worlds to infinite grandeur, to infinite light. Have you set the pattern to growth or destruction? Confusion will go. Where will you be? The great beauty of the ages now approaches, wherein all doubts and fears shall be rolled away as a great scroll. There shall be a great thundering. The heavens will be torn asunder. Then man will view himself and will look into his mirror of knowing. No longer will there be confusion. If man will but accept of his scepter of God's gift, he will no longer be hindered by the darkness of ignorance and superstition. Know this, and in knowing it there must of necessity be sadness, and yet there must be gladness for the beauty that it shall bring forth. But you must know of that which impends and is forthcoming. Yes, there can be atomic detonations and cosmic ray bombardments, so be it, for if you will but do as you are instructed, you can come into safety. These are the effects. But what is the cause? The cause of the destruction that shall come upon the earth is from man's own thought patterns. Faulty thinking. Since the time when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men and animal man appeared upon the earth, he has been striving from beasthood back to angelhood. But faulty thinking shall now break forth as the elements refuse to be regarded as they have been so regarded for millennia upon the earth. They are part of the Infinite One, and because they are part of the Infinite One they will not respond to man's negative thinking any longer. They will rebel, causing great tidal waves and great winds. It is already so. Millions shall perish, for they will not see nor hear of the truth nor of the warnings. They shall be placed anew on other places appropriate to their level of progression in the spirit growth. Because of the remnant that must remain, the earth will be purified and raised to a new dimension and vibration frequency. Very soon the winds shall scream, sooner than you can realize it is already upon you, for I have witnessed it in the plane above that of physical expression upon the earth, and that means that if it descends one more plane, it shall find your reality. The fields and the great cities shall be desolate without inhabitant. Can you even imagine a world whose great cities are without inhabitants? It is sad, for man is forewarned and turns his ear to the noise of that which he has created in confusion, and for hiding from truth, running away from God instead of into his great security. Oh, man of earth, if you but knew the love that descends to you from spheres innumerable, from minds inviolate. If you would but listen you would know. There can be nothing but beauty. From all the catastrophe that shall come only the vision of a beautiful perception shall remain, for man steps forth in a purified light of his own creation. But man must see and listen. The forces of the black dragon can deafen the ears of man to the music of the spheres, to the wondrous melodies of the angelic hosts, but yet they have not found power to still the celestial movements, for, no matter how powerful their armies, the moon will still remain to meet the dawn of a new day. They have not yet learned how to still the melodic song of a brook, nor can they, in their attainments, reach the heights that the eagle can reach in his soaring upwards, as a great prayer that rises from the earth towards the Infinite One, for the eagle is master of the earth above all of them. Beauteous earth. Remember, beloved, the beauty of earth is in the creation that you stand upon, from which you derive your nourishment. It is like the bosom of our father/mother, where you rest your head to regain strength. It is your mother and yet it is also your father. The earth is a beautiful world, vastly more beautiful than some of your neighbors. I have always loved earth beyond all other creations, for I see within it a melody that has not yet escaped into the ethers. I see it crying as one bound and shackled. She shall not, however, be deprived her celestial song much longer. No, the black dragon, with all its negative force, has not been able to take away from the beauty of the creation. That force has not been able to deny the brook or the world the twilight song. Yeah, if they could do so they would do so. It is truly recorded in the greatest archives of Akasha that God did truly provide and man divided. That is the seeming motto of earth. Man must come back from his multitudinous sins to the one God, for it is not in complexity that we find the Father, it is in total simplicity that we find him. Each is a portion of God, seeking. As you serve, remember each and every one of your fellow men is a portion of deity. Think of each one that you meet not as this man or woman or child, but that each one that comes before you is the Father in essence. If you would think on earth of each one as a part of the Father, with due respect in that degree, then the earth's problems would dissolve instantly. But this ye do not do. The hungry multitudes of earth are crying for a Savior who can once again give them the loaves and fishes, who, from a small paltry substance, can feed and satisfy their hunger. They are crying now for the waters of life, for the manna of wisdom. And I say that it is written, it is an edict from the highest one that this shall be done, for he has commanded, these are my children, they must be led back to my bosom and they must be fed my substance. And yet, they know not for which they cry out. We, yes I, too, who holds the earth in our hands, were given her to develop, to cherish, and to bring to fruition. We now see that the harvest shall be ample and the storehouse of the Father will be full for the migration to new grandeur of being, if we but do of our work with fitting action in his name and service. I would give you a divine commandment for the time immediately ahead for you ones: feed the sheep of God. Give where it is required. Give not of your past glories, but give them that which the soul needs. Tell them that there shall be catastrophe. Prepare them that they shall prepare for that which will come, show to them the way. But tell them out of this shall come the greater light. Tell them that, yes, catastrophe comes upon the earth, for the night comes when no man can do of his work, and the night is now here upon you, blessed ones, disaster and despair, for you have forgotten your way. The floodgates and the winds shall wash and blow away all of the old. It was the spawn of darkness, for it can be endured by all men if they can know beyond his rainbow's end and take the precautions as are handed forth in instruction for thy use. Beyond the journey is oneness again with our infinite Creator Father. Take forth the message. If you but knew the worlds without number, the infinite mansions, the stars of great majesty and the beauty that appear like beautiful gems in the velvet of the omniverse, millions of thy brethren souls cry out in appeal of peace towards the earth as she passes through her time of travail. You have forgotten of such love and such affection, for you have forgotten of your pathway. Therefore, it is your duty to bring this message forth, this message which is twofold, a warning to prepare for that which shall come in the waves and the winds, and it is a message secondarily that there are those who care, who are acting as the emissaries of the Infinite One. Tell man that he is loved, that he shall be guided as he asks to be guided. Ask, and ye shall receive; knock, and it shall be opened unto you. They shall be caught up, and be where the eagles gather. They shall not be found wanting. Tell them that their Father has heard their petitions. The Father is ever gracious and ever loving unto his children, but his children must turn unto him. I am he who is only as great as the smallest particle of sand on the earth and is only as low as the highest mountain top. I have known countless existences upon this beloved planet. To know now the sweet essence of the breeze and the cedars of Lebanon, the aspen of America, to feel the gentle waters caressing the many shores of the world, to know the harmony as the beautiful plant life of the planet responds to the minds of man. On earth the great kingdoms that would serve man, the mineral, the vegetable, the animal life, all are in a state of chaos, because that which was created to be its master is not a worthy master at all. The mineral life, vegetable life, and all animal life finds that its God, its master, is a drunken master who reels to and fro in his folly. That is why they now rebel against him. But on other worlds they respond and they caress their master, and the result is a vibrant life-giving essence that is beyond comprehension, and you have no words to fit such a description. Has not man often wished to return to the security and warmth of the mother? I say it is equally true of man for the Father. Man of earth knows where he must go, but he cannot always find his way. Therefore, the coming times directly ahead of you all point that way unto him, for that shall be your fulfillment of spirit. I have now spoken to you from out of the smallest of the creation on earth and out of the largest, the small and the large being one in him. Peace to you from all creation, and my peace also unto you. Page 30. My mission. I have asked to speak with you because for me it is the time of the great unveiling and, in a smaller sense, of your great graduation to another plane of consciousness. It was a time very long ago that I was called to the earth to perform a certain mission to the children of men. Now the time has come for me to return to other duties as another of your sisters enters her great initiation. But I shall always be at thy service, for it is a time of greatness. Even this very day upon the holy sea of Galilee the armies clash. It is yet in the beginning of the ending and the ending of the beginning, as it was prophesied of old, for today the long strife that has taken place in the unholy Holy Land has reached an apex, a culmination point. The armies of Egypt and Syria, Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, the Arab worlds and Israel all are in foment and agony. This is where the spark will be struck which shall ignite the approach of him whom ye await, and do ye not wait upon him with exceeding patience and pleasure? This is the lesson that you all must learn, Not once but over and over, in worlds of magnificent splendor as well as in worlds that are veiled and are dark in culture and development. How many times have we learned this lesson? And yet we all continue to learn, for, take away curiosity and take away the thrill of living and seeking and man could not exist. Man shall never reach the end of that road. Ye shall always seek. If it is not countries or lands and peoples, then it shall be worlds, or suns, or systems, or galaxies, or supergalaxies, and beyond that you shall know pleasure in the realms of light themselves, each one adding its own vibration and its own light, its own dimension and its own spirit evolution. To receive one must first give. One of the greatest of all laws is that in order to receive you must first give, for, like the giant water basin, it can receive the heavenly rains until it chokes and swells and runs over, but it must run over, giving of its abundance to the dry parched ground beneath it. If it does not, then it bursts and can contain no more. But if it does give of its abundance, then, when the great rains come again from heaven, it will be replenished all the more and again can give as the hungry earth drinks in every drop and waits for the great water vessel to give again of its abundance. It was decreed long ago that I should come to earth to assist our elder brother who rules this system, and to assist all our beloved brothers and sisters upon the earth planet. But I must also be in the tending of my other responsibilities unto that which has been placed in my ward. Therefore, I gave what I had in abundance to my earth children. Now that I have done that, and I say it without any egotism, and fulfilled this task, now shall I receive of the latter rains that will come forth. So ever is it a process in our development through many millennia. We give forth and we receive, but every time that we receive more. The water vessel is not a stationary, permanent thing. It becomes ever larger, ever more shapely, ever more perfect in the eyes of the Father. From a crude clay vessel it becomes a vessel like unto a gem of finely cut crystal. Your entire solar system is now coming into the great initiation, for it is true that you are now heading directly for the supersun which governs your galaxy, around which countless island universes perpetually move and have existence. Your system is heading for the center of this activity, and this increased rate of vibration frequency will profoundly affect everything within your system, whether it be mental, physical, or spiritual. It will not escape changes in the new energy that is forthcoming. You are now on the border of this great transition and heading ever closer to its fulfillment. Christ returns. That is why Christ returns to the earth, because always the great master of a solar system incarnates and gives aid to the planet which is lowest in progression in that system, and also because he is the spirit of the earth, which position he achieved in his incarnation as man, but the Christ is for the system. Cause and effect. Let us look at an example. There are two men. Both have committed the same error exactly in all its details. Each one has done the same thing. But can you condemn each man equally? No, you cannot condemn either man. But look further into the cause of things. On the earth man only looks to effect and never to cause. Once he looks into the heart of things he will find that it is the heart of the Father himself, then from there all the rays of creation proceed out from him. He will never find it by looking at the rays alone. He cannot trace it from effect to cause. It must be from cause to effect. So let us look not at the effect which is what each man has done, but let us rather look at the cause of what each man has done. Let us take one man. We find that he has done a certain thing through ignorance of the law. The other man had knowledge of the law. It is said in your world that ignorance of the law is no excuse, but in the Father's realm ignorance of the law most surely is an excuse. But once we have learned the law, if we falter and make error, then we are indeed in a different category than those who through ignorance perform the same thing. You see, the error is not in stepping into the hole in the ground, the error is in stepping into it twice, once we know it is not the thing to do. Ah, you thought you were the only ones. I gave this example to show you the condition in which you find your world at present. The earth has had many civilizations and, when one has gone to the bottomless pit, man rises in this cultural development and again builds a glorious civilization with great scientific and technical advance. But again the civilization drops into the bottomless pit. Can ye not learn? On your sister, Venus, for instance, there has never been a destruction of a civilization though she has made a grand transition. On the planet you call Mars in your sector, it has occurred twice, but Earth, dear ones, it has occurred hundreds of times. Man of Earth cannot seem to control and discipline the great knowledge once it is attained. Man must learn to apply knowledge once he has attained it. You are not in the process of developing your physical forms. If you develop them and attain, yet do not apply what you have learned, you will soon lose what you have attained. In fact, you would perhaps be in worse condition than you were before you began. Man on earth must learn to apply knowledge in constructive channels. Therefore, once we have asked and have received, the law is that we must apply what we have received, and then we must give up that which we have received. I have received much during my mentoring on earth, and earth shall always be close unto my heart, especially as we enter this great period of initiation. The skies of earth will become fantastic. Through many prophecies that have come to you from all about your lands from the great prophets, you think you might have insight into that which will be coming unto you, and yet, dear ones, you have no ability to comprehend. Dharma, you are most weary, Kila. Let us close this portion for this day. Thank you for your contribution, for we recognize of the difficulty of your pathway. Truth and gifts you send forth shall be returned in abundant measure. Peace be unto you who serve at this critical time of change. Peace is our mantle unto you. I am that I am. I am Sanat Kumara. Chapter 4. Rec number 2, Sanat Kumara. Tuesday, September 26, 1989, 10:30 a.m., Year 3, Day 041. Sanat Kumara present to continue, please. Prophecies. I was last speaking of the signs which would be projected within the heavens, for there shall be great displays in the skies of earth, for the elements themselves will have total control for a short period of time. There will be great rainstorms and floods widespread and yet sporadic. You remember the ancient stories about how it rained 40 days and nights? That is nothing compared to what it will rain perhaps 40 months. The entire face of the earth shall change and it will become unrecognizable as you know its characterization at present. Strange and wondrous creatures shall appear from the depths of the oceans to the wonderment and bewilderment of man. Creatures many times larger than the largest ocean liners for their habitat will be brought forth. There shall be plagues and famines of even greater magnitude than you witness this day. No country or peoples will be spared. Beasts and creatures unknown shall appear and some will turn upon the peoples for they will be hungry and terrified and they will effort at reclamation of their own proper living spaces which man has taken for himself. Those who have killed a brother animal for the sport of it will likely be slain by those very creatures for all cycles end where they have begun. Your earth is about ready to become a sun, as Ashta and Haton have previously informed you. It will not be exactly like your solar system sun as you recognize it, but it shall become surrounded by a golden corona which will become more brilliant and denser to other system locations. It is stepping into a higher rate of vibration and density change. You can only experience, as do your astronomers, from the inside outward. Your space machines do not get far enough away from your surface to see the changes, and it is not a visible manifested format that you dense creatures can witness with your human eyes. You are moving from a three-dimensional into a fourth-dimensional world. This must take place as you move through the heart of the great cosmic cloud. The great prophecies brought forth unto you ones will then come to pass as many are so doing presently. Those which tell you the sun shall turn blood red and the moon shall be red as a ruby, and the day shall be gone and it shall be dark upon the earth for a period of days. There shall be great confusion. The oxygen supply will be reduced upon the earth for a period of time, and you will wish you had not incinerated your plant-like brethren who came to assist you. This will be followed by periods of great moisture, then broiling heat and parched areas alternating with floods. Almost all things upon the face of the earth will be destroyed by these things which shall come upon this beloved land. When is this time coming? You are already into it. Each day it grows in intensity. More of your craft that fly in the air will come down and much life will be taken. Your ships of the sea will collide and have accidents and sink. Your oceans and shores will become more and more contaminated and the fishes will die. Your rivers and lakes will become so polluted that your water life will cease to live in them. It is already thus, for you pour acid upon them in your greed and lust for luxury and material gain. There will be more and greater intensity tornadoes and hurricanes, more and deeper flooding, coming one upon another. The polar caps are melting more and faster each day. The water levels are rising in your massive inland seas and in your open seas while your water supply for consumption is diminishing. Then the volcanoes will erupt as the earthquakes strike. You must get prepared, stop thy quibbling over whether or not this is truth, get yourselves in protection. Charles's task. The 1. Charles must come into his task. He is groomed to be able to outline electrical and water systems for your shelter systems. He must be worked into your community system at the earliest possible time. You must have the young ones who can accept the truth that they can bring forth the gifts we will send. We cannot wait until all the funding is in place to begin these things such as these writings. Your time is too precious and each step must be based upon the one before. Governments in panic. The governments of the world are in panic, but they make major effort not to show it unto you. They have set into motion things which they can no longer control. The friendly and beneficial bacteria and insect species are dying, being killed, at a most alarming and rapid rate, so that you will be exposed more and more to that which is detrimental to your physical life system, strains of toxic forms from which you will have no buffer. As you witness these things, it will be hard to see the decay and tribulations as it grows, but no, all is being made new. The old must go before the new can birth in fullness. 'Tis not your doom that draws nigh if you heed our warnings and take appropriate actions. 'Tis your very salvation being transformed from the ashes of the old and corrupt. Therefore, you must share with your fellow man that the catastrophes will most surely come. They will not be hummed or chanted away. But, tell them that they are your very salvation and rejoice, for it is the old passing away. When man can release the old, then he shall glimpse a more glorious new. Those who cannot release the old will have to begin again at the beginning. They shall place their soul progression back several million years, for this is the golden opportunity of souls who have walked this path of earth from onset of soul birthing. This is your graduation or failure day. Those who fail their final examinations will need come once again, through various forms of caveman, through thousands of years, even millions, until they develop to this very stage once again and try for passing of the bar again. I care not whether your learned professors of great wisdom believe in progression or do not. This is the way it is, and if you choose not this path you will find out again, the hard way. A time of soul evolvement. Do not consider this retrogression as it might appear. It is, as it were, retrogression of physical manifestation, but progression from the standpoint of soul evolvement, for in the Father's world within the creation, there is no retrogression, only soul expansion. This, that each soul may grow worthy to pass through the ultimate certification. Apply that which you have learned and give gladly that which you have received. As you travel and converse in the times ahead allotted for each one of you, think not what you shall take with you or what shall be in thy pocketbooks, nor of what will you wear. You shall not have need of those things past the preparation and journey through. In the final purpose, the Father will provide. This is the time of giving, sharing, and applying. It is not only the clarion call unto you, for verily you have accepted a trust and a most incredible mission, but likewise it is the order of the day as we all enter into this new phase for the planet Earth, and indeed our whole solar and galactic system. We are your brothers from this particular system come to assist you, for it is a great cosmic event upon the stage of the universe. Work, for the night comes shortly when no man can work. Work, for the night comes too quickly, literally and figuratively. Man inquires, we do not know what to believe. Some say catastrophe shall come upon us. They claim the end of the world is here. Others claim, be not afraid, through our own scientific developments we who are masters of the creation can do this or that, and there are no space brothers to assist, and those receivers are receiving from the devil. Man is terrified and he is seeking. His heart is hungrier than it has ever been because he feels the changes and sees the hopeless plight grow day by day before his eyes. Man smells his food and grows ever more hungry. This new vibration is coming forth, and he becomes ever more hungry. He is remembering, and he innately knows that he is filled with appetite for things of spirit in truth, not just more lies and false prophets, psychics, and card readers. Therefore, when he is confused as he now is and says, brother, where shall I find the greatest meal which shall give me the most satisfaction for development of my spirit, you shall say, yes, those who say catastrophe comes are true, they speak with truth, but the earth is not prophesied to end. It shall be renewed, the words written are that there shall be a new heaven and a new earth, the old made new. So tell them the words with which your elder brother, Isujisasananda, wishes you to feed his flock. It is the way of the Father. Catastrophe comes so that man might learn from the experience. But only the great and beautiful and good shall be inherited from it. Out of it mankind shall arise phoenix-like unto his own golden glory. Time for earth to come home. How often we look upon the earth, knowing as we look upon each small and pitiful creation and creature, that here stands a God if he would only realize it and apply his godhood. For a true God sits not on a throne in inactivity while the masses come before him in adoration. This is not godhood as some on earth obviously think it would, or should, be. Godhood is enthronement, yes, but a God of action who enters the being of each one of his creation, fills them with life and majesty and grandeur, and works diligently beside each and everyone and serves humbly as thy servant. God wishes man that he created, to rule over his celestial worlds. He wishes each man to take charge of his worlds, for this has he created them. Recognize that each one of your fellow men that passes you during the routine of the day, recognize that he too bears that potential godness. He will either be in service of the good or in service to the evil, intent with full intent blowing in the wind, yet waiting to choose to which God he will give his homage. Know now, that which will turn ones from you who cannot believe in such, but someday that each one will come into his own inheritance and will command a planet, and then a system and then a galaxy. We are all either on that path or have achieved it and have returned to assist our younger brothers through their pathway. The clarion call is, come home, Earth. It is time for Earth to come home into her radiance for which she has labored long and hard. Do not allow yourselves to become too weary from the routine of the day. Always keep the goal before you, for your work is most imperative, lest your fellow man not have opportunity to come into knowledge from which he can make wise choices. It is the time of choices, for the hourglass is truly emptied, and it is in the turning over to begin anew the next segment. Know that this wondrous play is in perfection of directorship. Michael stands beside me and wishes to have brief input before we retire the segment of writing. Please receive of his presence. Michael speaks. Michael, to thank you, beloved ones, I come to place my seal and benediction upon these words of truth, for ones will come forth, Dharma, that you will recognize but seldom entertain. At the keyboard we keep you in light, Kila. You ones must always hold within your conscious minds that you are never alone, that it would be impossible for you to be alone. You are attached, for eternity, to the brotherhood of service. The golden ones surround the earth evermore as we all enter into the great transition. We are plunging deeper into that which shall be seeming destruction, and yet it is the necessary labor to allow for the birthing. It is just as each segment of existence is in preparation of the next and more important one, so it is as we move on together into this wondrous experience which is the ultimate of life itself. We, too, in all the higher realms are growing and sharing these experiences to the best of our abilities, and so it is. May we all be worthy of the gifts given unto us by those who have gone before and gave so dearly for having passed the physical way. In great love and peace I thank you and know that I am ever with you. I am Michael. I too shall take my leave, Dharma, for this segment. Michael shall return for his portion of this document. I probably shall not, but I will not be gone from your vortex, for we join to give forth that energy and clarity which you constantly petition. Your receiving is clear and we give honor to you for your service. I further take this opportunity of presence to honor each of you who give of yourselves in service and overwork unto this mission. I bend in humble gratitude in thy service. I am Sanat Kumara. Chapter 5. Rec number 3, Archangel Michael. Tuesday, September 26, 1989, 3:30 p.m., Year 3, Day 041. Avaramashi greetings, beloved ones, Michael in thy presence. Oh, if you could but know the glory that exceeds creation's light as the heavens rejoice at this time of wondrous ascension. As the brothers of thy cosmic fleets fill the spaces about thy earth, we know that this is the time when man, looking up at starlit night, shall begin to see and understand, and the great knowing shall enter into his heart. We are there, friends, we are all here awaiting the commencement. The evil ones cower, for they know it is all but finished, but they shall go most formidably, but they, 2. Must serve in the time of cleansing and sorting, for ones must be caused to choose. Amen and amen. The day of the great telling. The day of the great telling that has been prophesied now becomes imminent, when your affairs shall become more chaotic. You must now avail yourselves of your full armor, for the time of lighted protection is at hand. Do not fear the brilliance of the armor, for it shall also serve as passport into the higher places, your shield. Man must also know you, that he might have a place to seek his shelter. The 24 elders are awaiting you, and the Father speaks of you as his beloved sons, in whom he is rejoicing for service well done. Ave Eloi. You are now approaching a time when it is of vast importance that you speak out, so that many souls might be lifted in their final stage of development. Shortly, all secrets shall be revealed in the light of the new day, when nothing can stand that is hidden, nothing that is dark shall not be exposed to the light. It must be done in such a way that man, who has become cynical and superstitious, shall be guided within rather than turned away. Some of the secret myths will wither and fall to decay, others shall spring forth in response to the new energy, but all shall be set to truth. Man has attained the summit of his creation upon earth. It has served its age-long purpose, and now he stands atop a mountain. Man on earth does not even recognize his circumstance nor his gifts. Listen most carefully during these most stressful times, that you discern the black dragon bellows from the light and voice of the angels. The dragon is as your mockingbird, who mimics the calls of truth to bring upon you destruction. There shall come a great and blinding light, and a crash of the thunders through the heavens. Then man shall be naked before his Creator, and man will know, for all of history has only been lived and written that man may then know. Man has scaled the heights and depth of his experience on earth to attain this position of knowledge and wisdom. Out of the rumblings and dust of the past he will hear his own voice, which will command him. Some day soon, after the great telling, a multitude shall witness and hear the voice that speaks to them, the voice that swells as 1,000 voices, yet only one, that says, "Come home, earth, come home." Covenant of the Bow. From this sphere of life is now emanating a golden mist that shall enclose your world, even as from this sphere for countless millions of years your world has been enclosed in the golden radiance that has brought it heat and light, which is symbolic of the Father's divine love and divine wisdom. That heat and light is to warm man's physical being and to give him the flame of spiritual life. For it is the affinity between this sphere and yours that makes for life and makes it possible for you to search for truth. Now from this sphere the ones with the golden helmets of the commands of light, your cosmic and galactic relations, have gathered as the gathering of the eagles. This gathering is in response to the covenant of our infinite Father, the covenant of the bow in the sky. There shall shortly come into thy attention a bow stretched across thy heavens, such as earth man has never seen before in all his memory, for the translation of a planet comes but once, from third to fourth perception but once. There are other progressions, but each is only once. The bow across the sky shall be magnificent in color and will emanate musical sounds that shall come to the ear of all men, and they shall know a calling, they shall know a love, they shall know a duty, and they must be prepared unto that day. Jealous of the words of truth, man must be prepared by these words brought forth for such purpose. From this bow of beauty, this bow of duty that calls to its own, it shall first appear as a great violet radiance over the entire world. Thy brothers in the heavens also await this moment of commencement. In ages past, these ones have only appeared to earth in a very few cases on very special errands for the infinite Creator. They, we, of the golden helmets will be known to you as the archangels by title. We are the mentors of the angelic messengers from these realms. Some special ones are already serving among you in various specific duty. Be gentle, for they differ, and some are pulled from their pathway, for they function most poorly in thy density, and to them, all ones are blessed and seem to bear no evil. Ones are sent along as guardians, but sometimes those ones, too, are fooled by the clever ways of the dark brothers. Ah, you thought it would be your space cadets of which I speak? No, for this document will be regarding the Kohans of the etheric rays and the angelic brotherhood who stand to serve of thee. We now come forth, dear ones, for the final gathering of the golden chariots, when they shall gather to subdue the last remains of the darkness upon this earth mother, for over the entire world a golden glow shall manifest itself, and when it lifts, those who remain will know truly that they are their brother's keeper. This message will come to the selected scribes, that each one's traditional legends will finally blend in perfect harmony, and all song will be as one voice and one language, unspoken but wholly understood. This is our mission, for it will not be long when this sphere itself is no longer of use. This is always the work of those who live in the very center of their solar system, and under the golden corona of light. Man has always looked to this great orb for his very life, and rightly so that he should so do. The chord shall be struck. There is a new chord, actually old, but you have forgotten, that is most real. But it shall cause man to be enthused that he would even seek to themselves to apply feather and wax to develop wings with which they might fly up to that great music. Ah, and 'tis a tender tale of the youth who would fly to his freedom with waxen wings. Yet he flew too close and without discernment, and his waxen wings melted. He had thought that to reach the golden sun he might learn all the mysteries of mysteries, for you see, those of your ancient ancestors understood the importance of that wondrous source of light. They did not believe the orb was but heat and flames, they understood it to be the center and life of the system. Ah, but now that body is in great age, as celestial bodies do age in the sequence of universal movement, that ones might change their stations and progress and move ever onward in the journey back into Creator. Just as we know no time nor space, we are, however, connected inseparably from you of manifested format, and thus we must count time as do you. This old sun has now existed for over 1500 billions of years. It will exist its allotted time, and then it will explode as a star explodes, but again, the end is only the beginning, for it has served us well and we all march onward. Humanity and we within the system will march on to other portions of the Father's realms, for they are infinite. Thought. This orb, however, shall not end until the millennium is well past, when once again the forces of darkness are released. Then shall the end come and the system disintegrate in thought. For it all is only thought. All celestial bodies, whether star or world, are only the forms in which our Father Creator forms his words. They are his words that were spoken in the beginning, that there should be light and there should be substance. They are but his words, and some shall disintegrate in thought that which was only thought in the beginning. Some day, in thy contemplatable future, you shall look upon a great purple plain ahead, a golden light that draws you to it by its heat and warmth. Imagine what awaits those of earth who have proved themselves to be his children, for the soul is endless, dear friends. They shall not want for truth. For lo, these many centuries our Father has heard the words of the sincere call from earth. The petition is now to gain response in its glorious fullness. It shall be on earth as it is in heaven. Man shall no longer want for anything. He shall shortly take his place within the God places as a son of God, for thy inheritance has been held in truth for your acceptance. Yea, will behold that which is beyond thy imaginings in thy present state. Even as you go about your mundane activities of the day, search those deep places of your heart place. Realize that this is the time we have been awaiting. The great Master Teacher will close of the circle and again come forth upon this place of earth. We all await with great joy for you to come into your knowledge as the truth goes forth upon the lands. The creation called Everness. Above all the creation is the omniverse, the whole of the creation is above all. There is the perfect one, the infinite Father, the all-creator, and beyond is the creation, his manifested self. What is behind the plan now unfolding upon the earth? There is a greater plan beyond, even beyond the migration from the solar system, as we gave you before, and the answer to that is that we are being called from out of the depths of night and space to serve those who cry out unto us. What is the purpose of the schoolroom of earth? What means all the tears, sorrow, death, misery, and anguish? You must develop and learn, yes, but what of the greater plan? Would it only be that the world would become a dust of ashes from an atomic holocaust? Nay. The lesson to be learned is that spirit, soul, may come to know itself, that man might be freed from the blight of the great lie of evil and grow into his wholeness. The earth is a school for wondrous fragments of the Father. It is so written that the harvest is great but the laborers few. Well, in relative comparison the harvest is great according to the laborers, but from the total of earth's population, the harvest is small indeed. It has taken years, millions and millions of years since man has been upon earth to bring about this one small concentrated drop of life to evolve in the crucible of time. Earth is special. Here is where Dharma will cringe, for what I will say represents blasphemy to the multitudes who have been victims of the great lie. The earth is a classroom for Godhood to raise the God fragments in stature to again be one with that source. The earth is the finely tuned instrument for the lessons, not Mars, nor Venus, nor Jupiter, nor magnificent Saturn, nor spiritual Neptune, Pluto, nor Mercury, not even the wondrous sun or its many bodies. The lotus rises from the slime of earth. And now, brothers, there is a single bloom, so to speak, opening from the muck, and shortly he will reach forth and pluck it to take it home again. We have all come forth to bring you home. Transmutation preparation. Therefore, you and your fellow men are being conditioned for a great transmutation, all who will come into the light. Then we can march on to other worlds and universes that cry out for help. You who think you cease your work by graduation ceremonies must think again, your work will only have begun. You are now being prepared for other atmospheres and other dimensional formats. Some are now making those transitions regularly. You will now be entering the dimension of total understanding. Accept that which the Father has for you. You will be leaving behind the density of travails of the old third dimension. The physical, as it is developed, is only to serve for a brief time, but within is the greatest period of learning. It appears that ye are but tiny sparks, but you are most wondrous. For, as a tiny candle flame, we shall burst forth into an area that has never before known light such as this, and we shall bring light, even as the workers brought to ancient Egypt, the light, the one light of Aten, through Akhenaten, yes, Kela, ye shall again prevail. The people had never seen it before. Some it blinded, for it was too bright. They did not, just as today, understand because of its blinding light. It was a thing to be feared and shunned, and many fell again into the comfort of the hiding places of darkness. Man claims to fear the darkness. No, this is not true. Man is afraid of light. Light brings forth all his self-inflicted wounds for viewing, and he prefers to hide that he might not be noticed for his deeds. No, it takes courage to go forth into the light. Just as you look upon thy physical self and would make of the changes, how do you know you are not the perfection of God? Yet choose to set thy standards by fools in physical cloth. So be it. Ye ones of this group have walked long and hard through the march of time together. We shall again endure, oh yes, we shall. Go, Dharma, and take rest, for it has been a long day of work and stress. I shield you with the blue light of peace, that you once shall come into the calm sea and renew, for the path is yet long and drearisome. Abe. Oda come gods. Peace be thy cloak within his wings of golden down. Rest thy head upon that breast, that you know thy source. So be it, Aho. I am Michael. Chapter 6. Rec number 1, Germain. Wednesday, September 27, 1989, 7 a.m., Year 3, Day 042. Germain, here in the presence of the mighty I am, blessings and light in the glory of a new day given for our work. As Kohen of the seventh ray, I bring introduction forth to those of you who do not know the assisters of the 7 rays of life. We come forth in response to the highest cause, to him who responds to your petitions. This document introduces the Kohans of the 7 rays that you might recognize of our input and total dedication to our Creator Source and unto the creation. The plight of the United States. I will discuss the plight of the United States, for this is a most crucial placement and participant in the transmutation of this orb into her higher station. I do not wish to convey overtones of religious doctrine of any selected church. Even mine own followers have broken my teachings and have set forth the operation of mine body to be bigoted and dictatorial, whereby some are much more equal than are others. These petty separations must be laid aside that the civilization might pass on in consciousness. I come forth to speak to you from my deepest heart cell. Please attend my word and the coming forth as speaker at this time in the name of Godness. Evil has swept like a shroud upon your lands and your very minds. I am ever optimistic that you ones will hear and act if you are but given the input whereby you can know what to do and how to do it. Peril stalks while the nations sleep. Evil intent has filled thy very governments and households. I request please that you ones obtain the documents of truth from Commanders Hayton and Ashta that have come prior to this document. I trust information will be placed within the final pages that all can come into the instruction. The hand has written, dear compatriots, upon the walls and skies and in the minds, and it is the hearts of man which I read. This is no mystery, yet I must unveil it as such lest some have not come to realization. Ones present their interpretations of the revelations and the riddles of the final play. Then they will call forth the pronouncement that this is what was meant - nay, that is mostly interpretation of the one writing the document. Why do you struggle and struggle to unweave the puzzle with words when the message is scrawled across the world in thy plain view? If the probabilities which exist are not in the changing, you ones are faced with obvious actions. If you prepare for the obvious, then you will be prepared to handle the unseen and unknown, for you will have covered yourselves. The right hand must know of that which the left is doing. If you watch what the world is doing, you can draw from that action into the conclusion of what you in this sector must do in case. This is the word as the Father promised. You have awaited this word which you are now being given in succinct and instructful manner, as the Father has promised that the word would go forth unto the 4 corners of the planet and unto all the peoples thereof. Let him who has eyes to see, and ears to hear, let him hear. Let none, then, hold of it back from any. The word will go forth from various places and be mingled in truth, so that all of the ones proclaiming their place with Godness will hear and choose. Let none, then, hold it back from another. It must be strongest in this place, for ye are the ones who have been structured from onset as a nation under God. You ones have a divine right to NQRZ and in the knowing, to dare, to do, to be silent in the heart of God, and to know when and what message to shout from the housetops. Total economic debacle is foreseen. Prepare. Setbacks will be sudden and immediate. Be not lulled by the apparent heyday. It is only being retained for the final maneuvering of the ones in control, therefore, you must use this time to very best advantage. Many props and bandages have been applied upon the economy, the money system and the banking houses. These will not prevent the collapse of nations and banking houses built on sand of human greed, ambition, and manipulation of the lifeblood of the people of God. One, stand aside and mumble, God will take care of me. Not if you do not take care of self. Get your focus on how it really is, so that you can work in clarity. Beloved ones, the prophecies shall be fulfilled as God has decreed them. No matter what any selected man may rise and tell you in his seemingly knowing manner. It will be as it is written. What you do about it is your choice, your free will choice, but my advice would be to be diligent in your study, for if you are, reason from thy God-given mind will prevail. When all is built upon a foundation of sand, all must come down in order for the new to come forth in properness. You must first desire to survive this time come upon you. You can nicely do so if you act. Know that it is not only possible to survive the coming times, but totally probable if you take truth unto you and move into action. Remember, I may bring these words unto you, but I am not the origin of the great prophecies. I am but one more clarion to give you truth of that which is. If you act appropriately in self-defense, most likely some of the worst will not befall you as a nation of peoples. The demons will not strike ones who are ready for assault and stand totally prepared and secure. Go, then. Set your priorities. For where there is economic debacle, there, as history records over and over again, are the conditions that are of war. Be not asleep. Be prepared for the very worst, and then ye shall be prepared for the coming upheavals of the planet also. Get prepared for a first strike assault. Ye must be prepared immediately for a first strike assault upon you as a nation. You are being lulled back into your sleep by the public display of persuasive politicians. If you read naught else, I urge you to obtain and study well. Survival is only 10 feet from hell. The communist community is the antichrist/anti-God forces of your planet, loudly proclaimed, and they have told you exactly what they intend to do: bury you. You have supplied them with the money, the products, the foods, the very stuff of survival of their peoples, and given unto them your strength, while you have done naught but play at games and self-indulgence, and left yourselves weak and bare. While you have not noticed, your very nation has been sold to the enemy, nay, given unto the enemy. Your Middle Eastern countries will erupt and then will be underway for all the remainder to fall into place. You will be bound by no protection, sitting ducks for incineration. You will have traded your very souls and lives unto your enemy for a show of but a very little while of peace. You are in grave circumstance, and how do we get you to see and hear? You call our receivers and messengers false and persecute them. You ridicule and curse them as if they have done it unto you. You are foolish in thy blindness. The proof is all about you on every news program, be it sugared and phony. You have no real concept of what is present and what is perpetrated upon you. Beloved, you have every reason to believe, to be concerned, and to be prepared for a first strike from your enemy upon your United States of America, and you have not one hope of surviving of it. You have made no preparation, and yet your deadliest enemies have made every precaution. Communist China is the big one, and the Soviet United Republic. Both have extensive underground facilities for the entire of their populations. They intend to survive anything and will do so L00%. You had better get busy checking out the proof that is available unto you that this is total truth. You must, most urgently, while the games of peace and share are shrouding the truth, get your underground shelters secured, preserve of food and survival supplies, and get yourselves prepared to survive. All of you can if you only act now. No one will do it for you. You must unify and demand and receive from that government which has long since ceased to serve you. The leaders of your government have spacious shelters scattered all about your world. What about you? You have nothing. Your soldiers on your military bases, a first target, have nothing. Your population is set for annihilation. You can nicely survive, and there most certainly is a good life after atomic war. Death is the lie. You die only if you have no underground place to go. Simple truth. Check it out. Not with your politicians with your Oak Ridge facilities who have thousands of methods for sheltering the populace, and not allowed to use them. Further, if you are prepared, you probably can avert the happening. Preparedness is the one condition that can prevent the attack. If they cannot immediately kill the population, there is only horrible retaliation to consider. Get your books and do your homework. Preparedness is the key. Beloved ones, preparedness is the key. If you do not think and act in terms of survival, then surely, you will not survive. The enemy is prepared, you are not. Many are called to make sacrifices of one sort or another. Various groups of people upon earth have assignments to thwart the enemy's betrayal of the light of God upon which your nation was founded. Can you not understand, then, that though the troops be never used nor the armaments drawn, it is necessary in the hour of the judgment of the fallen angels and of the reapers who come to separate the tares from the wheat, that some understand that survival and preparation is not for the ultimate doomsday but for the prevention thereof. Though it may never be needed, it must be accomplished. A great deal is at stake. Our first priority is to release such light as to prevent the darkness of the remainder of the century. I do, however, tell you bluntly, the hour is long past when there is opportunity for the many to respond. When spirals of malintent begin to cycle into the physical, let the keepers of the light watch and unite. The time comes when the avalanche cannot be turned back. Seeds of unrest and betrayal, seeds of the profligate ones, seeds of those who are unilaterally tied to a pleasure cult of materialism, who sleep already and know it not, these shall not be turned back unto the light, for their hearts have been hardened and the minds drugged beyond hearing. Awaken to the truth. Some have awakened unto the light, and it has awakened, in turn, their own evil. And thus, they are already in their everlasting contempt of the Lord. Further, many stand in the highest places of your so-called churches and proclaim that we, who bring truth, are false prophets set about to delude man. Delude man from what? Is man doing so very well at present? Those false ones from the pulpits proclaim that you shall shun these messengers just as ones were called upon to shun the very master teacher himself. You had better open your eyes and listen and see, for you are about to perish of your own allowing and doing. We, of these higher realms, do not intercede in physical actions. 'Tis the soul of man that rouses ability to intervene. When God determines that the soul on its course of self-destruction shall indeed be destroyed for the neglect of cosmic law, then the intercessors are removed and the sorting is at hand. Think carefully on what I say and simply observe life. One is taken and another is left. Some pass from the screen of life, for they have outplayed their portion. God desires to see the soul of a people survive, and dear ones, for this one purpose, he has said, a whole civilization may well be expendable. Souls are being lost in this nation, more so than any other nation, because of the destruction of the body and the deterioration of the soul in hell through the subculture of drugs, allowing souls, then, to be deluded and to make pacts with fallen angels and give to them all of their light until naught is remaining. And it will worsen and worsen, for it is the only ammunition given unto the dark brothers with which to destroy. Beloved ones, how can you understand one accident in Chernobyl and pollution of your lakes and rivers and your seas, that has not been told and has reached even unto your own bodies? How many accidents have the archangels of God prevented, do you suppose? How many have they spared you because you have kept the light even in your sleepiness, to give you time to awaken and find your way out of the darkness which has engulfed you? Without preparation, war is likely. Yes, it is planned and it is a great possibility, and it becomes expedient for the East to wage war upon the West for economic reasons, for reasons of better survival for thine enemies, and for reasons of evil. But evil will eventually consume of itself. If you are in preparation, you will be around to rebuild and again blossom as a people. I do not urge war on anyone, I urge protection and survival availability, no more and certainly no less. If a remnant is to hold the balance and be, as it were, the sacrifice of a nation, then let the remnant know who they are and what is their mission and reason for being. The mitigating factor in economic debacle, in nuclear war, in plague untold and death is the nucleus of truth and godness. But you must know above all, that your physical bodies are precious and the target, then, of the enemy. Thus, it will be thy physical beings which will be the target, and you have no shelter from that storm of death which will rain upon you from the skies. Friends, survival is only 10 feet from that hell. A mere 10 feet of earth will save you, and $300 per person will save you all. The time is at hand that for which you have all come forth to experience, and the tapestry pieces are all laid out for the finishing of the weaving. You have a tripod of war, economic debacle, and cataclysm. Any one of these could erupt at any moment now, upon this very place. It is already in full action in a greater portion of your world and is falling about you daily. You hang by only a thread, dear ones, only a very weak and frayed thread. You ones must come into a revolution back into spiritual truth and graduation. The Master Teacher and the Archangel Uriel stand ready in this hour to tender thy souls. Help is at hand. Your assistants are at ready, from the ascended masters, the archangelic realms, and from thy brethren in the cosmos who come of light at service unto the Father Creator, and unto you in service for your transportation and nurturing, yet you turn them away and once denounce them. Ye are told they come of the evil, nay, not at the transition of a world, my friends. Further, those who tell you these lies shall be renounced and denounced for their evil which they cast forth upon you as an unsuspecting people. Sometimes the seventh ray is known for what is called ceremony, and you once pick up the word and place it in definition of ritual or properness. Nay, it means commemoration and adherence unto the laws of truth, a celebration of new beginning in a time of great radiance. There are no splendid rituals and vestments for this humble servant. I come clothed in the radiance of the violet ray to assist in the transmutation and transition of this beloved peoples and your mother source into your rightful inheritance, to bring the Father's children home to your rightful placement within the prepared places in the creation. Do not set up thy cults in my name, for man has betrayed his trust and makes cults and temples unto himself. They have naught to do with God truth, and most bring shame unto our ethereal beings that we did not teach well and left you in misunderstanding. You need no special robes of any color, or no color. You need sit no special way, you need eat no special thing. You are of two portions, body and soul, and in the ending it is only your soul and God, my friends. What you bear upon thy back will be not just you and Creator, of whom you are clothed with himself, for he is within you and you are the temple. The creation is the temple, not your shabby buildings wrought by man's handiwork, the creation which man cannot even touch. So be it. This portion shall go afore the introduction of the brothers of the seven rays. For you who find it boring, I pity you, for you must know and recognize those who come to assist you, that you recognize the energy form, so that you are not tricked by those who come forth in falseness. This is sufficient, Dharma. Do not concern greatly over the writings of introduction of the Kohans, for it is already set to print, and the messages were brought forth informally and in personal measure for your introduction as much as for any other. Let it go, as there is such quantity of information to go forth that it is better to go in imperfection than to be kept for literary perfection and the message come forth too late. Do not concern greatly over headings. Man must take responsibility for his own. You can prepare his food and grind his food and even pour of it into his throat, but he will either swallow of it or he will choke upon it. So be it. I take my leave in the light of the violet flame and in the presence of the mighty I am all. Let us see if man will hear the trumpet before the benediction. Just as you are I am. Please hear the Father's call, for the time passes so quickly and the hourglass is empty. The time of decision and action are all but past. I plead with you to hear and see and then to act. Faith without works is nothing, works without grace is nothing. Come into thy balance, get up onto thy God-given feet and demand thy lives be protected and regain control of thy souls. Take control of thy beings, for ye are man. Ye are man, created by that one Creator in the image thereof. Ye are his very reflection. Take thy rightful placement within the creation, for you are at present the lost people of the comma. I am that I am. I am Germain, and upon this document I place my seal of truth, that man might come into his understanding and responsibility, for he has forgotten his way. Salut. Section I. Introduction to the Magnificent Seven. Chapter 7. Rec number 1, El Moria. Friday, April 7, 1989, 6 a.m., Year 2, Day 234. The First Ray. El Moria, the Statesman. Let us dwell in the light, that the darkness shall be diminished in this wondrous place. I am El Moria, known as Elder of the First Ray. Teacher, Kohan, to work with ye ones in bringing forth impersonality in wisdom and understanding of thy calling. Time for reuniting. It is difficult for ye ones of the great Kohan to single upon one ray for thy input. Do not tarry about it. Each of us will touch with you, that ye might become comfortable with the energy forms. Yours will be to work with each and all of us, Dharma. Think of me as the color of the forget-me-not, close with Michael. A calming of the soul, restlessness, urging truth, and wisdom in allowing of thy brother to be as he will be. I can only bring these things unto thy attention and allow of thee to be as thee will be. The time sequence has cycled again to the time of pulling ones again into the inner circle. A time of participation for those who have drifted away because of life's need. The Father knows of thy needs and blesses thee ones who take up thy responsibilities and await thy calls. As ye ones are beginning to pull each and then all of the higher energies within, we are moving more and more rapidly in the lineup at the starting gate. Ye ones do not use of your great gift of wisdom in seeing what is. Ye continually ponder the what ifs. It didn't, tell me why this little personal thing occurred, you allowed me to believe and it didn't. I can't, I shouldn't, and worse, I thought dash. If ye dwell upon the negative ye will receive. It is the wisdom and truth of manifestation, the universal law of manifestation. Ye look always at a thing or happening with wisdom but not in negativity. There is a great difference. See a circumstance for what it appears to be, quit of thy negative input from all facets, move within the positive possibilities. Example of change. Let us discuss Rick's auto problems of yesterday as a grand for instance. The facts are the water level was low for whatever reason. A preventable occurrence, one never should drive with low radiator water. Now why might Rick have driven on with low radiator water? The facts are, carelessness. Do not make of a thing to be mystical when it is not. Do not, however, cast it aside as useless foolishness. Check into the reason ye were careless. Go within and ye will know. It is no business of anyone as to the why dash other than Rick. Let us now consider some very excellent points to positively ponder. Rick's disadvantage called into play several things. Al's participation, John's participation, and brotherhood dash helping each other in camaraderie. Both John and Al have great experience upon the planet from which to draw wisdom. Rick needs spend more time in their counsel but tends to remain in habit patterns. They, likewise, will not project upon another their presence. 'Tis a cycle, just a cycle of habits dash do not make more of it than it is. There is not always great, grand messages in the things that happen, mostly it means nothing in particular. Ye will know when a thing is of greatness. Except that thy inner wisdom projects that which ye need and precipitates it through thyself. Not mystical, magic, nor particularly of great cause. It is the mind going about ensuring the receiving of what thee has requested of the Father in perfect order. Perfection comes in most strange ways, Chalice do not labor at it, if thee has turned it over to the higher workers, accept with knowledge and allow it to release. If the soul urges meditation upon a point, meditate upon it, for it does mean of something. Do not waste of thy precious moments in pondering that which has no magnificent projection. Accept, adapt, and move ever onward lest ye fall into the trap of never leaving thy meditations. Until thee can manifest as the higher energies in thought alone, thee better keep working more and meditating upon thy works. Do not always effort so much at good or bad. However, turn thee away from evil. Not because evil is real but shun it because it is unreal and not a part of God. Calling working troops. Listen thee to the bell in its calling forth, do know if for thee it tolls. The Master says, it is a call to the humble the world around, to the servants of the will of God, and to the avant-garde who would carry civilization forward into a new age, a new time. I, Moria, call ones who would be chalice and followers of the sacred fire, who would become students and adepts, followers who would become comrades of the Christos, exponents of the word of the living truth, those who would be in imitation of the example of the Christos is Jesus, and finally, the head, the heart and the hands of our cosmic retinue. Ah yes, the path that offers much, requires of thee much. But ye ones upon your place have also a saying, you get what you pay for. Yes, the price is rather high, but then, dear ones, ye are purchasing the ultimate reality. Perhaps beyond price. To reach such a plane of reality ye must gather within the soul the trust of power, wisdom, and love, above all, love. To reach beyond the plane of consciousness thee must have thrust. Ye must draw from the wellspring of God, the living flame, that which the living God has anchored within thy very soul and heart, and draw forth the thrust of faith, hope, and charity. You must take of the first step, I come forth as guide and teacher. All ones who hear the words of the Masters are not of our chalice, therefore, we must clear those ones who would only disrupt from the path that we might move forward. Our cause is most noble. Thy planet is in most critical circumstance. What use are thy valuable acquisitions and hovels if thee had no planet upon which to place it? Why have of great beauteous things if thee has no brother to share it? These are the points of worth to ponder and upon which to meditate. Request of assistance from us of the finer frequencies that we might come in to give assistance. Further, please may my own accepted chalice hear of me. Listen with thy heart and wisdom of thought that which ye are about and why thee are about it. Are ye proper in perception? Are thee moving in the path? Are ye rested and contented within thy heart? Are ye gifted in peace? If thee say no to any of these, look again that thee are not strayed. So be it, little chalice, for thy days upon this blessed place are short and the work great. I, El Moria, Kohan of the first ray, do place my seal upon these words that ye may know that which ye are in truth and wisdom of thought and action. I am that ye might also be. Dharma, thank ye child for thy hands. Count not thy works as good deed or bad deed lest ye get centered upon good or bad. As ye clear of thy space that we might come into thy presence, know that there is no good or bad. There is only purity of godness and absence of evilness. Blessed be thy gifts as ye come into maturity of service. May I always come in such comfort unto thee, for we have worked long as singleness of circuitry and thy receiving is clear and open. Blessings unto thee and thy brethren in this place. We will meet often in what thee calls thy future. In service to the one light and in honor and respect to my great teacher, Maha, I take leave in the strength and power of the triune of the Father, the Son, and most sacred Holy Spirit. May ye come into total fullness of hope, love, and charity, the greatest being love. So be it, for the purpose will come to pass in perception of the plan. Adonai in truth. I am Moria. Haton, Dharma. Thank you, child, for acceptance of thy task. I bless thee and give thee whatever balance ye need. Ye will come to know the truth of these most beloved and gracious masters as they come to commune. Be at peace as comfort comes rapidly. This is a place of greatness, ye ones are of greatness. Honor that truth that we might move onward in our most critical works. The fragments are moving into the circle of ability to begin the process of focus and finally into finite laser sharpness. We shall cut, labor and mold until perfection becomes our manifestation upon this blessed creation of Creator. So be it, for it shall be. Salu asterisk salu asterisk salu in service and on standby that we might meet later this day if suitable. I am. Chapter 8. Rec number 1 Lanto. Saturday, April 8, 1989, 7 a.m., Year 2, Day 235. The second ray. Lanto, the sage. Doubt. Thee should be in the doubting until ye feel of the presence. I am thy elder brother and teacher, I am Lanto, of the second ray of refraction. It is simply a term of identification, my child. I am accepted and blessed with thy presence and acceptance of my humble self. May wisdom and knowledge always be thy way. Thy mind is of brilliance and ye shall never allow it to be used carelessly or fabricate for thy own purposes as have too many of our beloved speakers and earth teachers. We must, however, just as ye once, have some mode of identification that ye might know of us as separated from another vibration energy pattern. Though you may need of naught more than my presence, child, thy brethren need of signs and proof of definition. It is no more or no less than simple labeling that we might respond as ye would to Dharma. Definitions. Man is the one who chooses to place us on pedestals above his reach. We only differ in existence of form and enlightenment. Yet, we are labeled as to responsibility and function. Lord, remember, means teacher, kilo means student, and, as we move forward, there will be many, many other labels which will be brought to your attention in simplistic manner. Man has taken these terms, which have only meaning in your English language at any level, translated them to please self and status, and proclaimed them to represent levels of royalty of earth measure. They are simple terms for us, of the humble realms, and always remember this: the more stately the term in your translation, the more humble the energy form who bears it, in these realms. For us to say, for instance, the master was sat upon a golden throne, ye have no translation for that term. Since we are only of vibration and color form, it does not mean a gold hard seed. It means a great central sun-colored vibrational focus. So be it, we shall bring many terms unto a level of understanding which will allow you once to mesh and function with us, not in awe of our presence. The terms are truth, the manner of receiving most often outrageous. Do not spend of thy time in inner discomfort because ye know the difference. Once do that which they are capable of doing, and always remember, the brothers of the darkness begin immediately to damage the purity of the receiving elements and the message. It is only the way it is. There is no such thing as ego in these realms, and that is the one point man cannot seem to separate from his own relationship, therefore, he can only attach to what he already knows or has experienced. Earth knowledge lacking. I have chosen the softness of the yellow refraction as my most comfortable vibration and am most easily identified from my past, as you perceive it to be, experiences. My existence in mortal form brought me to your places that you now geographically identify as the Orient. I was given the great gift of insight and wisdom from our Creator Source to experience upon this planet in the form of many most humble wise ones. My most revered service was to the one who came first as the Christos, the Buddha, brother and one with the Master is Jesus. Ye bring up thy differences in religions when ye actually know of nothing about it. Ye once take a book written by anyone, absorb it, and tout thy knowledge abroad. Ye know nothing about it. Ye once form thy opinions and beliefs by hand-me-down thoughts of others. Often, by the printed format of the authorities who got his information from the loudest speaker on a stage of performance. In thy ignorance, ye have brought rebellion and furthered ignorance upon thy children. They lock themselves onto self-destruct within the culture of drugs and poison music, transfix themselves in the visions they give unto their minds in video and motion pictures, and then, ye wonder at what has become of your planet. Well, Chalice, since the garden, it has been headed to this point in cycle on this darkened place. So be it ye would moan and groan and place blame. For what? That ye can blame another and do nothing? It is as it is, and it has become such from the imitation of the parents and teachers who have come before. Force not of God. Religion, as practiced upon thy place, is the most deadly of all. Shouting, out of control, weeping, emotional, egotistical, greedy and power-hungry energies attack at every turn. The very fiber of the foundation upon which first the truth was founded is destroyed behind the shadows of the facade. Even unto the gifts returned to God. There comes no force from God, child, and if there is force in order to cause tithing, participation in a given place or thing, or excommunication because of a given thing, it is brought forth by one's wielding power in order to control a brethren energy. It is not God. God gave unto thee blessed life forms, free will choice. He does not then turn about and force thee to do anything. He is most wondrously joy-filled when thee chooses of the God way, and thy gifts are replenished in unbounded measure. Yes, thy world is in great disrepair. Thy children in the wee grades are bringing weapons of death into their kindergarten classes. What else can they know, as all they see upon thy vision screens is such? A man comes onto a playground in California and kills with machines. A child is going to get the nearest gun and picture himself protecting himself and his playmates, or perpetrating the same in order to have his picture on the moving image machines. Balance is gone from thy world. It will get worse and worse and worse. How can it be different until it has eaten of its own self as the serpent who devours itself? The areas of pain and devoid of light will grow and expand to encompass the very cities themselves. Light has to be rebirthed outside the ghettos of the darkened masses. So be it, for it will come to pass, and ye ones of light bearers will pick up the pieces, and we shall rebuild through the destruction, or it will be in perishment. Better way. Ye ones will see thy children of blooded connection fall. Ye will feel the pain as ye can do naught to stop it. However, to fight or battle in the true sense of the definition of war, will do of nothing but expand upon the problem. Ye must quietly, dutifully, and with humility offer of a better way. Ye must change the images, offer fulfillment within for the participating personages. Nay, ye cannot do it all for the changing of all mankind, for it is not meant to be. The world is in transition. Ye will work toward the goal of bringing light again to all the population. However, know that it is a time of sorting and millions upon millions of energies will be changing dimension. Ye have a world in transition, a planet, precious ones. She is being rebirthed to come into her own glory. Ye ones are the caretakers, the midwives. Ye will assist in restoring balance and harmony upon this place. Ye and the ones who will remain within the transition itself. Man thinks he is all, nay, he is but one form of creation, and earth who man has proven himself to be one of the lesser creations. He was birthed in radiance and his flame has all but perished. It has been a wondrous place of experience in existence of perceived illusion scenarios, but damage has been wrought to the very vibrational manifestation of destruction to destroy it in total. Persistence with assistance. Ah yes, it will all come boiling up and crashing down, for that is the way of it. Ye shall continue thy march onward, for that, too, is the way of it. We will assist, we give thee great outpouring of insight and wisdom, for that is mine to give unto thee. We link with thee ones, we merge with thee ones, that naught can stop thee. It will build of its own inertia and we shall prevail in these chosen places of the sun. The infinite cycle is closing and the energy of the sacred circle of infinity will again walk upon this blessed creation within thee. Ah yes, all will see, for the beacon of light will shine forth into the forever. Ye shall be given unto the wisdom, truth, love, strength, and knowledge to do of thy works. For as I am, so are thee of the unpierceable veil of the golden flame, in the care within the golden robes know of it, feel of it, for I am that I am and I am come. Ye ones are blessed of me, and I, Lord Lanto, of the totality, do place my seal upon these words that ye may know the truth of it. For unto you will come again, the great circle of infinity, the great spirit of forever, to dwell again upon this blessed place. How many will be in readiness? Walk forth in balance, in harmony, and in the light, for ye ones are about to embark upon the greatest journey in a universe. So be it, and as it is here spoken, so shall it come to pass. Amen. Tamper not with truth. Haton here, Dharma. Let us settle a bit, as the energy is very intense indeed. It will be most pleasant as we move along in harmony. Thank you for being accepting. I bring special blessings and appreciation to beloved Thedra, Tuata, and others of truth who have received without the changing of truth. There are many who have received and few who have been true to the task. So be it, for it is not easy. Ye ones will endure, and ye will continue to bless the ones who fell in shortness of the goal. They forgot their lessons of the light. The dark brothers are clever, constant, and deadly to the words of truth. So let it rest. Ye must stay with thy task, little sister, for thy homework is abundant. Do not allow of guests to take of thy time. We are short of time, and ye must be in preparation. Ye will take of thy breaks, however, and if need be, ye will go forth from this place to isolate and balance the energy patterns. You are atop a volcano of energy upheaval, dear one. At this time of receiving of the master teachers, thy earthly selves will more rapidly pass from thee, and ye must respond accordingly. So be it. I stand by now, in appreciation and pride as a father for his children who are in the performance of their lessons. In love of the infinite. I am Haton of Light. Salu, 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 and I salute you. Out. Chapter 9. Rec number 2. Paul the Venetian. Saturday, April 8, 1989, 4 p.m., Year 2, Day 235. Third Ray. Paul the Venetian, the artist. Ah, Dharma, precious being of light, thee need do nothing. Ye only need allow me entry unto thy space, for 'tis me to give the lesson. I am Paul of the third ray of refraction of the crystal light. I am often called by the label of Paul the Venetian. It is not of great matter, except that many Pauls will pass of thy path and labels become confusing. It is most difficult to separate us of the higher frequencies. We have a thrust, a talent given, if you will, toward focused purposes. As Morio represents most preciously the will of God, Lanto the wisdom of God, I, Paul, will focus on the element of love and spirit discernment. I come on the comfort vibration of what we call the pink frequency. My talents have long been in artistic perceptions and projections. I have been accused of heresy in some of my works upon your place, but so be it. Man wants his God to be in his own image, 'tis not the way it is. Please do not confuse my terminology of love with what thee defines as love. Myself and the brotherhood with whom I serve of the third ray are not idle dreamers of poetry and sounds of harmonious music. Ah, would it be that it could be so? We are quite pragmatic of the way of the Holy Spirit. It is through the beauty and purity of the third ray through which the wondrous qualities of diplomacy, patience, tact, arbitration, unity, brotherhood, culture, beauty, and the perfecting of the heart are made manifest. Through the blood, ruby red, of the universal Christ and the body, crystal white, of that wondrous Christos, this pink/rose flame is birthed. It is through this pulsation that externalizes the divine plan in the chalice of man's being through that body and blood of the universal Christos. As we move forward, there will be much ado about the threefold flame, the heart, head, and the hand, and the extolling of the qualities of the tripart flame of liberté, the emblem fleur de lis. This is the signet of every son and daughter of Sanat Kumara. Remember from thy teachings, creator/creation, exemplified by vibrations and intonations. Do not concern of it now, beloved one, as confusion is not my intent of this day. Communion and introduction are my intent. You will listen and heed the teachings of the Kohen Maha as he comes in his personal tutelage unto ye ones, for it is a blessed gift to be so chosen as his chalice. He has taught you well to clear of thy spaces, inner and outer, to discern the foul spirits of demons below and the wondrous spirits of the angelic spirits above, both of which may work through people according to their moods and vibrations, up or down. Desires architectural participation. I am most devoted to the perfecting of the souls and the development of the intuitive and creative faculties of the heart. I will most wish to be called into thy planning with thy architectural designs and beauteous buildings. I work most closely with my brothers of the first and second rays in bringing together the will of God and the wisdom of God into at one ment. We will work through the science of love as it applies to every challenge faced today, from terrorism, pornography, drug abuse, economic debacle to nuclear war. We will transmute through the violet flame emergence to face even the cataclysms to come forth, and even through the putting down of the divine female, including the feminine ray, in both sexes and little children. So be it. Requires spirit identification. I also tell you to try the spirits, whether they come of God, for many false prophets are come into the world. The Holy Spirit will teach thee how to exorcise those spirits which are not of God. Aten, as Brother Haton, has done well in his training of thee ones, but ones tend to forget with far quicker efficiency than the learning thereof. We will give thee much more assistance in the harnessing of these God forces. Ye must establish a strong heart tie to the beloved sacred heart of thy Creator/creation source, that ye are never caught sleeping. Ye will bind the evil spirits in the name I am that I am in the radiance of the sacred circle Christos. Utilize the strength given unto thee by thy superior commander-in-chief, Issa Jesus Ananda, standing bearer of the Wakantanka, through the blessed truths brought by White Buffalo Calf Woman unto the early tribes. These were brought forth in balance and harmony and gifted in abundance from source unto thee. All have talent gift. Ones upon thy place plead worthlessness, and that only a few have been given certain gifts of beauty and talent. Nay, not so locked within the being of every incarnate soul is a talent unique unto thee. It can manifest as a painting, music, invention, or the special gift of giving, i.e., thy Mother Teresa. Most of you have hidden it away, in thy insecurity, and have refused to bring it forth. Ye shall overcome. It matters not what level of perceived enlightenment ye may be, ye can grow, ye must grow. For when ye come right down to the truth of it, the fires of creativity held within the force field of man, any man, determine what he can accomplish in his earthly span of perceived time. Most dissipate their creativity in lust for money and things of worldly value, fill their thrust with worldly desires and fleshly pleasures and pursuits, and in acquisitiveness that is the disease of the human race. Ye will be assisted in exercising the mind in non-attachment and impersonalization, that ye may move from the traps of worldly bindings which destroy thee. So be it. I come to work with thee that ye might learn of thy own soul psychology, for ye are lost in confusion in the learning. Be patient in thy learning and communion with us as we move more closely into thy spaces. Ye still are in the thrusting of thy senses into a relationship with another that might somehow bring unto ye that other's attainment, happiness, etc. Ye call of it love and practice rituals which ye call love, nay, ye are novices and do not yet know the full meaning of the term love. The step not taken. Before I take leave, I would please speak of the step not taken. The step contemplated and often resisted, that is, until resistance itself becomes such an ingrained habit that ye are chained into immobility by thy own bindings. The next step then becomes self-acceptance. Ye find excuses such as, well, this is the way I am, and people will just have to accept me this way. This is my level of service. This is all I will give, and others can give the rest. Well, the fallacy in this is not self-knowledge and defining one's potential, for it is good to understand one's capacity and not to commit more than one can. But the fallacy is, beloved ones, the sense that one can rest on any plateau or arrive at a set of definitions for one's life or personality, seal them with a sealing of wax and lock without key, make the imprint of the seal of oneself and say, as it is, so it is. So be it. I have spoken. Trap of human ego. Listen carefully, Chalice, as this is the trap. It is the human ego that would hold you captive and imprison the soul to a certain level of the knowns where ye feel ye have security and stability. But, unknowingly, it would keep the soul there, and it would convince the soul that no other progress can, or should, be made, and that its current level of attainment is sufficient unto all things. Nay, nay, nay. Let us take utmost care that self-assessment does not result in the inertia of rest, and that such inertia is not confused with the state of nirvana. The higher states of consciousness are those of movement, action, even within the point and the heart of absolute rest. My service to life and unto you ones, is to show the way of love, especially to coalesce the teachings of the lords of the first and second ray. This will thrust ye farther then, into the heart of the crystal core, the fiery core, of Serapis Bey, the lion of the rays, and then going forth therefrom to bring into precipitation and merging of the sixth and seventh rays of transmutation. Love is the key element, without which ye are trapped. So be it, and I place my seal upon this portion that I would not tire of thee, Dharma. Ye are blessed, and we hold thee close that ye cannot fall. I take my leave in humble appreciation and leave a cloak of love about thee that ye might find peace in thy journey. Ye grow weary and thy nerves are worn from the energy surges. Keep separate from the confusion of groups or noise which clashed with thy senses, for thee are undergoing great changes, and ye must not withdraw, for we are only just begun, dear one. Ye do not need of company nor the running about to share of thy energy and space, neither do thee need be ill to escape, just say no. If ones are offended, 'tis of their problem, not thine. Adonai, precious Chalice, I look forward in great joy to sharing again with thee ones. I am Paul in love and eternal service unto the one light and unto thee. Aho. So be it, Dharma, so be it. Haton here to smooth the ruffles. We are growing rapidly. It is much to ask of thee to write so much in thy day, but dear one, If we tarry, we cannot cover the span which must be covered. Ye must become acquainted that we may move forward. The pace will quicken rapidly and steadily, and I must have thee in clarity. Please keep thyself released. We cannot take of a weekend, and ye will settle more quickly if ye keep separate from outer confusion. I will not command that ye do so, but I do ask that you honor my request. Thy brothers are very dependent upon thee, dear one, to do of thy job. So be it, and Sela. Salu, Salu, Salu. I am Haton of Light. Chapter 10. Rec number 1, Serapis Bay. Sunday, April 9, 1989, 7 a.m., Year 2, Day 236. The Fourth Ray. Serapis Bay, the architect. Dharma, greetings. I am Serapis Bay to call. Ye should feel much comfort and camaraderie with me. I am often referred to as the Commander Haton of the Seven Rays. I represent the disciplinarian, taskmaster, lion shout loudly and push around a big stick. Knowing Haton as ye do, I think you have already discounted the words as being quite tainted in exaggeration. It is that I, like him, believe one should get what one requests, hard work, truth, and a mighty kick to the rear areas that move thee along thy path. When I was a student, Kila, in decision about which ray I would serve and focus my efforts, what ray I would preserve in the office of preserver of life, I meditated and contemplated all, but came to the light of purity. I then focused, master of geometry, that I was the shortest distance between 2 points, point A and point B, is purity, therefore, purity I shall be. I shall take the direct path. I shall always give thee directness, bottom line, thee calls it. I shall effort at relieving thee of the mush of thy self-indulgence. If that be a Spartan trait, so be it. I was a Spartan upon thy plane. I was Leonidas, king of Sparta, meaning son of the lion. Well, so be it. I am often referred to as the lion, not so much from ferocious terror that I bring forth, but I suspect 'tis more that I growl a lot. At any rate, I chose, and choose yet, the direct path. Purity reflects the crystal-like direct fragment of father/mother source. Did I set myself above my brothers who chose the colored fragments? Oh no, just needed to jump in and get on with it, I suppose. I decided that if ascension is the intent, which it must surely be, then, I would go as directly to that point as possible, as rapidly as possible. Well, even old souls get their lessons, and I most surely got mine, but, so be it. I most surely know all about the ray of purity and ascension. Dharma is not Dharma. One, however, does not stand alone until the the one, that is not a misspelled word, Dharma. Why do I spell thy name Dharma? Because it is thy name. Ye are one of the bringers of life truth. Do ye wish to avoid thy truth by avoiding the truth? How long can thee hide and pretend ignorance? So be it. Let us get on. You will find the most utility ray will be Germain's violet. Intense and transmuting. It is impossible to explain these things since there is no difference in reality, but it helps thee to focus on a given service or duty. What do ye wish to accomplish? Then call in the most effective tool. To achieve thy goal, ye must utilize the white ray in blend and thrust of the violet ray. Oh, I wish for thy misinformed selves, that it could just be mystical and cloudy as ye perceive it to be. But, alas, 'tis not so. It is physics, light rays, vibrations, sound based on the law of universal physics. Therefore, thee must learn to use the tools, and with all human, it must always be the difficult way it seems. Ye must learn alchemy, and, beloved one, ye shall learn it from the masters at it. Me and Germain. So be it. Get your pen and paper. We would begin by taking a page upon which to write. Make 2 columns. First column, myself, what is real, the second column, myself, what is unreal. You will head the first column with the word God, the I am that I am, Christ, the only begotten Son. This is that which is real within you. You will head the second column with, the human will, the human intellect, the human pride. Next, list the virtues of the light, the virtues of the Christ and of God in the first column, which you know to be real and to be outpictured within thyself. Next, in the second, you list those faults, those sins which are not real. Then you will return to the first column and list those attributes that you desire to have as real, that you know exist, that you honor and adore, but which you have not yet mastered. These you must also claim as yourself, as reality, for unless and until you claim them, you cannot be them. Do you see? Thusly, you will clearly mark the truth and the falsehood of identity. I am sincerely meaning this, Cellus, do this in fact, don't just read Dharma's printing, take pen and paper and find thyself. This is the starting place. That which is in the first column must rise, that which is in the second must be transmuted before the energy thereof can rise. So be it. Unbending lion. When ye work with me, ye must know something. I do not allow of one to simply up and leave a crisis, a circumstance, or an individual that is not to his liking. He must stand, face and conquer his own carnal mind and misqualified energy by disciplining his consciousness in the art of non-reaction to the human creation of others, even as he learns how not to be dominated or influenced by his own human reaction. When ye master these things, then ye shall be given the alchemical secrets of the tree of life. When thee really grows weary of world of desire, have subdued the passions and polarizations, conceding only to be still and know that I am God. When this is done in perfection, then ye will get thy ascension papers and ascension bag, and we will charge of it to the gold master card. Thee will never make it through pride. Ye will make it only through humility, divine humility, different than proclaimed humility. There is an act of false pride which manifests false humility and causes individuals to appear humble, whereas, in reality, they reek with pride. This false humility is often manifest in subtle ways, and it is a mockery of the real. I urge upon all, then, that they seek the banner of divine humility. If the masters and the divine presence of man, through the mediatorship of the Christ, have ever recognized any of the errors of men that have hindered them from becoming that which they truly long to become, they have recognized their pride. True humility is worn eternally. It is not a garment you place upon you for a moment, for a day, or a year, or when passing a test. It is an undergarment with which God himself is clothed, and unless it's around thee, thy hopes of attainment are slim indeed. Once ye had ascended unto the higher realms, the promise of the Master is, ye are free finished dash. However, and, here comes the punchline for thee ones, the exception to the Master's promise would be if the individual, in order to fulfill his divine plan, is required to come again in embodiment at some future time so that he, you, can complete a specific mission agreed upon. So be it if the shoes fit, work, in them. Brothers, when you finally come to face the presence, and behold, in the mirror of eternal life you see God face to face, you will then say, Lo, I am made in his image. I am the image and the likeness of the Holy One. For in that fire, you see yourself as God is and not as you were yesterday in the human consciousness, or today, or tomorrow, but you see yourself in the foreverness of the invincibility of that cosmic flame of honor. Men will stay on the merry-go-round until these things are learned. He perceived he cannot get off, he fears he will fall off, nay brother jump off and into. If ye spend of thy time learning the lessons which will be brought unto thee, thee will have glory. Do not wait in the pondering as to whether or not Dharma has lost her marbles, lest she take of her marbles and come home and thus end this game. Ponder upon the lessons herein, not on whether or not of the sources. Yes, we are real and we come to assist and share, but turned away, we go away free will choice of thine own gift. So be it, little one, we have done good work this day. My ray of vibration will not leave thee so confused as it is the ray of thy brother Haton/Aten. I stand in humility in his service and in the service of the great and wondrous sacred circle of infinity, the Kohen of this humble Kila. I place my seal upon these words, I bind thee in my protection. I give unto thee added clarity and perception, that we may move quickly about our appointed task. In total love and truth, balance and harmony, I take leave. I am that I am Serapis Bey. Haton, Dharma, in light. I come only briefly to balance the energies a bit. Our brother, Serapis Bey, always leaves a whirlwind similar to Germain. Ye will be picking up thy bits and pieces while he has already returned to wherever he was going. There is strength to lean upon in this mighty presence. He will not play of games with thee when thee are serious in thy questions, but he will rather suggest most directly, that thee shape up and haul. Do not set these ones high above thyself, they are your learned teachers, masters at their work, reap thy rewards from their singular attention and love. Truth knows no bounds, for truth is. Ye will not be allowed to further hide from it, for once truth be known there is never again, the unknowing. Ye are fine, I would meet again before the day ends, please. Go forth from this place for a while and allow the energy fields to temper a bit. Get thy sage basket, food whatever, and let us convene again at a later hour. We need get through these introductions that we may get down to business. In love and care, Kila, I take leave. Salut, 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 Haton. Chapter 11. Rec number 3 Hylarion. Sunday, April 9, 1989, 1:45 p.m., Year 2, Day 236. Fifth Ray. Hylarion, the healer. Dharma, thank you for receiving my presence. I am Hylarion of the Fifth Ray, the Ray of Healing, the Ray of the Emeralda. I come as the Headmaster, if ye will, of the green flame of the Fifth Ray. I greet thee in love. My purpose is twofold at this meeting. I wish to bring personal touching to my most beloved John, who is in fact, a direct and directed, fragment of myself. That one whose greatest glory was in the beingness of Paul Saul of Tarsus. John experienced alongside myself, at that time in that place, having been chosen for the task long before my actual emergence from the womb into body. Some of us take the 2x4 across the head, John, to find our truth, but once confronted, no man shall endure against us. So be it. As the merging time has come, we shall all be meeting of ourselves. We have all experienced in many times, many places, but there is always the one that imprints all our existence above all others. I ascended as Saint Hylarion and therefore bear the label of same. It is my work with my master teacher, Isu, the Christ perfect circle without beginning or end, that touched my soul into the forever of infinity. We always ponder what and why we come away again. What could our purpose be? Is it karmic debt? Nay, in this instance, the debts are paid. The joy of reversing that which we precipitated is the glory of the commitment. It is a question of polarization. When men are polarized to the Antichrist position, if they be truly of God and of the Christos who is all and in all, though they deny of it and him, by his Holy Spirit will he repolarize them out of the deadness of their worlds and mere words unto the Alpha and Omega of the living word. Still, the tears pour forth from mine eyes as I recall the experiences of my time spent in the expression of the one Saul. So be it, for even lo, lifetimes may pass, thy stamp will always be to be cast aside and transmuted into the glory of Creator/creation. Only do we hold to the memory for the experience of truth and lessons never to be forgotten that we do not repeat of the errors. We must, however, know that all has its purpose. It is axiomatic, the presence of the Holy Spirit in the power of conversion side by side with persecutions is the greatest proof of our oneness with the Christos. The servant is not greater than his Lord. If they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. Now, comes our greatest contribution, to build the kingdom on a foundation of rock that no man can tear it asunder. Ours is of another mighty task, to heal of the wounds and the crippling circumstance wrought upon this holy place. It is the glory to work hand in hand with our beloved masters and our most revered sacred angelic energies in communion and harmony with the very Christos himself, herself, itself. Terms. Words, get in our way, so let me define a few for thee. Guru means God-man, the dispeller of darkness, the incarnation of the word, avatar, who is teacher, initiator par excellence. There is no higher office held on the initiatic scale by one in physical embodiment, though the degrees of attainment by the office holder may vary according to the quality of his heart and his endurance on the path. The Eastern term for the office held by Paul is Kila-or, servant of the God-man, devotee of the light of Christ in the one sent, the living master who wears the mantle of guru or teacher. Now, let us consider the word Christianity. Not so, my chalice incorrect. It is Christ ity, the way of the sons of God, using the power of the sacred name I am to affirm their God identity on earth as it is in heaven. Thus it is written in the Akasha. Thus too, it behooved Christ, then and now, to teach his own the mysteries concerning their incarnation of the word. Do thee see? By being the vessel of the Christos, offering the totality of my being unto my Lord, Guru, teacher, I became that Christ, that Lord, and that Guru. Even so, I and my Guru are one, and the answer returns over the figure-8 flow of the oneness. I and my Kila are one. Therefore we are one in infinity. This means that I, and my chalice, embody the Christ flame, the Christ standard, and the Christ consciousness of the fifth aspect of the light emanation of God, and that we are qualified to transfer this attainment to our students, line upon line, cycle by cycle. Who has chosen who? Remember, however, the words of the Master is Jesus of the sacred circle, until ye have prepared thyself, 'tis I who have chosen thee. When thy lessons are learned, 'tis ye who have chosen me, and I will be in acceptance of thy call. Ye will heal, ye will cast out of spirits of evilness, but ye will first learn of thy lessons, for 'tis not for thee without the presence of the Holy Spirit. Ye must have the cooperation, if ye will, of the spirit ye wish to cast out. Be careful lest ye bring the house down upon thy heirs. Ye must become one within the power of the Holy Spirit, or the evil spirit may spit in thy face or even remove of thy face. 'Tis the lighted spirit of truth from which the darkness moves away. If ye are careless, ye are a tool of the evil itself, and it will strike thee down. Thy world is filled to overflow with false prophets and self-proclaimed evil exorcists. Do not be foolish in thy ego needs to be wondrous in the works of the Lord, lest ye fall on thy couch in a heap, battered and bruised and too late, wise. Healing comes only through mind. Healing must come also, from truth in the holy name. It also must come from that God self within the one stricken. It must come through the mind. It can only come through the mind, so better ye ones who would heal, learn to contact and work with the portion of mind that literally controls, that which is beyond the consciousness. There are lessons on thy plane which can be given by very learned masters of the art. These are not removed from thee, but within thy group. So be it. We will be speaking more on these matters, for healing will be integral to our success. What have we done if we create a place to be inhabited by crippled energies? It has naught to do with bodies. A body can be handicapped, a crippled body is very sad indeed. Illness and crippled states are sentences passed out by the judge within self. Ye cannot help of it in thy consciousness, for ye are being the perfect prisoner, serving thy sentence in good behavior. To be free, thee must set of thyself free. Refuse longer, the sentence pronounce thyself having served the warden long enough, and remove the binding shackles. I can tell of the how, ye must unlock the door and come forth. Ye are my precious ones, thee and others such as thee, who will carry this glorious banner beyond the gates and set up the city of light. We of the realms of glory will walk every step of the way with thee, we will carry thee if thee stumbles and pick thee up if ye fall. So be it, for the story is written, the play finished, we have but to fill the roles. The alternative to this responsibility is devastation upon this magnificent garden. Let us bear of our responsibilities in magnificence, that we may stand tall at the mirror of our God and pronounce our job well done and our performance pleasing. Thank you, Dharma, for thy willingness. Thy body is weary and thy mind confused, go to thy place of quiet and spend a respite with Aten. The Omega is worth the Alpha. So be it, and I place my seal upon these, my words. In the service of my most beloved, I am thy humble servant. I am that I am, Valerian. Haton here, Dharma. Ye have done well this day. Go now and allow the energies to settle into perspective. We can introduce the 6th and 7th another time. It will require a long session for Germain, I warn, for he will be thy constant companion in this journey through. Salut, 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 I am Haton. Page 71. Chapter 12. Rec number 1 Nada. Monday, April 10, 1989, 7:30 a.m., Year 2, Day 237. 6th Ray. Lady Nada. Dharma, good morning. I am Nada, come to get acquainted. Firstly, let me tell you what it is ye are feeling. Ye have abdicated the thinking consciousness of thy brain that the circuit will be clear, but ye do not like the response ye feel towards me. Release of it, for I am going to give you once a lesson that I plead ye never forget. Gender problems and responsibility. We will need speak of the personal Dora/Dharma and what ye were and what ye are. Ye struggle in the feminine form in a harsh world. Ye have reached a time where the masculine form has taken on much of the feminine trait of weakness. Many of the feminine forms have become badgering, masculine rulers. There is confusion piled upon confusion. Sex is used, yes, I said used, for wrong purposes, only for pleasure, hardly ever for the production of a wanted, beloved child to portion a family. We see the arguments for and against abortion, for instance. For or against what of the human form life within. At what age is it all right to murder another? Why cannot a mother take a child who is 10 years of age and because she no longer cares to have him, or he is handicapped, simply cut his throat and cast him in a grave, or a son at 30 years of age? What difference? Human life begins at conception, sometimes before. Perhaps a woman should have rights to shoot her husband if he becomes senile, pronounce it a disease, and shoot him too. He may only be 75 years of age. So be it, Dharma, the truth of it is in sorting. Precious child, the truth is in the sorting. They claim, back to the underworld for abortions, back to endangering the life of the mother, the woman. No one stands forth and says responsibility. No one stands and says be responsible for thy actions before the fact. Why are ones engaging in illicit sexual pleasure and then assuming no responsibility for their action? Herein lies the problem. No one on thy place wants to assume responsibility for their actions. Then it is pronounced as woman's rights. Yet too, in the beginning, when having a baby a year, felt a woman should have some rights. The church was preaching that ye must, as a wife, submit to the husbandman's rights. No man or woman has a right to use of another for any purpose. The sexual act, being of the most sacred functions to further the species, misused is one of the most vile of all your behaviors. Ah, but you say, but in the Bible it says Jesus forgave the whore. Ah, so he did. He wasn't presented with the men involved. The men held the most stones to cast forth at her. Ah yes, 'tis that the Bible was written by men who felt it was right and deserving for the man to respond to his needs. Let it suffice for me to say, child, if ye have need, a head pain, for instance, take of an aspirin. If thee has need to remove some particle from the eye, use eye wash, or, would thee fly to thy bed and have sex? Think carefully on these things, for it is the singularly most abused of all thy ways, the prime toy to tempt thee from the darkest side of thy being. Think carefully upon my words. Now back to thee, Dharma. Ye have experienced very seldom as a feminine energy. Ye are torn in thy own space by what ye see. There were lessons thee volunteered to come again, to grow above and allow the feminine aspect of thy species to come into balance. Everything, so far, that ye once do to bring balance only thrusts thee into deeper pits of degradation. So be it, for thy lesson is to move forward in spite of. In most of thy past experiences, as Akhenaten, the effort to bring balance and truth through the one source, the one light, Aten. As Socrates thee tried to teach balance and truth, and even thy most precious Chelus, i.e. Plato, misused the lessons to a great extent, and on you are coming into thy truth and memory, child, and ye do not like of me very much, for I represent thee. No, write it down, my dear. What do I represent? Say it. Oh, I represent the soft, feminine aspect of thyself that has caused man to destroy since the Garden of Eden. And now, even Lady Master Nada has forsaken thee. I come in service and honor of the seventh ray, Master Germain. No. No. No, I come to serve with Master Germain. With. I am in the service of Father/Mother God Source and thee. Know thyself. Let this be thy lesson this day, know thyself. Firstly, know thyself. Be a male or female, come to balance with thyself. Face of thy resentments, bring them forth to communicate, with ones who cause thee thy perceived resentments, then release them to the cosmos, that ye might go forth in total harmony and get of thy work accomplished. I come on the chosen sixth ray of refraction. My aspect is most pleasured within the third ray, the pink loving warmth of the third ray of divine love. I work in service where I am most needed, me and my Chelus. Also, most words regarding myself, and my brothers, have been colored by the receiving person's perception of how we should be. Yet all forget the most important point of all. We here speak of aspects in the higher realms, my child. There is not man or woman. God's source is neither man nor woman, God is. Only in thy frailty are thee man or woman, hiding the aspect that displeases thee. Ye are man and woman, each and all of thee. Both, hopefully brought into perfect balance, that ye can function in thy chosen experience. So be it. This is to become acquainted, and I have given a most controversial message. 'Tis that you know me very well, Dharma, and we have debated this over and over prior to this time. We are passionate brothers in the service, be at peace. Friendship and brotherhood know no boundaries, no bigotry, and the ones are cast into the pits of bigots. Release it, note it, and pass on through it, just as with all other darkness. It will all come into balance within the light. No it. On with my introduction, please. I was most active in the time of Atlantis, with you of my brothers. It, like Lemuria, was a time of beauty, of seeing man grow and blossom and then reach a peak and turn to the darkness within himself. I was tending of the flame, let us say, of love housed within the then called Temple of Love, there in the greatest city of Atlantis. I served the third ray, for my thrust was, even then, the healing of Earth's evolvement course, which thy Jesus has said is the fulfilling of the law of karma. So be it, 'tis what I did at that time. Does the earth not need of healing and nurturing more than ever in existence of manifest form? You are now striving for, let us name it, selfless service. This state of selflessness must be achieved or you cannot fulfill thy mission. To know when ye have become selfless is to not be aware of the choice of selflessness. By this I mean that the natural course of your life is always the preferring of the love of God, the service of that God incarnate. To be aware of self, its pleasures, its privileges, its preferences, and then to make a choice to forego that self is a step on the path of selflessness which must indeed be taken. Self vs selflessness. Once you have reached that center of balance, you are no longer aware of choosing between the self, the real self, and the cast aside non-self. It seems a contradiction: love thyself, honor thyself as God, love neighbors as self, and then cast aside of self. Nay, for our mission requires self to function automatically as the hands, heart, and head of the unseen teachers wherever they are needed, whenever required filling in for God, and therefore supplying each aspect of the Christos sacred circle in which someone may be lacking, for the ultimate mastery of the transition of this garden into her ultimate perfection. Ye saw, ye came, and ye shall prevail. It is said I carry and bring gifts of diverse kinds of tongues and interpretation of those tongues. Too much in the terminology. I master the nuances of vibration in the 5 rays and the almost infinite combination of the word as released through the varied human vortices. Not so impressive in terminology but accurate. As pertains to human, divine, and angelic tongues, these gifts involve the mastery of speech, communication, and the delivery of the word. If there is lacking in even one aspect of the aforenamed, all will fail. The vortex of every endeavor must contain an intense will. When balanced with alpha and omega in the individual or with others, the increase of the periphery is as great as the fire of the center. We must then allow the central flame to reveal all ingredients of the goal, for the very alchemy itself depends upon the formula. If the formula does not contain the capacity to bless life, to heal life, to increase wisdom, it will be self-limiting. Therefore, in business, in service, in any activity, consider, how far will the light travel? How far will the effort expended reach? Will all the earth be blessed because I have lived this hour and striven for the highest because I passed of this way? Or, will only those in my immediate circle find temporal comfort? Meet yourself. It is so true, beloved ones, that mastery, as a quality of itself has many dimensions. The wisdom and intelligence of the mind that guides and directs an effort, that sets forth the goal and the means to achieve it, are principally to be considered as the most important ingredients. Combined with the love, then the power, the intelligence, and the planning, the understanding of all phases of a project or design, will mean that you have discovered a limitless formula that will multiply and multiply itself long after you have walked the earth, or that will rise and fall again, yet ones will be greeting thy old selves all along the path henceforth expected and honor the gift. Thus, neither the soul nor the goal itself can rise any higher than its own matrix. Rather than pursuing many little endeavors, concentrate, then, on that which will reach the star of your I am presence. Let your Christ self calculate the mathematical formulae: how much effort and planning, how much involvement will it take for the rocket of the soul to mount and accelerate to the vibration of the I am presence? The worth of the individual as the potential to be God in manifestation is incalculable. Its violation at any level is fraught with far-reaching consequences, as is Jesus the Christ circle warned, to any who offend even one of these little ones. Thus, tenderly sponsor the world's children, individual by individual, often in answer to their prayers, or cries of anguish in abandonment. I have legions of angels who personally attend the little ones and the youth, but they must be called in. If the child cannot call, ye must ask in behalf of that tiny being. 'Tis thy accepted duty to do so. I also wish to speak a moment on twin flames. Most important. A term that has been soiled by possession of the term to relate a status of sorts. No, it is but two acting in harmony for enhancing of the power and potential benefit. Wherever there is the action of going forth 2 by 2, one is the bearer of the alpha flame, and the other of the omega, forming a circle of light that cannot be penetrated, like an impregnable fortress. Realize, then, that the conferring by the teachers of karma of opportunity and initiation for twin flames is to that end that the twin flames together might enter the path of singularness to the Christ red ray, travel along that red road, brothers. And further, call on that creator ray, Sanat Kumara of the sacred Kumaras, for help toward thy end alongside thy brother flame bearer. Since the sinking of Lemuria and subsequently Atlantis, circles of masters, of ancient tribal masters, disciples, etc. have been sponsored by the Great White Brotherhood to hold the balance of light for Earth's evolutions. I was honored in that I was allowed to be among those who kept the flame for the Earth during the period of great darkness that covered thy land. We, who came to Earth with Sanat Kumara, creator source Tonkashila grandfather, did carry of the flame and spread it to other locations. We keepers of the light, flame, have continued to re-embody, to serve. Whether it be in physical embodiment or from the ascended state, we maintain the balance of alpha and omega in the spirit/matter cosmos through the teacher/student relationship. Let us now utilize these segments of the total light to once again bring total balance and harmony to this once perfect place of creator/creation. No more and no less is perfection for transition to higher beingness. It is written that it shall be, it is spoken that it shall be, and we shall do of it. So be it, and Sela, blessed children of ourselves. Let me take leave, as I have caused you to write much past that which I first intended. However, thee ones must take note of those things which pass thy feeling senses when they pass. 'Tis no longer singular lessons for a one, 'tis for all are one. I leave thee in love and nurtured by the eternal flame of the sixth ray of understanding all in all. I am greatly blessed for the allowance of serving with thee ones along this journey. I place my seal upon these words that they be brought forth in truth and remain ever in truth. I salute thee once for thy accepted burdens in such a darkened density of existence we are ever at thy side. I am that I am, Lady Master Nada of the ray of the sixth refraction of the central crystal source of all light. So be it and amen. Hayton here, Dharma. Let us rest a bit. Ye have done well and, as thy teacher, I am pleased. Hold to me and ye will receive as given forth. So be it, for it will be no other way. Our circle of workers diminish daily, ye ones of us will endure in honor and integrity for ye have accepted thy lessons well, Chalice. I am honored and I salute thee for thy way is difficult. Thy duties are only different, one from another. Blessings be to my most cherished Tuiata who makes me proud as a father and teacher for her work with the great councils and conclaves. I honor her truth and purity of projection. 'Tis not an easy task to write, and bring forth, the negative messages of such serious meetings. I salute her in reverence and humility. I am pleased that she has been reunited in visible concept with her people of the third galaxy. Captain Fitaja is most closely her relation. I wish this to be a public acknowledgement of our honor of her presence. So be it, for it comes with deepest gratitude and love for that special little one. Salu asterisk salu asterisk salu asterisk. I am, Hayton of Command, Atom of Light. Chapter 13. Rec number 2 Germain. Monday, April 10, 1989, 2 p.m., Year 2, Day 237. The Seventh Ray. Germain, the Alchemist. Dharma, greetings in the I Am presence of the mighty totality of that blessed I Am being Germain here in that mighty I Am presence. So be it and amen. Ye have dreaded getting to me, little Keela, so be it, we do not like to face the mirror. We are friends, you and me, let it be handled in the transmuting flame of the violet rays of the mighty I Am presence, for we have much to do and seemingly little time in which to do it. So be it with all our most priceless experiences always faced with great tasks and deadlines. Ours is to get it done this time, Chalice, for it is so decreed. I am Germain of the seventh ray of the seventh this and the seventh that. At least thee has put me off to the seventh place of showing up in the line of introduction. Just as my brother, Theophilos, I get captured on all the sevens of the universe. Let us not dwell on such trivia. Suffice to realize and know thyself, and thee shall know me. I head up the program for the thrust of the seventh ray, for it is the transmuting ray. I am passionate about it, unbending regarding its use for purity and truth and freedom. Freedom of thy God self, in the service of the Christos which is God. Pure and simple God freedom expressed in manifest form in thee and in me. Yes, Keela, ye will work most closely with me in our task set out in blueprint of the Father. All of us will band as one and we will prevail, for it is our destiny of destinies. Strong. Ah yes, strong, unbendable, unbreakable, enduring to the finest. He lived to make men free. If ye wish to sum the measure of my existence in all prior times, please let it be said, he lived to make men free. That phrase sums up Saint Germain. Always I have brought the Christ/light in prophecy and the alchemy of freedom to liberate the people of earth. I come now to bring the gift of prophecy and the gift of the working of miracles, that we might foresee by the spirit of the prophets what is coming upon us and turn the tide by the miracle violet flame. To again bring upon this place the totality of the infinite sacred circle. Christ I am it why. I was given to master the ancient wisdom and hold knowledge of the matter spheres. Always I lived by light, for light, and through light. Always the God mastery has been rejected by the very ones I sought to help, notwithstanding the fact that my gifts of light, life, and love, fruits of my adeptship freely given, my alchemical feats, elixir of youth, inventions, and prognostication have been readily received. Such is the story through history. But some of us are most hard-headed and refuse to give up to the dark passages. Melchizedek blighted through evil input. My most precious teacher, guides and brethren were schooled into the universal brotherhood of the order of Melchizedek. Ye ones come forth again through the order of Melchizedek. Further, ye are keepers of the flame, and as keepers of the flame, I keep thee. Ye keep the flame alive, I will keep thee alive. In all my times upon thy place I have sought to stand squarely on a platform of basic human rights for a responsible, reasoning public education in the principles of liberty and equal opportunity for all. I have effort to teach thee once to espouse your inalienable divine right to live life according to your highest conception of God. No right, however simple or basic, can long be secure without the underpinning of the spiritual graces and the divine law that instills a compassionate righteousness in the exercise thereof. Always I have effort to make thy country a fortress against ignorance and superstition, where Christ achievement could blossom and devotion to the one could prosper in the quest for the holy truth, Grail. I was taken out of myself and found, even on thy plane, that I could foretell the future. I knew then the secrets of star wanderings, bird flight, secrets of nature itself. Even as Camelot, however, as truth and abundance budded and bloomed, nightshade was twining about its very life system, its roots. Witchcraft, intrigue, and treachery of the darkness brought ultimate destruction, and is bringing it forth once again. It was our destiny that we experience the atonements of a lifetime following experience. We were destined to be the intellectual and scientific voice crying in the wilderness. I predicted the events of thousands of things yet to come when I first proffered them, the flying balloon followed by the flying machine, mechanically propelled ships and on and on and on. I was simply called a mad magician. Ye must rise above that with which others will label thee. Universal law, not miracles. 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 No alchemy. Miracles are wrought by the precise application of universal laws. Always I meant to demonstrate that all these wondrous machineries were not magical apparatus but rather products of the employment of natural law which men would figure out in time. I have always effort at being an immortal spokesman for your scientific, religious, and political liberties. I believe that humanity shall accept as an axiom for its conduct the principle for which I have laid down my life, the right to investigate. It is the credo of free men, this opportunity to try, this privilege to err, this courage to experiment anew. We scientists of the human spirit shall experiment, ever experiment. Through centuries of trial and error, through agonies of research, let us experiment with laws and customs, with money systems and governments, until we chart the one true course. Go forth until we find the majesty of our proper orbit as the planets above have found theirs, and then at last we shall move all together in the harmony of our spheres under the great impulse of a single creation, one unity, one system, one design. Yes, Dharma, this is quoted many, many times through the teachings of I Am. For this is that which I am. I have ever effort to recreate that golden pathway to the sun, a destiny come full circle to worship the God presence and re-establish the perfection of a lost golden age of truth. Always my goal, universal enlightenment. Settle for no less and require no more, for there is no more. Once ye have all, there is no more. I petition thee to heed as I say unto thee. Some among this people must be and become direct initiates of Sanat Kumara, grandfather, Tonkashila, the silver ray of creator source, for always there has been the requirement of the ransom. Let those who are the inner circle of the devotees, those who are the first fruits who come and stand as the ensign of the people, raise up the banner of the Christos truth as the one whom they serve, the one who by his very communion promise at the Last Supper designated each and every son and daughter of God for the internalization of the word. Christ path deliberately hidden. Unfortunately, and this word understates, it is indeed that the laws of the Christos sacred circle and his teachings, so meticulously brought forth to the close initiates, are not fully known today, having been taken even from the holy people. Therefore, to obey Christ becomes the challenge of the hour, to find the person of the Christos, to find the way of the teachings. Always know the truth of the teachings, and the path is that they must lead successively to that higher and higher consciousness whereunto the individual is assumed into the very heart of the I Am presence, becoming indeed the pure person of that Christos truth. Today, April 10th, in thy year of counting, 1989, we see the cycles of Earth's returning karma reach a mounting crescendo wherein the four sacred freedoms are threatened even unto annihilation. Let us now see what we may accomplish for our beloved Tiramaka, grandmother, beloved mother, and our brothers and sisters on earth plane with the renewed opportunity of working as a united one with our cosmic brethren and our merged higher energies. Precious ones, we have vowed and are committed to be victorious in this age, and so we shall. Ancient Revelation. In this very time of thy calendar we will be given once again a way to continue a new dream. Ye will be given a road map back to the stars, and ye will see the star people come out of the illusion of the two-legged form and into their actual, as the ancients worded, great sleeper dreamer form. Totally enlightened masters will come into thy spaces. Ye shall know too, the legend of the second coming of the Christos energy is destined for thy imminent time of this annual cycle, as ye count. It is written into thy vision to be placed before thy masses. Ye shall have a new design of energy movement of humanity. Christ means a circle. So the second coming of the sacred circle is all enlightened humans dancing as one consciousness. So be it, I go for the moment, but there will come forth more and more. Blessings upon thee ones who toil at the bearing of the truth again to this beloved place for thy brothers that they might confront their individual divine course. The ones are set sail on a path of red, unto glory. I, Germain of the seventh, the violet ray, do set forth my seal upon these words that thee shall know me and ye shall receive in truth. In the radiance of the mighty I Am presence I leave my cloak of transmuting energy about thee that thee will find peace and renewed faith that we can finish our mission. So be it, and be it so this day. I am Germain. Hayton here, Dharma, so be it. No further comment. It is as it will be. Go thee in peace and in love. I am that which I am Hayton. Chapter 14. Rec number 1, the Mahakohan. Thursday, April 6, 1989, 7 a.m., Year 2, Day 233. Before Dharma breaks forth into the studies, for her benefit of her belief confirmation in my truth unto her, for she is insecure in the greatness of the truths being brought into her consciousness, I tell thee ones now that thy greatest guide is the Lord. Maha, Lord of the Lords of the Seven Rays. The one light of the totality of pure and crystal light. This is why the Lords of the Seven Rays have been most closely at thy side. Lord, recall, is basically teacher of the highest cause. El Moria. Lord of the first ray, the statesman, who brings forth gifts of faith in God's will and the word of wisdom. Lord Lanto, the sage, gifts of the word of wisdom and the word of knowledge. Dharma knows this one well and by name, hardly at all. This one is attached greatly to the Archangel Moroni, Moroni of Mormon. Lord of the second ray. Lord of the third ray, Paul the Venetian, the artist, bringing gifts of the discerning of spirits. Serapis Bey, the architect and bringer of the working of miracles, Lord of the fourth ray. Hilarion, Lord of the fifth ray, initiator of the inner eye, the third eye, vortex. Hyalorion brings the intense gifts of healing. Eleanor and John take note, he will always stress the power of the dark brotherhood heed and attend. Lady Master Nada, Lord of the sixth ray, initiator of the solar plexus chakra, thy center of soul. And thy most attentive brother, Lord Saint Germain, the alchemist, bringer of gifts of prophecy and the working of miracles, Lord of the seventh ray. Transmutter through the violet flame of the seventh refraction of the central crystal. The Mahakohan, master teacher / guide / professor, if ye will, the totality and Lord, teacher, of the seven professors and bringer forth of thine self. Self into fruition of total wholeness and insight. Do thee see? The lords of heaven, the archangelic realms convene to assist. We of the cosmic councils and galactic councils are here to assist. Ye have it all at thy disposal. Be humble, yes, egotistical, nay utilize it that we may accomplish our most holy task, brethren. So be it and Sela. Yes Dharma, ye discern correctly. I am that one light, the lighted one. I am the master teacher Kohan of the eighth, the one light from whence all other rays are birthed. I am Aten. I am the teacher of the seven teachers. Ye have the universal hierarchy at thy disposal, little one. Let us use the input most wisely, children, that we may accomplish our task with integrity and honor for the great creations of this universe. So be it, and I place of mine seal upon these words that there be no misunderstanding thereof. Mine is to give, thine to accept, so be it and Sela. Attend thy teachers well, for they shall show of thee the way. I am. Page 83. Section 2. Return of the Seven. Chapter 15. Rec number 2 El Moria. Thursday, April 13, 1989, 12:30 p.m., Year 2, Day 240. El Moria. Greetings, beloved ones of me. Do not concern that thy job requires interruptions and input from my brothers. The job is one, 'tis no matter. Discipline is oft times hard to take, as is the medicine, sometimes sweet and sometimes bitter. Take all from thy guide, Haton, in sweetness and gratefulness, Chelis, for his truth is strong and unbending. He is thy leader, he is thy father. When he wears the cloak of his fullness, he is Aten and none else come first. Behold him in his glory, that ye can rise unto that glory. I contemplate the vast mysteries of the cosmic realms, the all in all of the cosmos, and were it not for the sustaining power of that will divine in my life and myriad angels who also succored me in my hours of travail, I should not have reached the goal or been able therefore to assist you to attain your own. I come to encourage you in the way of standing for the light and assisting the progress and the healing of a world, nations and hearts. I would give you a morsel of my own, my sense of compassion, not alone for people everywhere but in fact and indeed for the individual. The orphans of the spirit are our concern, those who have not been tutored properly and fully in the inner light and know not the way to go. Ye wish to travel in emulation of the master of the sacred circle, the Christ, let us say, Jesus the one issue. Beloved, I point out to you one of the most pernicious errors of orthodoxy this day, and ever. It is the lie that the one Jesus is the only Son of God, and furthermore, that Jesus came into embodiment in the full mastery of Christhood and did not himself have to follow the path and realize his own inner God potential before beginning his mission. These things are plain in Scripture, but the Scriptures have been read and reread, interpreted and misinterpreted, and then removal of the very keys themselves have given to Christianity today a watered-down, incorrect religion that does not have fervor or fire to meet the challenges of a civilization. Therefore, thy civilization is in great suffering and peril. Beloved ones, I share with you, nothing can move forward in life unless the individual has a true understanding of God and of his relationship to that eternal spirit. And as Aten impressed upon thee, I trust, passion in that relationship. Ye must come to realize that Jesus did not come from God a new soul, born for the first time from his womb in Nazareth. Nay, I share with you. He has come in many ways as many things, and many ones. By his own teachings he proved this to those abiding with him in the physical at the time of his walking among them, that he bore of other energies. Yet it is still denied by those Bible-quoting Christians who have determined to say it is not so. They do not want to accept their accountability for their own past experiences and what ye would in the East call karma. The non-accountability, due to the upbringing of children in the West today, does not prepare warriors of the spirit to meet the inroads that are being made by all forces of lust and greed after this nation's light and after the citadel of freedom. Ye must understand, then, that your understanding of the one God and one Christ enables you to see that that one God and one Christ has vouchsafed to you the I Am presence and the Christ self as the manifestation of pure divinity, not many gods, but one God. And the pure Son of God is the universal Christ whose body and bread are broken for you. Ye must, as partakers of the light, as one with the Holy Christ self, pass through the testings and lessons of discipleship as the Isu did. And you ought to look forward to and expect the fullness of that Christ dwelling within thyself. Why the prophets have come. Wherefore evolution of a spiritual nature. Why have the prophets come? Why have the avatars appeared? That you can remember what ye were taught, what one can do, all can do. To unlock that potential of thy heart, that divine spark, and show you that you have been moving toward that point of the courage to be who you really are and not to accept the philosophy that you are evolved from anything other than God. Therefore, in thy purity thee cannot be anything other than God. What shall be left of a planet, a scientific humanism? What shall be left? World socialism, and all shall become drones in a planetary movement controlled by moguls of power east and west? Beloved hearts, This is the goal of sinister forces. And let none deny that there is an Antichrist. For the Antichrist is every force within and without the psyche of man that would put down that true and living God within you. Realize that this is not of necessity, a person who will appear at a certain time, but it is the decision on the part of man to embody the destructive forces of the universe to put out the light of freedom, nation by nation. Without understanding of the equation of Armageddon, without the understanding of free will, it is impossible to realize that some have chosen the left-handed path of black and destruction, of the lie, and of the murderer. And without accepting of this, it is impossible to understand so-called human behavior, which is not human at all, but it is dark, devil you once call it, behavior and the behavior of evil incarnate and disincarnate. Do I sound like a fundamentalist Christian? Well, I am. Remember well, I came first to adore. I was transformed. I was transfigured. I was, if it need be said, among the first born-again Christians. Oh, would it be only possible that all could see of the path so clearly in that grand circle of truth? Just as the Christos Jesus studied with great preparation of his soul of light, this Son of Man, ye must come into thy knowledge. Hearken back to the ancients and the teachings. Hearken to the time of Lemuria. Those teachings of the law of God that were there were transported to the caves and retreats before the sinking of that great continent. Thus, going back far back beyond all recorded history, you find the lineal descent of those who have come to earth for a single purpose, to seek and find the thread of contact with Almighty Source and to demonstrate by their lives a living truth. Men may tamper with Scripture. They may rewrite the codes of law to suit themselves and their lowered and lowering standards. But, dear ones, they may never change the records of Akasha. In Akasha as the subtle energy and force that permeates the planet and your auras you will find the record of all past experiences of yourself, of all previous experiences of masses of life waves who have come here from other planetary homes. You will find the records, the true records, of civilizations. You will find that ones who have been given the gifts to write the truthful stories of the motion pictures and great books, have been given the gift of showing into these Akashic records. Many, as Darushka, sat to write about subjects concerning those things of which they have no knowledge. Not only have they recorded for people all sorts of invaluable information that would give keys to the past and past glories of civilizations of great light and scientific achievement, but they have also shown a teaching and a path and an understanding for each individual soul to find his true roots all the way back to the birth in the heart of the great central sun, and the descent to experience here. Why experience in a darkened world and a darkened star? Why put on veils of flesh and forgetfulness? It is because the soul demanded free will and the right to experiment in the universe of God, and the Father accorded the request. Thus they went forth as from the bosom of Abraham, from the great causal body, and evolved into denser and denser spheres. And, alas, came those hours when the fallen angels did tempt them away from their first love and that of the God most holy. And there began to be the densification of the flesh and the mind. Some minds are really, really dense, and the people lost the contact with their God. They were given to forget the name of I am that I am. Monotheism and the return. God sent the knowledge of the true monotheism in the midst of pagan culture, even to Akhenaten sound familiar Dharma, and then on to Moses, etc. And once again to great I am presence because the focal point as the sun symbol of the presence of God the many hands extend as Akhenaten saw it, the power to move a nation as Moses perceived it, and today the source of your strength and your healing as you perceive the same presence. They may attempt to divide the body of God upon earth by religious schism and argumentation, by placing the emphasis on the letter of the law. We have seen enough of Inquisition in our time. We have seen enough of the wars of Protestant and Catholic. What is the net gain? The only true gain on the path of religion is the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, Ghost, with the individual and then moving nations Yahweh, moving among his people, who is still able to draw out those servant sons of God who will truly manifest an example of the path of freedom with Saint Germain and the other brothers who have come forth to lead and assist. Beloved heart so light, surely you can see that the return to source is necessary, for a people have forgotten their God. They have not understood the future coming of the Christ and therefore they do not understand why the saints have lived, why they have died and sacrificed, why they have left a record because the emphasis is not on you, but upon a Christ nailed to a cross. This will afford you nothing unless you yourself realize that all that was in the Son of God can be yours. And the imitation of the path of this Jesus Christos, this circle of infinity in perfection, is surely our calling and our teaching. It is the fundamental teachings of the Spirit. It is the teachings given to the apostles. It is the anointing of the apostles. It is the transfer of fire, heart to heart. In the beginning was the Word and the Word was. So thusly, where does a nation stand when challenged by the taunting of a Gaddafi or terrorists from any creed or nation? It is divided and weak. Where does it stand when there are those who tamper with the money supply and the economy? Where does it stand when the children cannot read and write and cannot rise up to become leaders and representatives of still the greatest nation on earth? Where do a people stand when they no longer have recourse to Almighty God and His Spirit in them? What can they do when their bodies are beset by drugs, when they are caught up in violence, when all manner of pleasure and entertainment is the first thing thought of when their disinteresting jobs are through? I tell you, if America, let us discuss, is to be secured from that which is plotted by the dark ones on this planet, there must be a rising fervor and a return to first principles both in church and state. How shall we tell them? How shall they be God-taught when the false pastors have invaded the temples and denounced even the very communion of saints which we enjoy with you and you with us in the spirit of the great white brotherhood? Brothers and sisters on earth have a right ordained by the Christos to commune with their brothers and sisters in heaven, not by psychic or astral means, but by the true Holy Spirit. And the Holy Ghost is the Comforter and the Teacher who has come to you to bring all those things to your remembering which the Christ has taught unto thee. When did he teach you those things of which ye are not being reminded? When? Were you all there in Galilee? It is not quite possible for the tens of thousands and millions who ascribe to the path of the brotherhood on this planet to have all been there in the flesh. And thus, the Christos spake to all of you to whom he taught in all octaves of being in that hour and upon that mission in many forms and many diverse ways. The sacred circle Son of God truly spoke from the etheric retreats, and all the world heard. Do you think the fame of the Christos spread only by the apostles or only by the grapevine? I tell you, no. The power of the presence of the Christos in the earth has been the power to contact every living soul these thousands of years with the inner knowledge and the sense of the honor of the Christ presence within them. And that teaching is ongoing no matter what is said in the mosques or synagogues or temples. So be it, for the truth is so. The living Christos does shepherd his own, nation by nation. For this reason, people understand right and wrong, they know what ought to be and ought not to be, they know what is evil if they will allow themselves to perceive it. And therefore, the standard lives. The honor code is present with the comings and the goings of philosophers and psychologists, in truth, and all the rest who now say, this is right, and they say, this is wrong. Relative good and evil is not the story of your life. Put that aside and recognize that it is the absolute good of God present with you that is the power to devour the forces of absolute evil, first and foremost being that tyranny over the soul and spirit of freedom, this time to a spiritual birth of freedom. The way you reach and accomplish this in greatness is no different from the way it has always been taught, through discipline and singleness of pure thought and action. Christ's path is not an exception. If you go within to thy true knowledge, ye will remember that the path followed by the Christos was never an exception, was not something unique and exceptional where one life should forever atone for the sins of the many, but was the example of what had been done again and again and again, always the avatar coming to give to the followers on earth the example that there is a way out of death and what thee calls hell and the round of suffering. There is a way of self-transcendence. Death is not the end of life, death is a mere transition of experience unto different experience. Error leads to unreality. Unreality leads to insanity. Thus, the insane stalk the earth, taking innocent life through deliberate or misperceived means. The insane take the life of the unborn and call it woman's right, or man's right. Man and woman the right to murder their own child. Is this liberation? No. It is enslavement to a pain that gnaws within the soul for the rest of the natural experience and in future experiences until it is finally resolved. Offering liberty, the dark ones sow corruption of the spirit and the soul and not of the body. This is why the dangers of this particular age are so great. This is why I say it is the greatest moment in all of history of each and every one of you to make your statement and to establish that contact with God which all who have gone before you have made, and thereby become the functioning instruments in that great service, the spiritual power and the healing and holding of the balance of nations and peoples. O ye can rejoice that these things can be done, and thy mirror can reflect of it as thee stands afore thyself and can state, I have worked, I have mastered God with me and by his grace. And because I know who I am and God is with me, I can do these things. Beware false pastors. Look carefully at those pastors who preach falsely. Those who create in fact a servile relationship of sinners to a favorite son, and internally and subconsciously it is a psychological maneuver of the fallen angels, preaching hellfire and brimstone and enormous fear and an angry God and the promise of everlasting hell and damnation to those who do not repent. These are the preachments of the evil who has created an alternative religion to the true teaching of the Christos. Know, however, that most pastors who are thus indoctrinated are not of an evil bent, but have simply followed the party line they have been given and that has been carried on for lo these many generations. The proof is in the eating of the pudding. The proof is in the action. Where are the results? So, and so be it, for the flame of freedom and truth cannot be put out. The voice of truth can never be silenced. It speaks in many, many hearts. We are here, summoning the mighty archangels to go forth with their legions of energy to cut free those souls who are bound, to cut them free from the nightmares of demons and discarnates that prey upon the mind and the body. But do not fear those discarnate souls, shun those ones in physical form who house these darkened beings in incarnate form. What is transpiring upon this planet is the result of the softness of religion itself and dearth of leadership. Thus, we come to give to you our momentum and the momentum of thy brothers that your work can be fulfilled in purpose. The entire purpose of life is finding God within yourself and your talents and your calling and your sacred labor. Ones can say what is pleasing, but I tell you no one in this world is happy until he has made his peace, balance, and harmony with his God, his I am presence. There are many who would deny this, and yet, are they truly happy? Oh, dear ones, the pain and unhappiness upon thy orb is overpowering and overburdening, ye cannot comprehend of it. Constantly I pray that you ones of this great nation will not come to knowledge of truth through adversity, through nuclear war, through economic collapse. I trust you will also pray with me in this wise, for beloved, the prayer of ye ones, those of you who use the law rightly, availeth much. We must fight the good fight would be thy words. We must take the action necessary to move in timely manner. For many of these things will come upon thee ones as the cycle closes, and we can only have fulfillment in peace unto the extent of thy preparation. Kila, let us close for this portion. I do not wish to overburden so that ones will not be in the reading of these words. I will speak more in the hours to come. Lo, I am and I am with thee always, even unto the ending of thy days upon this place, so be it. I am thy elder brother, El Moria of the first ray. So be it. Chapter 16. Rec number 1 El Moria. Friday, April 14, 1989, 6:30 a.m., Year 2, Day 241. Yes, precious one, you have come to this place at this time for your work was unfinished. I feel the clutter within as you effort at balancing life, as it were, with thy appointed task. So be it, the way is never an easy path. Ray of dawn. I come in the light of a beautiful, golden dawn. There is mist on the land, dew on the living branches, also a new season of growth and birth. I am your elder brother, Ei Moria of the ray of dawn, the first ray. I greet you in peace and appreciation for thy labors. You will become more and more comfortable with the cycles of energy, Kila. You must always begin within and move outward. Man always begins outwardly and moves within, bearing all the dregs and causal pains within to pull him to lower energies. Start with the godness within and all will be transmuted in the violet flame of what really is. I became one with the cycles of matter for the mastery of those cycles, almost, as it were, going within, the heart of matter before going to the outside of matter. Growing from within the sun, within the earth and within the sun behind the sun I learned the way of source and source's laws by the inner geometry of the molecule, the atom, the cosmos. Will of God. My appreciation, jealous, of that which I did not at first call God, or universal source, came through the humble awareness, the awesome awareness of this magnificent thing this thing that is life, this thing that is energy, this thing which is the harmony, this thing that I now behold as the will of Creator Source, that mighty presence of universal allness. The will of God totality is applied in all levels of human endeavor. For the will of God is the blueprint of every project. It is the foundation of every task. It is the skeleton of your body, it is the physical energy, it is etheric fire. The will of God is your will to be God in manifestation. Without that will, you would not be in this place at this time attempting a magnificent encounter with the task at hand. Because you cannot be expected to function in other nations, other portions of thy planet, our thrust in the teachings will be upon the geographical locations where ye are at home. In this instance, America. Do not effort at absorbing the whole until thee can master the portion. There is a cancerous substance moving across the mass unconscious. Let us just call it anti-will. It is a substance so subtle that most among mankind do not even perceive that by this substance there is a denial of freedom, a denial not only of the will to be, but of the ability to will to be. Like the weakening of the form, like the drawing away of the very strength of the body, so is this substance moving against the flame, the fiery flame of the will to purpose, the will to perfection, the will to life itself. Man has been all but rendered helpless in his own existence. This is the plight of the evolutions of Terra Maga. Both in East and West there is that hypnosis, that manipulation of consciousness at sublevels by the substance of selfishness itself, by the substance of lesser will of desire willing for power, pleasure of self and manipulation of brother, willing for everything but the will of Source God which is sufficient to meet all aspects of life within the soul. The plight of modern man is the plight of a false will - a will to death, not unto life. A will to be unconscious, not to face of the issues, not to take of responsibility, but to become drunk by the media, by the chemicals in the food and drink, by the dissipation of individuality through a mass mesmerism, a collective consciousness of the crowd instead of the individual rising to a self-awareness carved out of the will of a higher beingness. Therefore, jealous, the heroic problems shall be met in heroic measure through the same methods of reaching through that subconscious level of receiving instructions. We have to replant the fertile soil within the subconscious. Relax, jealous, the blueprints are well drawn and already beginning to be structured. I come to awaken. I, and my brethren, come to wake ye ones. I come to shake you to a larger purpose, a larger destiny to which you were birthed. I come to let the decibels shake, rattle, and roll until you hear, to allow the frequencies and the vibrations of your beings become attuned now. Let this precious gem of placement and attunement be a place of rallying point to move out of the lethargy and sleep of the ages, to awaken this nation to a vital purpose, to awaken the individual to strength and courage, self-discipline and the will to move beyond this death-like mesmerism whereby the people give in so easily to sloth and sleep and sensuality and every form of pleasure while the world of the energy of source, instead of spiraling unto a fulfilling purpose, unwinds. Down and down and down until there is nothing left but the inertia of the rest of death. This substance, this pall, this pollution that is the very core of the pollution of the elements of your beings, is taking from you your very life flow that you wander from here to there, accepting what the day brings as though it must be. You once go about these groggy-headed ways, blaming God for thy plight. Surprise, jealous, you have made it thus, you must now undo what thee has accomplished. Accept that you have done it and therefore, ye can undo of it. Stop blaming God and brother for thy own plight. The rise and fall of civilization is the work of man, not of Father God. Man has failed to implement the will of God, has failed to contact the very core of being that is his own. Ye ones must cease of your blaming others, thy parents, thy society, thy teachers, your culture, your civilization. However, ye must make of thy own stand for right purposes and cast aside those things which bring you down. I find myself using the term sacrifice. I dislike the word but ye have no word to fit of the meaning I wish to convey. Let us instead use self-discipline. Sacrifice indicates a negative giving up of something. You are not in the giving up, thee are about to be in the getting of. Sacrifice indicates a perception of pain. There is no pain in carving away the fat of the mortal so that the lean soul of the spirit can fly. There is no pain in the entering into the wondrous beauty of the will of Source Self. There is actually a moving away from pain that ye once have endured as a civilization for centuries of your time. Your souls are in agony and you have not even made contact with the soul in this life to recognize of its agony. Ye just proceed upon thy path of misery, boredom, and longing for better without acting to achieve better. Discipline. To achieve this better there are requirements. These are disciplined requirements. You must have discipline of self and situation. There is no substitute for self-discipline. It is why we get this child up at dawn to write. We can write at any hour of thy day, but she has gained the discipline to get up at the break of dawn to do this work. If she will do this, she will also be available when she is needed and not just when she feels like participating. This is only an example, Dharma. As you begin to manifest control over self, ye will begin to see how ye can manifest any other thing thee wishes. Not for the fun of magic but for the fulfillment of thy accepted task, to revel in thy own fully developed mind control over all matter. This will not be to impress man for ye will be beyond the wish to impress, rather for thy own expression of truth. It is good to demonstrate mastery, but ye must not be in the following of those who demonstrate phenomena as the way, whether legitimately or illegitimately, whether as the white or the black magician. The time has come for mankind to follow the teacher for the truth of the teaching itself, for the very sake of the vibration of truth and life not mystical hocus pocus. To mesh with the higher vibrations of purpose you must cease dwelling within thy own selfness, the me-ness of all actions. If ye only act for self-reasons ye have done nothing other than replace one selfish experience for another, and that is what thy brother will emulate if it be more desirable than his own selfishness. Ye will only have set up your way, not the way of truth which must be the route of transition from this blighted state in which this planet and civilization are trapped. I can assure that all who take the position of seeking freedom from the subjugation of mortality, without exception, have had to first take the step of self-discipline and have given up personalization of input, both from higher sources and worldly physical attachments. Ye must go beyond thy conscious reaction to personalized self to come into harmony with that which is surrounding of thy being. As ye have committed unto this magnificent task, I and my brothers of these higher vibrational frequencies will respond to thy call at any moment of any day or night. There is not one soul ever neglected when a call is made. Like attracts like. I go where the call arises. I go where the vibration is located and my presence is felt. Ye are never without guides and protectors in thy work, never, not a moment. Know thee are always in the sight and knowledge of the higher planes. Every thought is known, every action accounted. Naked you will stand before thy God at the conclusion of this sojourn, so it would behoove thee to be a bit careful of thy activities which you assume to be hidden. It will not be man who will stand in thy presence, it is God. Same old story. Do not concern as you become focused within our gaze. All ones have that feeling of discomfort when they realize that all actions are known. Ye have heard of it since childhood, but ye now will begin to feel the presence of the watching. Let me assure you, precious ones, we have seen it all before all. There is naught ye can think of or do that has not been seen or done or thought of prior to thee. It is repeated over and over and over and over again in the mass consciousness ad nauseam. We have seen this world and its folly. I have seen the same old plots queued up by the fallen ones, the same old tapes played again and again until they are so old that those tapes of the fallen ones actually sound worn and distorted from the replaying within the inner receivers. It is strange, however, that it is never realized that ye are being subjected to the same old conditioning that ye have heard in your last experience and the one before that and the one prior on and on. The plots are the same. Very little new literature has been written in thousands of years. If you were among the fallen ones, ye would have no need to be creative as the same few plots work again and again without need of change. Ye ask, how long will ye masters wait while we grow? Well, we have eons to wait in patience, while ye toy and try again into ad nauseam. The question is, how long do you have to wait? We know the hour of our coming and our going. Do ye know of the hour of thy coming and thy going, of your aborting in the womb of time and your moving again through space to other shores? Ponder it carefully, Chalice. Can you be assured that if your task of fulfillment is not accomplished this time that there can be a next time on this beloved place? Is it possible that at some point all those ones with whom you will experience are also planning to complete their missions upon this place? Will there be a place for thee? Where will thee go to fulfill your inner blueprint when you are bound to earth? With the attitude toward abortions, birth controlling and life itself, will thee have a way to come again? You must look carefully within, Chalice. What are thee about? I mean, what are thee really about? Do you go here and there to be searching, to be entertained and the best story performance gets thy vote of confidence, to look for a reed in the wind? Or are you really responding to the call of the soul for that wholeness, for that harmony and for the light which is your very life, your very sustenance? In this wondrous land where we are focused, you are a people of goodwill. This is a land of goodwill, a land of abundance that has been shared with the nations of the world. Thy people of goodwill have also been infiltrated by those who have come to steal the light of the Christos and of the Mother and of God Himself, herself, itself, and to twist and to turn and to torture the children who hold to the path of truth. You see, Chalice, they attack in efforts to cause ye one's denial of the light and the goodwill and the God government that was intended to be manifest in this place and this nation. Reinforce your will. I have come forth to reinforce thy will, thy belief in the higher causes. I have come to convince you, by the very essence of my presence, my life, my radiation, that the ascended masters are real. To doubt in their existence is to doubt the existence of your own reality. To doubt the path is to close the door to life. To doubt the way as being shown is to move into death. The sacred Christ circle declares evermore, I am the open door which no man can shut. Do not give the power to anyone on any plane of existence to open and close the door of your consciousness. Give that power to no one, for God gave it to you to keep unto yourself, unto your real self, your own Christ presence. Do not relinquish of it to anyone, and thereby you will not lose time in the detour of the personality cult consciousness that is filled with maya and selfishness and manipulation. I contact you for a cosmic purpose to right the wrongs of civilization, to clear the way again in the marts of education and culture for the recognition that life itself is a path of initiation, that all of government and all of industry and all of learning must serve this end to which Christ was born, to which Christ came into the world, to bear witness to the truth. Let us then see, one by one, how ye will eliminate from your life that which does not serve the cosmic purpose of bearing witness to the truth of your own inner reality and your own inner being. Let us see how you will eliminate those factors and conditionings that rob you of your sleep, rob you of your energy, and keep you on the treadmill of economic survival. You had better consider the survival of your soul and be less concerned with thy status in society. This society will crumble. How will you strip yourself, then day by day grow beyond those impediments to the will of God? Let us see how you mark the way of the overcomer. Yes, civilization will crumble unless some among mankind respond with the fervor of the devotees of the will of truth to hold the balance for America, South and North America, and for all evolutions of this world. Some will make the supreme sacrifice a sacrifice that is not death but of total living. Some will build up the structures and foundation of the blueprint plan of transition. I further assure you that the building will be upon the ones in the physical form. It is totally upon your free will. What will be the determination of this age? No fairy godmothers. Cast your superstition into the flame of fairy godmothers and the such of mystical do-it-for-me fantasy. There is no way of the miracle that will bring in such a golden time. It is the miracle of hard work, of application of the law and of the science of initiation. That is the great miracle. And when the sons and daughters of truth say, a miracle has occurred this day, it is the alchemy of the overcomers always, not a miracle. Precious ones, when you work the works of the Father Source, the Masters multiply your effort by the alchemy of the sacred Holy Spirit. But this too, is law, and you can expect your investment in life to return to you with interest. It is the law of abundant life. If, however, you sow a narrow field, you will reap of a narrow harvest. The will is in your hands, for I have already made my determination. You will give answer, for the guardian angel of your presence takes note of the increments of the will. The increments of the will are the all-determining factors of who you will become, whether or not you will succeed in the material or the spiritual universe. Increments of will determine whether you will live or you will not live in the consciousness of truth, the Father Source, God. Chalice, I ask you this question, are thee ready? Is thy will strong enough? Are you ready to will it to be so? So be it, and Sela, I place my seal of the first ray upon these words and upon thy heart cells. How will it be? How will it be? It is up to thee. I go now, leaving you in peace to ponder upon thy task and commitment. For, beloved ones, the task is great and always in the beginning, the help small. So be it, for it shall all come to pass as written. Will thee be in the story? Solon Aum Solon I am El Moria of the blue light of brotherhood. May the light of love and beauty surround thee, blessed ones. Changing energies confusing. Haytan here Dharma. It has been a long session. Thank you, Keela, for thy acceptance. Always I stand by, little one, as the lessons are powerful and the energy almost to overload, you will be fine. Take time to come again into thy own balance in gentleness and perhaps solitude. The lessons are of utmost importance and the teachings must have entry unto you once in consciousness. We are melding of the subconscious teachings of thy sleep/dream time into thy wakening consciousness. The lessons learned on a higher plane must now be brought into usable format of conscious thought and acceptance. So be it, and the strength of understanding abides with thee. I am that I am. I am thy Father, Atom of light. So be it, and I place my hand upon thy head in blessing, little ones of mine. Ye shall be given unto understanding of truth and the strengthening to fulfill of thy purpose. It is so, it is done, and ye will prevail, for I decree it to be so. Adonai. Chapter 17. Rec number 2 El Moria. Friday, April 14, 1989, 1 p.m., Year 2, Day 241. Thank you, Dharma, for it will be good to have my portion finished this day. Mine is not to overload, but there is so much to be brought forth in these early stages of becoming balanced, one with the other, that we must stay right with the task. It is our intent to pull away from all forms of religious doctrines, the new concepts of what you call metaphysics, political boundaries, creed differences, color differences, etc. We are one brotherhood, no more and no less. We are only interested in bringing forth untainted truth that we might serve our commitment in that truth. Orphans of Spirit. The orphans of the Spirit are our concern, those who, without the thread of contact with deity, remain wedded to an unwholesome environment, those to whom the real purpose of life is never revealed, for the crystallization of their intellectual concepts and the hardness of their hearts, stay rooted in selfishness, do not open the cosmic doorway to our domain or that of the cosmic brethren who also come only to serve and assist. So many are the mysteries of life, so many are the powers of love. Yet the dust seems to be more their choice than is the destiny of their ordained potential. The veil of obscurity is very, very heavy indeed. While man's concern for his ecology mounts, what shall I say is happening to the soul within? The moral standard, recognition of the plane of spirit, listening to the music of the stars and the spheres, creating that tie of cosmic identity which is the forte of the will of God. These are the strong banners we raise. These are the banners which must be raised. We must take careful and attentive note of the widening schisms, the deliberately maneuvered divisions being created through the dichotomies of mind and spirit in the total world order today. It is my desire to speak from our higher level concerning our viewpoint and our intent. Those who would set people against people, those who would point the accusing finger of one religion at another, by so doing create that fracture in consciousness which is a destructive negative spiral. No secular alliance. It is well known upon thy place that there are in the world millions who are labeled left-wing, other millions labeled right-wing. There are others who choose, in some degree of human pride, to choose of the position in the middle of the road, so to speak. Let it be understood that we do not espouse any of these causes. The magnitude of importance of our service is such that we cannot identify ourselves or our efforts with anyone confined to a secular slice of opportunism. We tend to not favor any of these positions, but rather to recognize the whole spectrum from right to left, including the middle. Always the truth seems mingled with error. Ours is not to create division, but rather our goals are sound and strengthening to the whole and to the human spirit. We recognize that there are virtuous causes across the whole range of human endeavor, but there are many that are unvirtuous, unrighteous, deceptive, and wrongly motivated. We will not identify with any, for our purpose is not to be popular, but to be truthful and to embrace those spiritual causes which will enable the soul itself to expand its individual life. I do not deny that the poor, as Jesus said, are with you always. I do not deny man's right to fulfill those social needs which to some have become a way of spiritual service. Likewise, we clearly see that among the traditions of men there are many of virtue, albeit sometimes sagging, that ought to be upheld, but where shall we position our timbers of support? We cannot identify with the right or the left, and we cannot identify with the middle of the road. So be it. Even as we write, truth and error slide. The human jackal of division has man in derision. The powers of darkness laugh as people espouse this cause and that cause in radical ways. Others are at the center of total non-ness, lukewarmness, and take no stand at all-ness. They would not wax hot nor cold. So be it. The soul's salvation is not served by social reform, nor is it served by opposing social reform. The progress of man can best be accented if it is first set in the right direction. May I point out how this can best be done? It is reasonable to suppose that there are many things of a spiritual nature unknown to men, and divine revelation has not yet closed its mouth of uttering the great fiat of the word. There are those who actually think religious tradition is complete and that man has but to go about the gentle and yet sometimes not so gentle business of attaching labels to various people and various groups. These labels are intended not to liberate, but rather to totally confine. When the man of honor sees clearly, he will know that both social reform and opposition to social reform have their own way of sapping his totality of energy. People feel the need to espouse one cause or another, and those who are of a radical nature find niches of comfortable radicalism in varying degrees to the right or to the left of center. How one radical can condemn the other is difficult to understand in the light of spiritual knowledge, yet it does exist in widespread opulence. Spiritual knowledge is the highest knowledge and takes into account the total compass of the brotherhood of man. Therefore, if we make a pronouncement that seems to sanction one or the other, it is because the garment of truth must run the whole spectrum. Truth knows no man boundaries. The choice then is to render the greatest service to all men and women upon the planet wherever they appear on the social scale, from the poorest to the wealthiest, from the weakest to the strongest, from the most unspiritual to the most spiritual, from the foolish to the wise. We must serve them all, and unless we do, we have fallen short of our divine office. As the spokesman for the will of God, the first ray, I do not believe that division is the divine intent. I do not believe that manipulators do not exist in the world. I know that they most surely do exist, to the total degradation of mankind. What we need most is honor, and those who espouse such honor should see to it that the textbooks of the world, the magazines, the radio, motion pictures, and television programs, and all media should honestly present to man all sides of the question. Man should not become so enamored with this environment that he loses touch with his soul in the process of egotistically molding his environment. Rather, he should understand that the opportunity for life, which he sometimes wears solemnly and then again unceremoniously, is his God-given right, one through which he may, if he will, attain enough self-control to become the master of his own destiny. In truth, man can be the god of his own universe. He can supplement his desires with reason and can transmute and direct the total course of his being for either positive or negative purposes. Man must be patient and loving with himself, for it requires digestion of information to be assimilated and properly utilized as fuel for his system. Children of primary concern. We are primarily concerned with the children of your species, that they be given an opportunity of expanding the richness of the universe, the abundant life and the knowledge accumulation to which they are rightful heirs. When religion, however, becomes a gambit to be used by one group against another, with jealousy increasing rather than decreasing, we think of the fable of the fox and crow, and how the crow held the cheese in its beak. Then, with flattery the fox induced the crow to speak, the cheese fell out and was devoured by the fox, and the crow did not have any of which to partake. All over thy planet, nation is against nation and against themselves. Religious groups kill and maim their brethren in the name of God and Christ. There is no such thing as Christianity practiced anywhere upon thy place. So be it. As long as there is judgment of man against man, there is no such thing as Christianity. World order does not provide nor allow proper training of its young. There is too much recklessness and wild abandon, too much deceit and personal motivation devoid of honor. This is the example they experience each moment of their existence. These are the images burned into their very consciousness from every sector of their lives. If they are given nothing of purity and truth to emulate, they emulate that which they do vision and audibly intake. It can be no other way. As we begin to thrust forth better events and visions for emulation, the dark brothers will cast about wildly an effort at stopping the growth. However, remember, darkness cannot create, only the light can create, and darkness has no existence in light. So be it. As I bring to a close this message at this time, please accept it with the love and intent given. I am here to assist in the gaining of the will that our task may be completed in honor and integrity in a most timely manner. I bring only strength and goodwill to all men, all creeds, all nations, and all colors of men. May our Father/Mother Source magnify that Christ unity of an unbroken, infinite circle and reality born of no winds of delusion and fanned by no fanatic fires, but clearly indicative of the whole spectrum of the consciousness of the Great White Brotherhood/Sacred Councils, which holds the truth above all. Forever in the service of that Father/Mother Source and truth through divine will, I am Uriel. May our work in unity be blessed and fruitful. So be it, as I place again my seal upon these words. Adonai, Chelis, Adonai, in the light of truth, balance, and harmony through love. Let it be known that I am that which I am, of the first ray. I am, Moria. Chapter 18. Rec number 1, Lanto. Tuesday, April 18, 1989, 7 a.m., Year 2, Day 245. This is thy teacher, Lanto, of the golden ray vibration. I come not with wisdom as such from either the east or the west. Wisdom, Dharma, is wisdom, in any place at any time. The need is to speak of circumstance. Whether perceived as positive or negative, ye are always in the midst of circumstance. Rule your circumstance. I say to you loudly and strongly, rule thy circumstance and be not ruled by that circumstance. Also, many who would appear very virtuous would not be altogether virtuous when placed in other circumstances. This is why, of course, the edict went forth, judge not lest ye be judged. Do not overlook that some of you find yourselves this day in certain circumstances solely because of another life in which you have either criticized, acted, or defaulted in the experience in similar circumstance, or with impact from or toward one in similar circumstance, and ye have not yet cast off thy perceived karma. The great law, in its infinite mercy and kindness, has given to you the opportunity to walk in the moccasins, as thy red brother teaches, of the one upon whom ye placed thy judgment. This is even though it was of thyself. Now let us consider the present situation. If you are not satisfied with your circumstance, or you're dealing with those circumstances of life, remember that you have recourse. The recourse is to your own great God flame and Christ's self, who responds instantly to thy call. You, however, must be still and listen for the response, for it can come in many ways and will not usually appear as magic. It may also require time to bear fruit ripe enough to partake. If ye have requested in divine order, it may even appear of a totally negative nature, requiring the game to be set properly for the results of which you petition. In thy conscious asking it is rarely voiced what thee really wants or truly desires. Thy heart knows and thy subconscious knows what is truly being requested. Release unto that source and await thy answers and manifestations. Know, dear ones, that the instantaneous response of Almighty God is not always the immediate change of circumstance. It is rather a release of light, a coil of infinite energy that begins to cycle from the plane of the I am presence to your own Christ self through the lines of your etheric, mental, emotional, and physical bodies. Therefore, the answer to thy call may seem quite a long time in manifestation to those souls who look only to the physical to know God's will or of the higher life. We are not so much concerned with the physical, for it is most fickle, as we are with the revolution of consciousness beginning at the very core of being, the inner blueprint. Thy path must always balance with thy inner path of intent. Many things will impact upon the consciousness of the physical that have no actual place in the plan of purpose as laid down by the soul. Healing. Let us take, for instance, a petition for healing. When you request healing, God always releases a sacred fire sphere of healing light. It is deposited deep within your subconscious. As this light begins to flow and cycle through the planes of being, it pushes out to the surface unwanted conditions. It is an electrode that is a focus of God's wholeness. Therefore, all unlike itself must be uprooted, must be exposed. Therefore, many times when you come into contact with the Great White Brotherhood and begin with the experiment as the alchemist of the sacred fire, you find for a season more problems than you had prior to beginning. Then you wonder why you are on this path in the first place. Beloved ones, and here I may seem harsh, if you only want outer wholeness, then go to other sources. There are faith healers, psychic healers, medicine men, witch doctors, voodoo specialists, and medical scientists. In every society they hold the position of prominence. It is not our intent to in any way disparage souls of light who pursue to the best of their ability the healing of the bodies of mankind. In fact, we have inspired upon many the very healing arts which are practiced. However, I must tell you, it is often better to suffer pain than to take the aspirin or the painkillers that give you the false sense of security that all is well. Pain is a signal like the red light on the dashboard of life that warns you that you are not whole and that you had better learn the alchemy of wholeness. Suffering in itself is neither good nor evil, but it is the use that is made of suffering to bring the soul nearer to that which God is telling thee. Also, know that in the searching all ways, all places, and finding no real solutions, indicates a lack of wholeness within thy inner self. When fear of healing is removed, the body and inner self will be in the total healing. Until that time, beloved ones, the healing will not be healing, but band-aid therapy for a physical ailment. Many tools may assist in cure, but the word cure means total healing. Thee does not need cure, and cure again to cure means exactly what it says, wellness in wholeness. Ye must understand, then, the answer to the call. Understand the depositing of light within you. It is God's intent, as God lives and as I am his servant, to bring you into the reunion with the One. And therefore, when you are on the path of initiation, do not be so concerned as to your success or failure as a metaphysician measured by the index of the outer sign. No signs. The Lord Christos said that a wicked and an adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, but there shall be no sign given, save the sign of the coming of the prophet. Then will ye look into thy own soul, the subconscious of thy being, working out the formula of that being not only in the level of the mental plane by a scientific alchemy and the affirmation and denial of prayer and fasting, but also in the working out of the problem of energy, energy force fields, the law of cause and effect, and ultimately, the responsibility for life. No magic nor seeming miracles showered down from the sky. There is so much more than a miracle here and there, along the path. We could bring forth the miracles. We could bring forth the multitudes who always run after the miracles. But we are here that you might be made real by reunion with God. As for us, we prefer a road that is a bit rough, a bit steep, a bit lonely for ourselves and for our chalice than the easy way that gives a false security. There are many who have mastery of this plane. They use hypnosis, auto-hypnosis, all forms of mental science and psychic probing, for that is where the solutions abide within that elusive subconscious totality of data storage. The energy released within this particular octave will, in a few short segments of time, be the program on the path of life. There is nothing more simple in practice or concept. There are many ones who are caught up for years and years thinking they have certain attainment because, by some spiritual or other process of mental cogitation or meditation, they are able to bring about change. This is not, however, the alchemy of the Holy Spirit reforming the mind, the soul, and the being. That is not the alchemy whereby the soul experiences the rebirth, but a change that is the rearrangement of dust, the rearrangement of matter molecules. What is sickness? What is health? What is poverty? What is riches? Simply the relative condition that is yet illusion, except the individual so manifesting may see beyond that manifestation to the reality of that which is newness yet to come. I come, then, from the octave of the ascended masters, to speak with thee. Whether the condition of life be happiness, whether the condition be suffering, I say, seek the goodness of God. Godness. Seek the happiness of the one God. If thy only happiness can be found in suffering, then seek of the suffering, for 'tis thy preference journey. Do not judge of good or evil in this circumstance by the state of thy comfortableness, but discern by thy state of oneness with God, a oneness that is not a verbalization, a oneness that is a beingness. What ye verbalize is most often an untruth. Be it. Beingness, stripped of all else, this is the path to reunion. Beingness. I am. Not to know about it, think about it, feel about it, but simply to be it. In the being, be the perpetual action of life becoming life. Be the sword of Kali. Be the scepter of Christ authority. Let that Holy Spirit live within. Let us speak of love. What is love? Love is whatever brings you to the feet of God, be it cataclysm, be it the perfume of a rose, be it the raindrop upon your nose. Whatever will shake you to the remembrance of me, saith the Lord, that is love. Thy thrust, then, is not to be the interpreters of the word. Be the word. Let the interpretation be the judgment of the actions, judge actions, not persons for their actions, that proceed. By their fruits ye shall know them. Be the tree of life. Let the earth evolutions come and pluck the fruit of your tree, eat of it and enter samadhi. Let me now, however, give unto thee a shortcut to immortality. It is surrender. It is the death of the ego. There is a way to purity. It is bathing in the holy light. Let the flow of mother/father now be unto you purification for a purpose. If purification had not the purpose of the salvation of the soul, then what need of purification? Beloved ones, I speak to you of an altered state of awareness whereby you enter into a flow where there is no longer resistance to the God I know. For the God I know is the God that I am, and that God in you is ready to absorb, to assimilate, and to become yourself. Be still and listen. This is why it is so very vital that ye ones listen, while using the meditation, quieting tape given unto thee by Master Haton, for it calls within all the rays, the silence of receiving and the ability to participate on a level of subconscious awareness, not just a hearing, sort of another lecture. That is why ye ones should bring up thy questions, written, that ye might present them without altering thy state of consciousness, then receive unto yourself the response where it can be of great value. It all takes place within that level of consciousness beneath that which ye perceive. Always, always. Dharma does not wish to take of thy time to experience the tape, that is error, for ye cut the value of the session to almost zero by the failure to have all participants at a level of receiving in the proper placement. Through these ways ye can have the goal achievement which you so dearly seek. There need be no struggle to becoming that self of goal, but only the stepping out of the uniform of humanism, the stepping out of the masquerade of the carnal mind. All that is not yourself cannot bind you unless you give it the power to bind of you. Walk away from the old habits, no, run like mad, away from the old habits, the old patterns, the old man, the old associations, and stand in the core of thy new being. Command by the authority of the Almighty Totality, Father/Mother God, and be free. Do not submit to darkness, but submit rather to humility and light that allows protection to thyself. Be the obedient servant of the law, but not of the demons who would mock your humility and call you servile in that fear which is only the fear of the demons because they have not the truth of God. Ye must take the step of going forth unto thy God and requesting of the balance, the harmony, and the way to alignment the instructions of the inheritance of eternal life. In the good old-fashioned evangelism make thy peace with thy God, prepare to meet thy God. So be it and amen. Earth is a schoolroom. You must not pass from this life in that vulnerable state whereby you become caught in the astral plane, defending yourself against the vultures, the fallen ones who would eat your very flesh and blood because you have not the cylinder of light around you to carry you to immortal heights. Secure future. Secure, then, your soul's opportunity to live in eternity in the moment. Secure it, beloved ones. For I tell you, many are the sudden transitions, and they come in every walk of life among all types of persons. And once the transition is made, the soul then must reap the consequences of this life on earth. Many spend hundreds of years in the astral plane because they fail to take the opportunity on earth to secure that identity in God. Let the little mechanisms of the subconscious mind that have been instituted to protect a weak consciousness from reality now be set aside in part. I call it forth that you might now see the debt to life you owe, that you might command life and be free, that you might invoke the sacred fire and know that day by day you are transmuting the causes and cores of those conditions which heretofore you have denied. You are ready for the transmutation that you do not turn your back but face with calm certitude of inner knowing all that has been less than Christ's perfection. You must face these denials for the reality they bring and then ye can be in the transmuting. Energy is God. Every erg of energy that has passed through the nexus of your consciousness through thousands upon thousands of years of experience must now be passed through the flame of the God source, be stripped of the outer coating of human consciousness, and sent back into your causal body of life. This is the real challenge of life on earth, not creature comforts, not the attributing of success to those who have become adept at the manipulations of matter. I have one great longing, dear ones, to see you free in the real sense of the term. I am, therefore, come to extend illumination whereby the soul may see light, may see darkness, may understand the equation, may know that in the ultimate sense all wrong is unreal. But in order to be unreal, to be rendered unreal, in the physical octave where illusions have the appearance and concreteness of a quasi-reality, it must pass through the flame of transmutation. Therefore, affirm the unreality of sin, disease, and death even while you invoke the violet flame to transmute the effect of a condition of consciousness whereby in former times and spaces you accepted and qualified the reality of that sin, disease, and death. The molecules of light are stripped of false belief and systems of error by this transmutation ritual. The ritual having nothing to do with the process, save a focusing of soul intent through the ritual act itself. Through this transmutation the inner man is made whole. That in that action you are invoking the sacred spirit and the cause, effect, record, and memory of illusion must submit. Ye must always hold the goal as there is purpose in all types of petition, meditation, decreeing, visualization, etc. When you have found the thread of contact which connects each one of the levels of mastery, you will enter into the great synthesis of the mother flame. This great synthesis is the white light of totality, and from this light is born truth, undefiled. Respect for all. We do not come forth to condemn of any faith. We only come to bring light, illumination, and understanding of every faith. May those who are divided in the separate churches see that each way is a key, and the understanding of the blending of the keys of life will enable all humanity to contact the very core of that total light. Let the understanding always be I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am Lanta. I seal you now in the truth of understanding and wisdom. Let us ever use of this wisdom and understanding to move forward at this great and critical time upon this beloved garden which has been given unto thee. I give strength unto you caretakers whose load is heavy and the way strewn with obstacles. Hold unto us that we may see you safely through thy passage. Peace be unto thee as I stand by awaiting thy petition and invitation into thy circle of participation. So be it and Sela. I am that I am. I am Lanta. Page 108. Chapter 19. Rec number 2 Paul the Venetian. Tuesday, April 18, 1989, 1 p.m., Year 2, Day 245. Good afternoon, Dharma, thank you for receiving of my energy. I am called Paul the Venetian in order that you will not confuse my label with that of Paul the Apostle who comes for these lessons as Hilarion. More as definition of my vibration, I am referred to as the Kohan of the third ray with emphasis upon love, creativity, and beauty. In other words, these are the areas of my, let us say, expertise. Love and discipline. Creativity and beauty cannot actually exist without the presence of love, therefore, let us consider love. Love is the flowing essence, the ephemeral quality of God, as it is the movement of the wind and the flowing of water. It requires the greatest of discipline to be able to retain, to have, and to hold that love that is so tender, so gentle, and yet the ultimate expression of creative fires. Those who are the greatest artists, poets, and musicians who use the flame of love to implement an idea of God are those who have the greatest discipline, discipline of self, energies of self, of life, even of time and space. I come, then, to bring unto you an understanding of this discipline so that you will understand that discipline is not something to be feared, but rather that discipline is the law, the fulfillment of love. Discipline is a grid, a force field that is necessary in order to have the flow of love and to retain the flow of love. Where there are lives which are undisciplined, love departs, love compromised and perverted is lost. Where energies in motion are undisciplined, where there is not a chalice that can contain the liquid fire of love, mankind then loses of that love. To be happy for eternity means that love must be ensconced in a discipline that requires the discipline of self. To continue to receive love, ye must give of it. Know that as you discipline your energy, your supply, your expression, the hours of your day, your service to life, you are increasing your capacity to release love. The more you are disciplined, the stronger are the grids of consciousness. To have a strong consciousness, as strong sinews, enables you to balance megatons of the life force that you call love. On Terra, however, there is such difficulty on the part of life streams in their handling of the currents of love. Many who should be master of the flame of the third ray are now in states of disintegration and their minds are filled with foul spirits and the mutterings of those spirits. This state of being in degradation results from having perverted that wondrous flame. Because love is such a powerful force, precious ones, its abuse results in a very severe trauma and karma and a deprivation of life and the life force. Therefore, you see, all of the science of this age of enlightened knowledge, given at the hand of the alchemist, Saint Germain, is channeled to mankind as the flame of God love. For out of love is the fulfillment of the mother flame of every invention, every aspect of divine reality that is waiting to be lowered into manifestation through the creative genius of many among you and many among mankind. Unfortunately, due to the educational systems of the world and the equation of certain mass concepts and certain omissions of concepts that ought to be taught from childhood, mankind has a misunderstanding of native genius and students are not taught of the talents of the Lord given to each one, nor are they taught how to release those talents and those flames of their innate God reality. People feel a sense of worthlessness and that only a few have abilities for invention and creativity. Each has unique idea. I am come to tell you that locked in the heart of everyone is a unique idea of love that you can bring forth for the benefit of your fellow man and the progress of the culture of the Divine Mother. It can be manifest in many diverse ways and expressions. Most of you have held the gift in your heart for a succession of experiences simply because you have not been told you could release it, that you could bring it forth, that you are beings of ultimate creativity. More often ones lead you to believe you have no value, no talent, and so forth and so on in order to keep you in subjection. Well, dear ones, yours are the talents which will transcend the fads of the times and move across the centuries as a permanent contribution to the race of mankind. Therefore, I suggest we move right along with the locating and expressing of these talents. God creates, therefore, it follows that you must be creative. In your hands, in your eyes, in the movement of energies through you there is creative flow. If you have the discipline here in this density you can realize beautiful thought forms in matter. You can release those things that are not for profit nor for the trade and merchandising in the world that are here today and gone tomorrow. But rather, you can release a permanent contribution to thy brotherhood of mankind. Let me give you a new concept of the need for self-discipline. It is not because if you sin you will die, not if you sin you will be punished, but simply because if you are disorganized, and this is a sin against the order of the cosmos, if you are slovenly in your personal habits, if you allow yourself to be moved by every little current and every little sway, you will lose the fires of love that will give you the greatest enjoyment of your life, the fulfillment of your creative destiny. Self-discipline becomes a point of enlightened self-interest. To move toward fulfillment of your divine blueprint and your divine plan can be accomplished in the greatest beauty and joy of the fire of love, if you will only take me into your daily invocations and give generously of the force of the sacred flame so that you can receive directly from your inner Christ flame of self. This will allow the genius within to move without. Why cannot you walk the earth as Christ ones? What is hindering your manifestation of this most wondrous state of being? It is only the ignorance, the banality, and the sleep of the ages, only because your media and your billboards are not constantly telling you that you can become that which ye desire in achievement. No, they tell you of the sensuality and desire of base pleasures which pull you farther from thy goal. Ye do become what ye vision and that which you are told and take within thyself as truth. You move with the banal energies for these energies flow within and upon the waves of mass consciousness, thus capturing you within the trap of hypnotic helplessness. Well, I tell you, the media were given unto mankind as a means of disciplining selfhood, and of releasing to mankind the messages of the masters. So be it, for thus do things come to be misused. Can you imagine if every time you turned on the television set the announcer said, "You can become Christ"? You would begin to believe it. It would become a common fact, no longer startling nor astounding. You must turn on the television set within your inner being, of your etheric body, and listen to the masters until such time as your public media can be brought into change for the benefit of building up esteem instead of thrusting deeper into violence and low self-esteem. I am releasing an opportunity for you to learn to realize there is an invention right within you, already functioning, a means of contacting through the etheric body, by a mechanism and an electronic frequency far above the physical plane, the octaves of the ascended masters. Those teachers are there waiting for thy request for participation. Since there actually is no time or space, realize that you can be, at any moment of the hour or day, in the presence of your teacher of choice or all of them. It simply takes the practice of projecting the mind's eye to that physical point, that geographical location in time and space that is the coordinate where resides the master. This is actually not as difficult as it appears. Thy brothers of the cosmos travel in this manner in their perceived reality and can manifest into matter in reality even to the sense of touch. Let us have an experiment, for do you know that my pink cape is lined in green? I am a scientist of the first order, and you need not relegate me to the exclusive corner of being an artist. For I am a scientist as well as an artist, and I rejoice that both faculties have been given into my hand as tools. Let the chalice that was released many years ago as a thought form now be given here below as a chalice for the mental body. Let the chalice be a disciplined force field given to you at my hand and yet which you yourself must fashion. This chalice will not remain with you unless you reinforce it by daily application to the discipline of calling upon the ray resources of our brothers Serapis Bey, Germain, etc. As the waters seek their own level, so the flame of perfection seeks its own level. Since the level of mankind's consciousness is at the level of imperfection, all that is perfect that is lowered into form must either be reinforced each day by those in embodiment or, if it is not, it will return to the higher octaves. You might say, then, that this is decay in reverse, for, of course, perfection does not decay, it simply withdraws. Particle by particle, then, the chalice will return to the level of your Christ flame unless by invocations to that Christ flame you continually reinforce in the physical octave the atoms and molecules of fiery light that compose the chalice. This experiment would somewhat equate to going the opposite way on an escalator or moving conveyor belt. If you don't keep moving and keep decreeing, you will lose the ground that you have gained. That is almost how it is prior to your ascension, as though you were on an uphill climb and as though that belt were continually moving, so that you can never stop, for to stop is to move backwards with the automatic reverse trends of civilization and move down, down the mountain of attainment. Unless you are forever transcending yourself, you are not coming into perfection. So I also come to release creativity, but I am limited, not by laws of the cosmos, but by the law of your own being. Your own being has a law of its own, and each individual has made that law of himself according to himself and his own self-discipline. In reality you are chalices filled with love. You have, however, inverted those chalices and made them the entire complement of the electronic belt, the record, the memory of all past misdoings contained in the subconscious at the level of the astral plane. Let us then consider that all we must do is turn the chalice that is now upside down, right side up. Do you see that you can sow a garden that grows from the energies of the electronic belt? You can sow love continuously. You have a great reservoir of light on high in your causal body. It has been told to you, but I would remind you that every erg of energy that is transmuted in answer to your call is an asset stored in your cosmic bank account. You can then call upon those assets to bring forth fruition of thy goals. Set things to right. If you have failed to complete a task or walked away from a situation, a karma, a marriage, a family, a job, a business where you should have fulfilled the transmutation of love, you still have the time in this life to go back and set things unto rightness. It does not mean to compromise, but to return means to take your stand with the sacred fire, to compel the moving into that flame. Let the flame take that energy and place it upon the altar of cosmic honor and resolve the circumstance in love and peace. Resolved in an order that all participants can move forward in light and harmony of peace, and not upon the jangled waves of discontent and bitterness. You must carefully weigh in the balance of truth each decision of your life, and you must come to know that the flame of God justice is the flame of God mastery, no more, no less. This would become a gift unto you, for you would have conquered in love and in the art of living love. Since I am the Kohan of the heart place, and as the pink flame of the heart is the frequency of love to the world, may I come into your heart at least once within your week, let us say on Monday, which is so often called of blueness, i.e. Blue Monday, that we might work and begin to reverse this course of cancer which is eating away at thy beloved place. Let us effort at slowing the disease, then stop of the disease, and then let us reverse the disease into easement. You have all the electronic flow necessary to direct the course of your reality. You only now need learn to use of it in properness. No matter what you have been, you can be better, and life can be better and fuller from this moment on, because you have accepted my love. It is that by the working in unison we can multiply and compound the positive results relative to input. So be it. Dharma, I place my seal upon these writings and now stand aside that the lessons are not of such length that we lose of our students' interest. I will have further to share, but I believe we should conclude for this session. I am in great appreciation for thy assistance and for the kind sharing of Commander Hayton. Great blessings are brought forth to you once from the higher energy flows. This energy comes with abiding love and care, therefore, please be accepting of the gift and come into peace and comfort with all thy works. Though the path seems tedious and trial-laden, it is moving in perfection. In service, I am of the third ray of the pink vibration. I am Paul. Chapter 20. Rec number 1, Serapis Bey. Saturday, April 22, 1989, 6:15 a.m., Year 2, Day 249. A seedling is planted and the plant nurtured, then comes the time of growing unto harvest. Many things must be proper to allow the plant to grow to full flower, Kila. Some plants can grow in snow, some in the heat of a desert, all things in their proper place or growth through selection. Our energies will mesh when we allow of the coalescence. Love misdefined. I am Serapis Bey, of the crystal ray, the fourth you call it for identification. Actually, the crystal ray is my choice. The refracted color of the fourth ray is not white. There is a difference, Kila. I am simply the headmaster of the fourth ray at this portion of sequence. I long for a better language for thee of the English-speaking sectors, for love has become such a tritely used term. Yet it is the experience of love, agape, not romance of lovers, but abiding, non-defaulting love which underlies all progress to higher frequency existence. You are having trouble, Dharma, because it troubles you that we preach love, love, and more love, total love, ad nauseum. It is because there is no other word to use and no other way to get where you are going. The term conjures immediately to the mind's eye, the drifters in false pious demeanor, drifting about pronouncing great acceptance of all things positive or negative. Yeah, the non-productive acceptors of any, and all, kinds of sexual encounters to prove their unbiased love empty, blinded drifters partaking of any, and all, mind-altering plants or drugs. Ah yes, 'tis sad for thee are ended with no proper term to use for the truth of it. Worse, in the acceptance of those teachers, many of the children who followed or were later followers, made gross errors not easily corrected. Many extreme measures were taken in immature minds and actions which were done for convenience and avoidance of responsibility of real love. Ah, such sadness flows in my consciousness as I see the foolish blunders made under the temptation of the brothers of darkness pretending to be lighted brethren. As always, the worst attack is on the youth who are still too young to discern from life in full and thus are acting from impulse and rebellion. So be it, for special blessings are poured forth upon these ones who do come onto the path, that their feelings of guilt be moderated, for they knew not what they were doing. There is no magic age for knowledge. Sometimes it never comes in an entire lifetime of physical experience. Sometimes it comes past midlife, so be it. It comes when it comes, no more, no less. Life of physical experience is just that experience, ye are here to experience. Ye each come for a different reason. How blessed ye are when ye find thy brother who has come primarily for the same purpose thee chose. Do not waste time in remorse for what thee did not know, or do. In thy past the past is gone. Ye cannot change one thing of yesterday. It is as far gone as any existence on another sphere a billion years ago in thy time sequence. If thee made errors that can be corrected, do so, but it is gone and naught can be removed or added to yesterday or last split moment. Ye can dream of tomorrow, but ye actually only have this heartbeat of a moment, for life and death, action and inaction, wholeness or crippleness, light or dark are only one heartbeat in separation. One little electric impulse of energy surge is all the separation there is in the universe. Even thy mind is set up so that the interruption of energy flow through particular circuit interchanges can place a human into an entirely different illusion of experience. Thy mental houses of distress are filled with those precious ones. I am not come forth to this group, through you, Dharma, for the same thrust as for the beginners of truth-seeking. Ye do not need of the same lessons of the novice. Ye ones are about a job, well planned and functioning. Let us consider some of the things ye do not need to do in order to move forward. Are you willing? Ye must face the question, how great is thy love? How badly do thee wish to participate in a transition of a birthing of a planet into a higher dimension, the fulfilling of a cycle? Ye have to confront to what extent ye are willing to give up the course of self-centered illusion to accomplish insight necessary to participate with thy unseen brotherhood. There is a key in the disciplines to higher consciousness. The key is not to become entangled in the labyrinth of human questioning and the fears and the doubts and specter of the night that haunt that labyrinth. You do not have to trace the meanderings of the carnal mind and the human consciousness through all of the levels of the subconscious in order to come to the knowledge of truth, in order to come to reality or to overcome in love. The key is not to be drawn by curiosity or a fascination with horror or a gluttony for the things of the senses, drawing you down into more and more astral experiences and psychic phenomena. The key, instead of taking 1,000 steps through the astral plane, is to take one step into the plane and encircling beingness of the mighty I Am Presence, into the plane of the Christ mind, where the oneness and the wholeness of that great pyramid, the triune of totality and power, the oneness and the wholeness, is the dissolving action. Get off the downward spiral. Brethren, transcend your cycles. Do not follow those negative spirals round and round and round again, going down, down, down onto the death manifestation in the very crypt of the electronic belt. Spiral, instead, upward and outward, utilizing the flame of transmutation, consuming on contact the debris you encounter. The flame is not linear. It need not travel over the lines of human creation. Your soul, enveloped in that flame, also need not remain any longer in the consciousness that the only way out is through the lower frequency labyrinth. I say, transcend it. This means that in the moment when you would indulge your pettiness, your argumentation, your human nonsense, your dalliance in childishness, in the moment you instantly let go and you let God be the light that swallows you up in the victory of love. The love that is your victory is your own love, that is God made manifest within yourself. Our God is the all-consuming fire of love. And that God self resides as close as thy heart cell, within thy breast, within thy mind, thy soul. Why do thee ones shut him from thee? Ye carry within, the unlimited power of the universe, and ye hide away from him. Gain passion in the loving of that wondrous source. Love enough so that you do not have need to satisfy some human desire of density. You are not forced to appease the carnal mind and give in to that which is destructive. Thee are blessed with a thinking, reasoning, and potentially unlimited mind, given the freedom of will and choice. Use it. You do not have to engage your energies in imperfection. As much as you think that it is sometimes necessary, I tell you that by always going within the heart and upon the threefold flame of life, within to thy God force of self, you can transcend all former cycles. So be it. When ye can sustain thy attention upon your I Am Presence and upon the light, you will receive the energy necessary to deal with all other circumstances. You will grow beyond having to travel through them in your emotions, in your mental concepts, in your memory, and in physical labor. Think, then, upon this. The disciplines for higher consciousness demand that you prove how it is that you can be in the world, and yet not of the world. As a child. How do you accomplish the seemingly impossible feat? The first step is to become as a little child. You must become open as in innocence of the questioning, the accepting, the total openness of a little child coming into truth of experience. You must go beyond and above what thy mind has been filled with of untruth to be replaced with truth. Ye cannot instantly become a Christ man or woman without having first come into understanding of the law. The first steps, therefore, are in the accepting of the teaching that ye might learn that law. Regress in your soul awareness for a moment. Go in thy mind back to the point of embryonic life of your consciousness of innocence, entering into that form of the tiny babe. Total trust and faith and hope and charity are yours. You have not hardened your heart, you have not hardened yourself to become a cynic in the world. Your skin is tender, it is not toughened by the failures of others. And so in the sweet perfume of your love of mother and the mother's love for you, you remember wholeness in God, and this is all of your identity. At that point you are the babe in Christ. You are calm and serene, with the absolute conviction that your life is in God, that God is caring for you. The most essential quality of becoming this tiny babe is to understand the quality of helplessness. When you are totally helpless, then you must allow God to work his work within you. You can truly say, as the child of Christ, I of mine own self can do nothing. It is the Father in me which doth the work. You have a clear transparency, purity from the immaculate vision of the cosmic Virgin. This is the meaning of immaculately conceived. You know no sin, you know no separation from God. You are in the womb of the mother. You are surrounded by the waters of the living word. You are at peace, and life is yours to conquer because you are God in manifestation. Now you are ready for the disciplines whereby the babe will become the child. Next comes the outer manifestation, from within the womb into the outer womb. Your habitation is a cosmos, a brave new world, a world filled with light and yet with shadows and darkness somehow as yet undefined to your precious soul. You come forth and you travel the cycles of your individual cosmic clock and you bow before the great initiators of life. The little child of innocence then is forced to learn the ways of his new world separated from the attachment of the disciplines of the God all where thy knowledge was in the cycles of the Father. You now experience falls and scrapes, tears, and demands that cannot be fulfilled. Therefore, you learn to fulfill your own demands, the shaping of the feelings and of the mental body, the shaping of the mind, the memory, and the noble form, the form that is to house the spiritual fire of life. Ah yes, this little child born to be God, but alas, also come the pitfalls. As the veils of innocence are parted one by one and you mature in the understanding of the world as well as in the understanding of the law, take care. Take care that you do not forget your source and the fairies and the undines and the gnomes with whom you frolicked as a little one. Take care that you do not forget the faces of angels who have tended your crib, who have watched over thee. Take care that you do not forget that there are masterful beings who took you by the hand and walked you safely through the places of danger, but also, mostly ye do forget. There are few who will remind you, there are few who will know, for they have all been deprogrammed away from God into the ways of the world. Thus, if you retain your innocence of the little child, you will become the little child who leads all of the aspects of the creation into the knowledge of the Christ. It is the little child within you that will be the leader of this age of coming into knowledge. It is the child who remembers the source, but coming into that oneness of balance, of discrimination, of learning, of mastering the studies necessary to function in this world and to be of service and to have the sacred labor ye have accepted. You must not only become the little child, so to speak, to have disciplines of higher consciousness, but you must also remain the little child. It is better to be heard again, and here all of you cellists take careful attention, than to have the cynicism of the existentialists. It is better to have advantages taken of thee, than to fall into constant mistrust of your fellow man. As thee grow, you will become discerning and will not fall prey to these ones who will pull thee down. Do not set about armoring thyself with false armor, for the armor thee will choose outside of the godness will be of darkness. If you steel yourself with that false set of armor that is not the tube of light, the innocence of the white light, but that is the mastering of deceit and intrigue, the mastering of a carnal ego, the mastering of all of its defenses, its indulgences, and all of its experiences which the fallen ones tell you must have in order to distinguish light and darkness. Experience not required to learn. This, dear ones, is the first and fundamental lie that is told to the child to take the child from the path of light. Come and experience this, come and experience that. Taste and see, taste and know for yourself whether or not this is for you. Ah yes, this is experience, so be it, but it is not of necessity. The little child in all innocence does not need to taste of the energy veil, temptations of illusory evil, need not partake of it or absorb it or become contaminated by it in order to know the truth. There have been many, many ones, Christ ones, who have entered into the Holy of Holies and who have found the satisfactions of loving God and in His holy angels without the experience of participation in the banal. Those who have accepted that lie and entered into the compromises of all of the things that are offered in the marts of the world are burdened today by a cross of their own making, a cross of their own actions, a cross that is the hatred of the Divine Mother in whose womb they live and move and have that being of light. Therefore, the child maturing to become the master in the way, to carry the cross of world lessons, cannot take upon himself that cross of world karma because he is too busy carrying his own cross of selfishness and self-indulgence. Therefore, Chalice, there are few who have the time to participate in truth, who will take the effort to bear responsibility or will only if I have time, give me a call and I'll try. When it is convenient and I have no other thing to do, no appointment with worldly stuff, I'll try. Do thee recognize off /www.amazon.com/chrysalids/John Wyndham/DP/0091245516/ref equals backfire upon thee. In every age there must be souls who are willing to bear a certain portion of the weight of world karma, for lack of a better word. In these times it is by and large elemental life who bear that weight, for those among mankind who care at all to carry a little extra baggage are few and far between. Right choices. Those who love are the disciplined ones who can walk through the narrow streets of the cities of the Middle East, for instance, where every form of temptation lurks and every aspect of the sins of human consciousness is displayed in the marketplace. So to walk through or to tarry, explore and partake. It is one thing to enjoy a shopping trip, it is another to become addicted to going shopping and to examining the manifestations of human consciousness when you ought to be meditating upon the light that burns within the shops of your very own inner being. Precious ones, discipline means to withdraw energy, and with it your attention, from its encasement in the tomb of matter. It means to stop the flow into the dense and direct it into the higher. The pearl is the symbol of your causal body, and the layer upon layer of the pearl are the spheres of consciousness that you have built layer upon layer around the central core of the I am presence of self. This iridescent mother of pearl is worth all. Therefore, a wise man will go and sell all that he has for the one pearl of cosmic consciousness. Its discipline demands that you let go of all involvements and realize that from day to day you never know when your soul, bereft of the physical body, will find itself cast on another shore in the mental plane, in the astral plane, God forbid, or in the etheric octave. If you were the messenger, you would be in the position to observe day by day those who are born and those who are dying, those who come into the physical plane and those who leave. It is a vast parade of souls taking incarnation and moving on. But the disciplines for higher consciousness, if it is to be retained, must be proven in the physical plane. Therefore, it is the admonishment of the hierarchy to make time and space count, for they are the crucible whereby you prove your God mastery and the alchemy thereof. Little progress is made in other planes, for here in matter you made of your experience, learned or did not learn thy lessons, and here in matter is where you must bring it all into balance. Let none think that they will live forever and forever in these lower bodies. They are but vehicles of consciousness which are loaned to you, as all of the energy of God is on loan to you, that you might prove the mastery of free will. I come to you, then, to give you the concept of discipline. I tell you, as I survey the world scene in all of the dreadfulness of that which is taking place, so much is unknown to you that it is pathetic how your leaders have deprived you of knowledge of what is actually happening in secret diplomacy, in international politics, and even in thy own legislatures. As I survey all of this, I see as the one hope that path of initiation that leads through the teachings of what is called the Great White Brotherhood, the lighted brotherhood, not black, brown, or white but rather, lighted versus darkened. There must be ones to walk with mankind until they awaken from their sleep and begin to really see. There must be ones who lead in balance and harmony and love. Man must follow because the way is truth, not from fear of power which will render him useless. Yet ones have accepted the mantle, have asked for participation and have been appointed. Thy way shall be opened unto you that you can find the path without falling along the wayside. But, Chalice, ye must hold strong, for the worldly ones will effort ceaselessly to pull thee down. However, know that when the circle is closed, the cycle is finished and those without will remain without, those within cannot be separated. So be it, for it shall come to pass as written in the great books of the universe. I take my leave in appreciation for being allowed a hearing and always know that I stand attentive to thy calls. I am that I am, teacher of the fourth ray, that nothing shall be lacking in thy lessons. I am. Serapis Bey in Light. Chapter 21. Rec number 1 Hyalorion. Monday, April 24, 1989, 7 a.m., Year 2, Day 251. Hyalorion to speak to you, Dharma. Thank you for allowing my humble presence to join with you. We sat with you as ye were witness to the moving pictures of last evening. For reference, Murderers Among Us, Simon Y. Senthal's life stream during this passage. I am going to speak on the manners of persecution upon the bodies, hearts, and souls of man, by man. I am the best spokesperson for the subject, for my own physical life stream on earth place, was as Paul Saul of Tarsus. I persecuted to such extent that none, not even thy Hitler, could balance my negative energy. It was only different in the group whom I persecuted. Quite frankly, I knew no better truth. Ones living in the presence and fulfillment of the evil intent actually believe it to be the better way, Chalice. I have paid dearly for those wrong choices of my precious free will actions. I continue to earn my way back to total perfection. Evil. I also have witnessed that even through the acts of evil which were perpetrated at my hand and command, the balance of good has been allowed to blossom indeed. Therefore, Chalice, do not cast aside any lesson, for all scenarios are intended for thy experience and learning achievements. Simon W. is correct. It is when the actions are perpetrated, and then men allowed to forget or deny, that the true lessons are lost to be repeated again and again and again. Yet ones become bored with the repetitions that the Jewish peoples repeat yearly at all important days. Most do not even know why they do it, and the point is missed. There were almost as many non-Jewish persons annihilated in the days of Hitler, as there were Jews, give or take a few million. I will not go into the reasons, now, that those things happened, but it had to occur for the rest of the mandates to be allowed to bloom. It had to be for the revelation of the prophecies. One man's evil? Oh no, brethren, not one man's evil. Evil so widespread that you would not even comprehend the level of hatred against brother which was really present. If many were not evil, Hitler could have done naught, he would have been killed or at least cast away from leadership. It was the Dark Brotherhood at work in fine form. So be it, for it is done, but the lessons brought forth must not be lost unto any of you, for you have only just begun the next segment of horrors as the evil ones come into final confrontation. When ye have been tempered in the fire for thy purpose, however, the entry of the master teacher is as the whirlwind. It comes in mighty force, confounding of the very consciousness of the human entity. If thee are appointed, it will come when and wherever the God within confronts the master alchemist. It can gently grow from that point, or it can completely consume of thee. Mostly, ones are of basic goodness, and the moment of conversion is not really known to thee. Until the awakening, you will not probably know at what point in the existence of your soul you finally offered all. There is not even a way to know if you came for a purpose, as I have. Back again and again to assist ye of the mortal density. Let it be, just know that you are, and let us do of our work. Actually, it is the culmination of the call and many calls. Ye know of your growth when ye recognize that you are broken in the human and accept the divine as thy only choice. Ye will err again and again, thee will never slip again into the pits of evil. Hear the call. Ah yes, ye better be in the listening, or the call can be most uncomfortable to the human being. For your confirmation, do ye wait for him to appear in visions, to flatter you with the presence of angels and trumpets, harps playing and a retinue of God beings? Ah, Chelas, ye may wait very long, and you may find the waiting very hard. Just as I had to be in the facing of my task in the lighted path, ye must face the difficulties and expectations of evil attack upon thy path. This receiver, this messenger, Dharma, must face all possibilities. I effort at warning her, and you, of the pitfalls of the path, and the mission, for the way is cluttered with all that would stop thee. Do not be smug in your understanding of the mysteries, for there are many who have had the sacred mysteries who have never experienced the resolvement of the lighted red road to Creator Source. If you do not neglect the requirements of the service, you will find that the God presence will come forth from his place within and become without. You will also feel the encircling comfort of the brotherhood of the sacred, infinite circle, which is the Christos, form total protection about thee. You might proclaim, I am not worthy, for I walked in such negative matter, yesterday. Also, man walks that path constantly. Man needs the example of imperfection that he can relate to perfection. Do not suddenly sit on thy pedestal and proclaim achieved perfection. Seek rather to be perfected by that wondrous energy that comes from perfection. As you are perfected within, the light will radiate without. Know perfection as the graces of that great spirit and seek them. Judge not how far thy brother has progressed, look within at thy own degree of progress and move ever forward. Wrap thyself in the protection of that perfection that the evil brotherhood is kept without. Darkness cannot invade thy presence in light, unless thee allows of it. Do you not see that if it were possible to be humanly perfect, there would be no need for divine perfection? If it were possible to contain God on earth outside of thee, there would be no need to pursue heaven. Once you have experienced the energy flow that comes with a healing salve of wondrous beauty, thee will want to remain inside that calm and harmonious wholeness. Look always within in truth and honesty. Just as I, as Saul, was struck by the light and blinded upon the roadway, have ye not perchance been stricken? Just as the Master Isujesus stood in my presence and asked, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? Have ye not heard these words in thy soul, as ye have witnessed curses upon thy fellow man, abortions of thy babes, deliberate actions to avoid responsibilities of truth, as thee has taken the easy way, the human way? Oh yes, there is not one energy who will fall heir to these words that will not have experienced that small, we call within thy mind. Come now, come and let us reason together, you who are the intelligent, or so self-considered, you who are the ones who know of the things of this life. Let us consider the end of cycles and the sloughing off of the old. Let us remember how all that appears in manifested form must be recycled back into the central source. You can't take it with you, truth. Is it not better to come into early understanding and communion with thy source before having to climb back up the ladder to a level whereby thee can do of thy appointed work during this time of transition? Is thy alarm clock not ringing and ringing? There is a pattern, a blueprint, a building if you will, whereby sequence is mandatory. Are you filling thy service station in timely manner that the sequence is not interrupted? Are you aware enough to count the days and the hours of opportunity open unto you? You cannot ask of another, what is my level, or am I doing okay? Not even thy higher brothers, for you know whether or not you are doing all thee can, all thee has agreed to do. You know if thy job is being fully tended and not left undone for another to need pick up and bear. Ye know. If ye claim ye do not know, better go again, within and see what you find. For if you question and excuse, you know thee are not acting in wholeness, but rather wish ones to assure you that you are okay. No, brethren, thy job is solely between thee and the God within. It is much as in pregnancy with child, ye are, or ye are not, pregnant. Ye are doing thy job fully, or thee are not, gray areas are excuses. This is not to be condemning only, when confronted, then the response need not be excuse but truth. God knows the difference, more, even thy cosmic brothers know the difference, 'tis only man who has closed his talents of understanding to the limit of hiding one from another. Just as I was given a new name by the master teacher, Paul, to replace Saul, it was to remove the old from my presence that I might experience in the new. The inner name given unto me at that time signified the great power of the mission of healing that was to be mine. Each one of you have a secret name which is given unto you. Some of you will hear numerous labels within thy inner self, i.e., John S. has many names and great purpose. Never be in surprise as you confront thyself coming and going in thy daily life. Many of you within this tiny circle have taken great loads to burden thee along the path to harvest of this mission. Healing. Wholeness is a concept which is required as you pursue thy path, especially the path of healing. Healed means in wholeness, and you cannot have a whole in partialness. It requires skillful practice to master the art, just as an artist must practice first with the brushes in clumsy strokes until perfection produces the beautiful reflection on the canvas. It is incorrect, beloved ones, to wait for some future nebulous time when you think by some miracle that suddenly, with one sweep, you shall step forth and speak the word of healing, and at that moment you will be transformed into the magnification of the Christ. Healing comes as you apply yourself day by day to the invocation, the calling forth of the healing ray, the garnering of that ray in your aura and in the chalice of your consciousness, and then the application of that ray as you are called upon in hour of crisis or need for one another. Another incorrect concept is that you are not in need of healing. You seem to be well and functioning, and therefore you perceive all is well. Precious ones, until the hour of wholeness, of cosmic integration, you are less than whole and therefore you require healing. Each and every one of you, each hour of the day, can therefore practice the fiats of the Christ. Go back and study the words of the great teacher. Study his words. Use the fiats that he used to make men whole. First, he would usually remind them that their transgressions were forgiven, that they might forgive themselves. They must forgive self, for all states of imperfection of self are wrought upon self in some means or manner as a result of self-punishment for perceived sins. You must realize that healing is first and most critical, an action of the mind, the subconscious mind that harbors thy instructions for actions performed by self and consciousness. It sounds as if it is a great difficulty, nay, simple in truth. Why bother with the healing of the consciousness and human form? Ye will just be changing dimensions into wholeness, will thee not? Nay, absolutely not. Can you function without a physical form in this octave? Of course not. Would you then be elsewhere? Perhaps, but your mission would not be fulfilled. Thus a return once again, another descent of your soul energy into a physical form might be required should you pass off lightly the calling of your present position in the world arena. All the time. Now, heed carefully. Having a physical form partially dedicated to truth and partially involved in the world of the senses and relationships of controlling nature, is not as the masters have intended that you should be. You have accepted a mission and it cannot be sometimes, it has to be all times or the work will not be finished in timely manner. So be it. I would wish that it be otherwise, it is not otherwise. I, Hilarion, place my own energies at thy disposal, to help thee find and hold thy way in truth. Men and women who would carry forth on this mission must be in the thinking once, then twice, and again of holy integration and bringing forth of truth in perfect form. It is not that which goes into thy mouth that defileth man, yes, stumble around about that which you eat and drink, but rather it is that which comes out from the mouth that defileth. Healing in thy force field means the actual healing everywhere upon this planetary body. For as you are, as the God within you, the authority for this earth, you will find that in geometric proportion by the infinite calculus of the Spirit, one with God is a majority for the entire universe. You must see, then, that you are but a replica of the planetary body in your force field and in your own selfness. Therefore, just as the Christos had the power to change an entire course of history, so do thee. And so, I, Hilarion of the ray of the fifth refraction, come with the answer and the key. If it be heeded and taken, you will find that the power of truth, as it is released from the heart of the great central sun magnet, will draw all men unto me. For I am the I am of me is the living Christ circle of infinity, and I bear witness to him who showed me along the way of life that the only truth, the only way, the only love, and the only power is the victory of the momentum of God within the individual force field of all mankind. So be it, and I place my seal upon these words that they might settle within thy heart place and focus unto thee that which is intended for thee. In the total oneness of that which is, I take my leave. I am, Hilarion. Chapter 22. Rec number 1 Lady Nada. Tuesday, April 25, 1989, 6 a.m., Year 2, Day 252. Good morning, Dharma, and it is a good morning. I know, child, ye had of great revelations in thy night and they have returned with you. As we all have accepted responsibility, it has been a heavy load under which we chafe and squirm. When thee know thyself, it takes a while to come into balance, so let it be at rest for a time of digestion. I am Lady Nada of the sixth ray, the Kohen if you will, the bringer of truth of communications on soul levels and nurturing, ministering and service. I come most closely wrapped in the robes of violet and gold from my close association with Germain and Master Eisegesis. You of the flock will need of my experience and lessons whether ye be masculine or feminine. I too, had to learn the path of love with the great ascended masters. I also learned that everyone who goes forth to serve has moments of self-doubt or thinks that after all of their efforts, their works are not too good, or that no one will want them, or believe them, or that no one will appreciate of their talent. There is a moment of total self-blindness when an individual may actually make a choice not to go forward with their accepted work. This is a very difficult impact on those ones who have depended upon that one to fulfill his or her task. The days grow short upon thy place as ye know it, ye are in the days of decisions and action. These are days when ye must stand strong lest ye be pulled down. Ye ones have just been severed from any income resource. The sustaining funds have ceased. What will ye do? Oh, I see and I thank you brethren, ye will just go on and ye will trust of us to show thee the way. So be it, for as ye release it unto us, it is done. Do not despair, for the plan is yet in unfoldment. It serves ye ones well to remember thy talent in the serving as the mother, the nurturing nature of mother creation which abides within all beings, male or female, for there is no difference in the realms of higher understanding. No difference. For on the magnificent levels, there is total balance, total harmony of flow and integration. Only our thrust is in difference that all facets of experience can be best utilized. It is the wondrous flaming heart of the mother embodied in the friend, the loved one, the ministering one that provides that help when the individual himself must give all strength and energy, all of his drive to the making of the mark at that precise moment. Therefore, even the Christ on the representative 14 stations of the cross still had the balance of this mother, holding the flame of watchfulness, of encouragement, of beauty, and of the divine memory of the end that is known from the beginning. Repetition. Please understand that even the rotations of the planets, the movements of the stars in their courses are perpetual example, reinforced subconsciously, that all of life is in the ritual of ministration and that the repetition of the ministering is the necessity and the beauty of Christ appearing. As you come to see the need for daily service to be repeated without fail each and every day, as with your receiving, dharma, and the sharing, in any and all of your occupations, you move from the mastery of individual Christhood on the 6th ray into and onto the full mastery of the 7th ray. You will find thyself in repetition upon repetition. You will find yourself saying, I have told this person over and over, not once but many times over, and still they move against the principle of this law. Well, this allows thee to see, beloved ones, that is the obvious need for continued ministration. It is like the watering of the flowers, the garden. The rains come and they come again into growth, and the elementals do not complain that they had given water only yesterday. We who come as the teachers often forget there are things we all need on a daily basis. And yet when it comes to the teaching of the sacred precepts of the law, we think somehow, either in ignorance or in pride, that if we have given our teaching, our word ought to be enacted. Further, if it is not enacted, well, it is too bad for that individual, they had their chance. If the angels took this attitude, I dare say that none of you would have a ministering angel today. For you have been ministered unto for tens of thousands of years. So you see, when it is oneself, it is easy to understand that one may need comfort and need it again and again. In the giving to other, however, you think, why is this person always needing comfort when God is obviously so always present? Well, that God needs to be obviously present in you. In turn it is obvious, or should be to you, that the individual cannot see God or understand his comfort unless you bring it personally. Therefore, in your perception of others' needs, you must put on your Godhood, instead of your perception of your own needs and become the balance which keeps on keeping on. We the Kohans, therefore observe. We allow souls of light to pursue the path in this way for many years, for we know the end must soon come. When they have finally magnetized everything they could think of under the sun and realize that their souls are still empty and there is still that longing for the lost chord, they may come to the realization that it is not the use of the path for the getting unto oneself, but the use of the path in order to supply the needs of others that is its highest application. Arrival at truth. You have truly arrived when you have no needs or wants, and you think to yourself, how rich I am in the wisdom of God, His glory, and His love. Further, when someone might ask what ye would need or prefer as a gift, etc., ye can think of nothing with which to respond. You have all the needs for perfection within. For many along the path, they consider the mark of attainment to be the fullness of health, wealth, and happiness. For them these are their standards of spirituality. Well, dear ones, some of the most spiritual people in the world are so bearing the burdens of life that they may be in abject poverty, they may have nothing. They may be burdened with incurable disease, they may be bowed down with all sorts of problems. And those who point the finger and condemn or judge are the very ones who need attainment on the 6th ray of ministration and service. If they would run to the aid of that one, they would discover in themselves the lack of the one great gift that individual possesses, love. Love that replaces fear. Love within the heart that is content to bear the burden of others. Love within the heart that trusts God in the hour of adversity. Love that does not complain simply because all things are not in the fullness of the richness of Western civilization, as the dreams of this West are created out of the images of opulence, luxuriousness, unending food, etc. Do not misunderstand and assume that if these things are present it is less than wondrous. It is inner satisfaction and balance of which I speak, not things. Things are nice to have if they can maintain balance in the necessary ability to release without care or pain, the things of matter and comfort. If you can let them go, ye have made it. If you can let them go if necessary, you will have gained grand entry into the kingdom. It is thy willingness within which is the key to the door of greatness. I am come in the flow and the rhythm of God is love that moves across eternity in undulations of sound, calling the souls of all evolutions in the stellar worlds home to the heart of God. The great summoning of life is for souls who have evolved in the outer realms of time and space to return to a center of being that is awareness, that is truth, that is life. Man must go within, for the souls of mankind are tired of evolution in darkness and chaos. Souls have not built the great amphitheater of life where the great drama can be outplayed in nobility after the image and likeness of the Christ ones. Therefore, the weariness of the soul is not in outer manifestation, but the weariness of the soul is in the outer manifestation that is not whole, that is not complete because of wrong sowing and of wrong knowing. Mankind have not known the truth that should make them free, but they have known the lie and been condemned by that lie. Thus, the weariness of the ways of the flesh, the experimentation with the uses of the sacred fires that is inordinate in the sight of God. I come as a cosmic mother and as a member of the higher realms to draw the tired, the poor, the weary, those who have been burdened by the world and have not remembered the words of the Prince of Peace, my burden is light. For every burden you carry, precious ones, can be changed in the twinkling of an eye into light, and light's manifestation, light's toleration of itself. Light is infinite, and thus the starry light that portends an infinite cosmos waiting to be received, waiting to be filled with the fruits of the harvest of souls, can be seen, can be known, can be experienced by souls who will come within into the inner being, into the chamber of the heart place. When you come into that stillness and you begin to meditate upon God, become one with thy Godness, you will first be moved and stirred by the regular beat of God's heart. In that beat is the pattern of the release of energy for a cosmos, a rose, a seed, a soul. It is the regular advancing rhythm of energy spiraling from a fiery core to the circumference of its inherent design. When you come into the center of the heart and meditate upon these concepts, you will at first wonder at the grandness of God's beingness. By and by, as you think upon these things and that being, you will come to realize that you are thinking upon your very own being, your very own life, for God is life. In fact, Chalice, God, and life are synonymous. I am. The sounding of the great tone which marks the birth of the soul is a mystical awareness of identity as the I am that I am. Further, that which I am is God, and that which I am is the soul when you say I am that I am. When God then speaks, he is saying, I am that soul, I am that awareness of self, I am that I am. When the soul speaks in the first person echoing the words of the Creator, the soul declares, I am. Then, as the energies flow from the spirit to the soul to the spirit, from God to man, from man to God, who can say at what point God is becoming man is becoming God? Who can say at what point there is the vortex of the interchange where God is man and man is God? Therefore, I am that I am. For in the law of the one the Alpha is become the Omega, the beginning and the ending, and the Omega is become the Alpha, the end has become the start. The cycle infinite. This is the sacred circle closed within the Christness of self and oneness with all. Being is one, life is one. But there is a divinity of polarity which manifests in order that God might have subjective awareness of self, and that man might have an objective awareness of self, that God might have an objective awareness of self, that man might have a subjective awareness of self. Thus, in the flow of life transcending life, all being is indeed one. As you contemplate this great mystery in the center of God's, self's, heart, gathering more of the flame of spirit into the soul, you reach a point in meditation, in oneness, where you might say your soul could burst with the fervor of the divine light. Then comes that great and wondrous desire to burst forth as a bud would in the springtime. As a blossom on a plant, as a leaf on a tree, and as a wondrous bird flying from the nest, a fledgling ready to experience life. At some point you must release those energies that have been winding tighter and tighter within. The spring must at some point be released, the energy must be allowed expansion, and the spirals must go forth. The cycles must be released, for cycles increase the identity of God. Man's awareness spins from the center to the periphery of God's cosmic consciousness. Man's whereabouts in time and space are limited only by his use or misuse of energy. Using energy wisely and well, man transcends finite spheres and blends his consciousness into oneness, allness. I am he, I am thou, I am they, I am me. I am brotherhood. Success through brotherhood. Brotherhood is the union of souls who have gone forth from the center of beingness. All beings who have identified with God throughout the ages are connected. It is through this brotherhood that we shall accomplish this wondrous transition which is coming. There is much speculation upon these matters, the prophecies have been made from the beginning of life upon thy place, the cycles explored and predicted. So be it, Chalice, for it is coming to be in thy present time. We are connected directly to your energy flow, at the sequence point, I in the Pleiades, you upon the planet of dense compression. You know within, however, that the brotherhood stretches as our oneness spans time and space. Let us remain ever within the violet flame which holds us bound as one in service, that the transmutation which some will call the rapture or the translation might pass smoothly and the tribulation be surmounted by the ones of the Master's fold. Aten will give thee what ye need to understand and know of all of these things. Thy time is at hand, allow it to be a wondrous adventure, beloved ones. Ye shall be meeting us most quickly within the unlimits of the cosmos, for we shall come from the clouds to enfold thee. In infinite love and service. I am that I am, Nada. Chapter 23. Rec number 1 Germain. Wednesday, April 26, 1989, 6 a.m., Year 2, Day 253. Lessons for the Scribe. Germain, here in the mighty I Am presence. Hear me, little one? Here, not there, or somewhere else, here. I simply exist in higher vibrations than you can easily visualize. You can hear even my heartbeat if ye but listen. You easily hear my electronic signals on thy circuits. So be it, indeed, so be it. I hear you. I walk with you and I work with you and my Chalice. The difference in you and others who follow my teachings is that you have bitten off great bunches more than most, yet ones have chosen to keep at learning, working and building in the brilliance of all the rays of the mighty presence, the total light. I am humble in thy presence. The two are the saints and the masters, beloved ones. Man has simply misused the words. In the aged time, saint was simply one of the Master's faithful Chalice. It had naught to do with the clubs voting for favors. Church is the body of the Master. If you follow my teachings, you are the church of the seventh ray. It had nothing to do with a brick and building. Am I immortal? Yeah, and so are thee. I am grand and wondrous, for I am all, so are thee. But I work diligently, for my lessons are always before me, just as with thee. I am totally humbled in the presence of the lighted one who has mastered all his lessons, and yet he bends his knee before that which I am, and I can accept of it, for it is God, to whom we give honor and respect. One day ye will see of it all and not ponder at such lengths. Ah, Dharma, thy lessons have been hard. Haton and I have caused thee to mind of thy scribing with things thee would not expect from higher dimensions. Well, Chalice, ye ones must not tamper nor clean up of our messages, ye must clear of thy space and write what we give. No more, no less. We are in appreciation if you will correct of our commas and spelling. It has been kind, and necessary, to have shared of thy training, Keela, for ones need to know how it is. Things for publication will bear our equally thoughtful and perfect input. It has not only been necessary to see how you would receive and pass along writings, but also we must see in what manner the writings are received by different energies. Ones are most set in their ways upon thy place, receiving and accepting only those things within their individual ability to receive or express. My teachings have been most abused, amused, and too often worshipped. 'Tis a negative thing to worship, for that is reserved for the totality of perfection, God. You can get away with it with Isusananda, for he is one with the Father in level of perfection. You will note I am referred to as Master, Lord, Saint, and many other things. I am not called Christ. I am one with the Christos. I am not achieved to a level of perfection to be Christ. The level of disease upon thy place allows both me and thee to grow and earn our passage. Let us be ever most humbly grateful for the allowed experience, and may we always do of our job with honor and perfection, that we might earn of our rank. There you are. Here I am in the heart of infinity. Here where the divine spark is, infinity. Therefore, blessed ones, I greet you as the infinite one, and as infinite ones, 1 times 1 times 1 times 1, ever the infinite one. See from the heart. Let the great and sacred circle of our oneness and our love cancel out all division, all misunderstanding, all ignorance, and every false testimony, as in the case of the blind men and the elephant, all giving varied reports of the same spectacle, but never arriving at the point of what was beneath their senses. The eyes that see are only a mirror of what thy heart and soul sees. Always look with thy eyes from the perspective of thy heart. I call your attention to that point. For centered in your heart, which is becoming my heart day by day, you can see all things as they are. For the true perspective of wisdom, anointed with love, and fired with the will to be all that God is, and blessed with the purity of the mother, what else can there be out of this than the crystal prism? Behold, I make all things new by the flame of the heart, by the vision of the heart, by the wisdom of the heart that is the endless stream of the endless source. O my beloved ones, I am come, and I am joyous to be here, joyous to bask in the light of thy own hearts. I see your perspective, for instance, of freedom, and I come therefore to give unto you another. May you pass every test, precious Chalice, may you pass every test. Beloved ones, the reward of love is great. However, those who deserve it often do not receive it, because they are the ones, the busy ones, working and serving. They often do not take up the time to be quiet and receive. It is most important to allow receiving. Always be at work to enlarge thy aura of light, that ye can be in the abundant receiving. The means is not the goal, but the end is the star itself appearing. Therefore, let us not allow our ways and means to compromise the goal, or to cause us to tarry or lose sight of the goal. However, most surely you must utilize every tool at thy disposal, or ye will never move forward. You will be trapped by the very laws and actions of those who control thee. You must use of thy higher intelligence and use tools hidden for their own advantage. Not unlawfully, nor with immorality, but use the tools brought to you for this wondrous mission. Ye are working within the arena of man, and there is no place for miracles, lest ye be shot in thy beds. Use the tools of man to thy best ability, that we can be in the achieving of our mandatory goals. So be it. God in you is able. God is able. But do not, I pray you, adorn the human self, which the mortal is. As the grass or the flower, it is here today and then gone. The mighty tire and the wind sweep through, and it is no more. Beloved ones, the course of perfecting the human is not the way. It is not the way of overcoming. Thus, if you are interested in perfecting, you can right now drop that pride in your human self. Drop it on the floor as an old garment, throw of it away. It is but an old, oily, torn undershirt that you have worn far too long. Beloved one, this messenger does gaze upon thee and rejoices in thy victories, and yet I oft times wonder and muse why, through all of the teachings given, you yet hang on to that supercilious consciousness of that human self. Well, so be it. Beloved ones, I come, therefore, to deliver this message in consultation with my brethren and in the guidance of the Master Teacher, to pierce now the veil in your belief in yourself as mortals. This is my God determination, this is God's will, and I am here in the full force of here arch to wipe from the very screen of life the loads of mortality itself. So be it. This is the same law that sustains the dark consciousness. You once have petitioned to be relieved of this darkened consciousness. Then, I petition thee, be done with it. We are free spirits. We are free spirits. You do not have to wait until the hour of physical death, so-called, to know eternal life. You are eternal here and now. This place is your eternal abode, and I speak not of finite coordinates, but of this place as the point of the eye of the mind of God, the seat of thy consciousness. Come into the awareness of the God within. Feel of it. That awareness of God in yourself is something above and beyond the form, yet it registers within and upon the form. Therefore, now, let us roll up our sleeves and go to work. May you pass every test. Maintain control. Beloved Chalice, How do we begin? Well, you ones have already moved far along, but I will remind thee. Ye must learn to maintain that God control that allows for the rhythm of God to restore balance before the human reaction out of fear or anger or that teetering/tottering of off balance. The components are there in the dictations, the lessons given, and ye ones have had thy lessons from the best there is. Ye have had thy lessons handed down from the highest source there is. Ye have sat in session with God. This does not mean ye are always in perfection, ye are human. It does mean, however, that if ye follow thy learnings ye will be able always to regain of thy balance when the normal flow of the aura has been disturbed. Ye will respond with thoughtful balance, and through so doing, ye will prevail whatever the circumstance going on about thee. Ye must always be the calm voice and presence in the vortex of activity and calamity, and learn the way of the power, the immense power of peace itself. Peace comes from the demanding of its presence. Call upon my flame of violet transmutation. Use of the alchemy at hand and at thy disposal in all of thy needs and actions. Use it, use it, use it. It is there for thy use. Use also the blue flame of Michael. Put up thy wall of blue flame, then you have the power of the tube of light. Further, if in thy circumstance, diplomacy does not work, there is always the strength of the shield of Archangel Michael at thy disposal. In the sweetness of the light, I am come. Often, Chalice, it is simply a matter of stance. How do you hold yourself? Are you in readiness for the next delivery of God or thrust of the sinister force, or are you, as they say these days, laid back? If you are laid back, wide open, lounging around a TV set and it is bleeding, the ads are bombarding their rock beat, the music video is blasting, the cat meowing, the dog barking, children are screaming, the phone is ringing, how do you expect, then, to keep your cool? It is a setup, but you have set it up. Beloved ones, do not allow of it. It is a matter of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are requirements. Do not allow all these things to be taking place at once in thy environment. Ye can feed the cat, quiet the dog, turn off the TV, quiet the children, or plug thy ears until thee gets them under thy control. It is called discipline. It is education, disciplined education of self and then of others. Example. Taking the point of education, the education is of your soul and, by your example, the education of others. Avoid that which is controversial, you know when ye can start of a terrific argument. Ye even are in the enjoying of such, but thy children do not have experience to discern difference. They can only learn to shout and hit and destroy through example. If they are quiet and listen, they will learn to quiet themselves and listen. They learn it from discipline, not abuse or striking of their body's discipline. If thee turns off the TV, they are headed into the right course. So be it. Whenever there is agreement in a principle of God, a nucleus is formed, a bond of love. That bond of love actually begins to consume the area of disagreement and error which may be in the mind of yourself or other, for we ourselves must see our own misconceptions. There are times you cause, by word or action, great pain and grief through the negative clouds of pessimism, criticism and clamoring to have of thy way. On other occasion, by doing what you know so well how to do, everyone has come away feeling loved, satisfied, and important. Oh, Chalice, the carnal mind takes pride in itself, in its ability to control and hurt and put down, to best another, and to rise and puff up as the puffing up of a snake or puffish. Beloved ones, assume that those who come to you are injured and maimed and scarred, for they are. They have been in many battles of life. If you find them difficult or thick-skinned, this is a defense mechanism they have set up for a very deep hurt. Heal the hurt, not in such an obvious manner as self-proclaiming oneself as the healer, but simply do it in the quietness of your heart. Pray, do not pray. That which is going on within thy heart will be reflected outward and can be accepted by another at a pure level of mind understanding. It is true, beloved ones. Much of the hurt, much of the cruelty expressed in the world today is the means of the individual wrapping up again and again that old wound, that sharpness. And thus, it becomes a very important point of the law to apply to Almighty God for the healing of one's soul of the need to be aggressive toward any part of life. You see, mortals have these needs, humans may have them, for both are without the divine spark. But the sons and daughters of God, the children of light, have no need to partake in the world's fare of psychology, just as you do not partake of the food that is served in some quarters. You have transcended the need for such intake. Much of the cause of your failure of many tests is that you have not stopped to rid yourself of the human habit to express that aggravation. All of the negative actions are coming from the need of the carnal mind to assert itself. It is not real. It has no power to dominate your personality. I speak directly to you, and all of you know whereof I speak. You compromise yourself by your inappropriate use of thy free will choices. Errors. Understand the law I reveal unto you. Sin, and how I wish for a better word, can only be committed in a finite consciousness or in the finiteness of time and space. The moment sin is conceived, the conceiver of the sin is no longer a part of eternity. He will place upon his own head a price for the error in free will choices. When Michael cast out the fallen ones from heaven, he was ratifying the law of their own being which they set in motion by the spirit of pride. I will become God. I will not worship a living Christ, but I will be worshipped. This was their vow. Instantaneously, they lost the protection of the circle of the One. Thus, in casting them out, Archangel Michael and his legions were the instantaneous representatives of cosmic law. Each time you deliberately act in sin, you lose the protection of the spirit of the Great White Brotherhood. When you do act in human sin, when an idea becomes so impelling that you fulfill it and commit some sin, remember that you are creating bonds of limitation that will eventually turn upon self in forms of disease, death, etc. The law is just. May the just man always use the law in perfection and with wisdom, to their advantage, which advantage ought to be the liberation of the light of the heart, which will ensure you great gain in all octaves. Tend your intent. Therefore, as we move forward in our works, take care of thy intent. Let us quell the subtle vibration of ambition which you do not fully recognize, and, therefore, I admonish you to pay attention. Clear of thy space and then look at what ye do in light. Ambition in itself is a hideous ego monster, tricking you all the way to trust the human consciousness instead of to get God first and, in getting him, to find a cornucopia of treasure and wisdom, abundance, light, and divine love ever flowing. Know, Chalice, that all desires of the human that you may have in this world can be surrendered. When they are surrendered, the divine desiring of God comes into your life. Since the God dwells within self, who benefits? Also. To move, with us, along our path there are things which must be overcome in thy personalities of desire. If you would retain, for instance, the desire to control others, a very prevalent desire in the human, the desire to have those things that are not ordained and on, but you desire to give up only those things that make you sick and uncomfortable, you will be walking upon a tightrope of the human consciousness, trying to take the best of it and to leave the worst and yet not really willing to forsake the totality of it or the whole ball of wax, as you might say. It is a precarious position and I can only admonish, for you have free will. Every experience in life can be transmuted and transcended to become a divine experience, though physical, though actual, though down to earth, though a part of what that truly golden age consciousness can be. It is not wrong to desire happiness, to desire thy own fulfillment or education or God's success. Truly, no thing will God withhold from thee when you use legitimate means of arriving at thy goal. Fear binds. Fear is what binds you to the alternative path and method. Thus, I say, drop those fears. Let God show you how happy you can be in the fullness of his love, how you can have all these things in the fullness, how you can have these things in the highest sense, glorify his name, pass the human consciousness through the transmuting flame, and still retain an individuality which is happy, joyous, hard-working, ever learning, striving and a joy to be with, because you will be the one who unlocks the mysteries for others. The mystery of happiness itself written all over thy countenance can be divined by those who meet you by watching how ye live. Cease, then, cease from toying with the idea of unreality. Cease from the idea that you have ever been enslaved. The slaves of death must live in a consciousness of death. Let us remove the octave of the consciousness of death. Let us remove that plane. Let us cease the pains of flesh that tell thee you are in an act of death reality. If it ceases to be, this plane, will you cease to be? Astral plane cancellation. Take the astral plane for existence, nothing permanent, nothing reliable, all illusion, endless exploration of matter scenes that are changing like a kaleidoscope, entertaining for an infinity that is an imitation of the real infinity. The labyrinth of the human consciousness may dwell in it. As for me, and in my life, I long ago cancelled it out and I have suffered no loss, for I had long before consumed and replaced the astral debris with the victory of the Christ circle of consciousness. God does not cancel out the astral plane because a part of each of you is still there, records of the past, a sense of life expectancies and insurance policies and actualities and possibilities, and when I die, this will happen. You see, beloved ones, people actually consider themselves evolving toward death, moving ever closer to the final experience which they dread with their whole life being. Well, were we to cancel out that plane, astral, for them, so much of them would cease to be, there would be nothing left that could be transmuted and that could rise and could take dominion over it. Thus, the only place where the consciousness of death and the astral plane can be cancelled out is in the point of the will of the Kila in this octave. Only you can decide, it is no more. I shall weep no more about any human experience. That is, in the sense of self-pity or condemnation, for the tear that is shed with joy and compassion is not the weeping of the weeping entity. When you decide it is done, and you decide with the full power of your I am presence that you are willing to wrestle with old momentum and not allow that beast to rise from the dead at any time, when you will plunge the sword of the word, and the spoken word, into it, when you will wrestle with every temptation to breathe upon it the breath of life again and take it up again, I tell you, beloved ones, so many angels will come to reinforce the determination of the sons and daughters of God to be free. Pride and the fall. Cosmic reinforcements are waiting. You must not be discouraged and say, this is the way I am and God will have to take me the way I am. Well, beloved ones, no louder voice did pride ever have, looming and glaring at the soul that has been silenced by the heavy tread of the boot of those who are the self-proclaimed independent ones, not realizing they have been cinched by Lucifer himself. For he is the one who said, I am who I am. I am more important than the Son of God, and God will have to ordain that his sons worship me, else I will rebel. God will have to take me as I am. Chalice, the problem we have today in our circles is that there is not much farther down that anyone can be cast in this day and age than to walk the physical octave. Therefore, though you think the angel has not bound you and removed you from God's glory by your defiance, it in fact has already happened. So be it, look very, very carefully. Chain of help. Accept of thy chain of being, ye are a part of the eternal chain of God. The higher helps the lower. As you accept help in humility, you can extend help. If you do not receive from the one above, you cannot give to the one below you whose progress is utterly stopped because you yourself have stopped. Once again pride. Some do not like to think they are dependent upon others. Learn to be receivers of our grace and the grace of Aquila, for whom you have perhaps had disdain. For the prayers of that one whom you think to be beneath you may be the salvation of thy soul. Let God take care of the human, and do not create a false hierarchy in your mind, a panoply of all persons you know some you have judged to be on the lowest in your system. Then, ye will seek the company of those whom you think to be the important people who can somehow add to thy stature. This is failing tests, and it leads to a great debacle as the house comes tumbling down which you have built through establishing contact, associations, being a part of an illusory society, etc. Think carefully where you fit. One day the world must always turn against the living Christ. I do not think that any among you would consciously turn down the light of your Christ consciousness to be accepted by men, yet some of you do this unconsciously to avoid the challenge or the hurt or the public criticism. Beloved ones, you can only go so far with this little game as you fit yourself in and out of society's cliques. Sooner or later they will make demands upon you, and you will realize that you just compromised your soul and your relationship to be popular with some earth human energy. Think about it. The tests are lost because of an absence of forethought, of looking objectively at a situation as though you were on the ceiling looking down upon thyself. How do you really wish to figure in the configuration? Take care, blessed ones, ye do not have to consume the entire apple tree at one sitting, eat perhaps an apple or two per day. Take each problem and solve of it. This is my crash course in passing of thy tests. All the answers are made available unto thee. Ask and ye shall be given. Seek and ye shall find. Remember, and ye will make it. I have written long. Dharma had dreaded my visit, for she knew it would be long. So be it, ye are my beloved ones. I leave you with one of my pearls: when ye want to be like God, you shall be. I thank you for thy kind attention. Our paths will be together and my joy is great. I place my violet seal upon these thoughts, and may they find their place within thy hearts. I am that I am in the mighty I am presence. Page 138. I am Germain of the seventh ray, of the violet flame, in thy service and in service to this wondrous emerald. I salute you as brethren. It is done. Epilogue. Rec number 1 Aten. Saturday, September 30th, 1989, 7:30 a.m., Year 3, Day 045. I shall write of the final segment, Dharma. How many will be still and listen? I am Aten, and I see my beloved peoples in pain and confusion. I watch you of my children unprepared and without careful thought unto tomorrow. Tomorrow is upon you. Today, in America, I watch the confusion in your South Carolina as you attempt to set your lives in order after the recent hurricane. What have you learned? Very little. Your leaders say you must have billions of dollars to rebuild for long term, when you have not even heat, food, and water, and who will tend of those who cannot rebuild? Further, what will happen when the next hurricane comes ashore? Do you believe that the one is all there will be? I speak just to the children of the United States on this day. What will you do when the 10 to minus 12 point earthquake hits your Pacific coast? It will do so, and you know it is coming? Are you prepared? It will make the rubble in South Carolina look like piddling child's games. And what of the time when all shall be falling at once? Who will then tend when the volcanoes erupt? Your native brothers tell you truth, the signs are always brought forth for you, and then you turn and do such foolish things. Let us just consider your state of Washington for a minute. Your elder brothers of the ancients told you that the little sister would weep and speak unto you once. And then, the grandfather mountain would speak. Mt. St. Helens spoke, your little sister spoke loudly, and some heard and most plugged their ears. The grandfather rumbles, and that, dear ones, is Mt. Rainier. How many have been lured unto its very regions by the evil teachers who bring destruction and evil shrouded in partial truth? How many will perish in their ignorance and blame the God in heaven for your foolishness? You were given reason and you heeded not. I have told you how it will be many times through many ones, and you heed not. So be it, for the lands will be swept clean, and ultimately only those who turn unto me and heed the warnings and take preparation shall survive, for there is only the one word greater than mine, that is the final word of the creation, for all things created are one within this wondrous whole. Man was sent forth as caretaker for that wondrous creation, and man has destroyed in his human form and consciousness. The soul of man shall return or move on to suitable placement, but the physical creation shall reap first the winds, for you have sowed the winds upon your wondrous mother. What is it that you await? The horses to literally move from the clouds. John's vision in his book of Revelations as projected from the heavens by the master teacher to come alive with candlesticks and horsemen? It was said that man would become drunken with evil, greed, lust, and heinous acts. The brother shall betray his own brother unto death, it is said, and children shall rise up against their parents. Just as birthing contractions become harder and more closely following one upon another, so shall it be with the things that shall come. As these signs become all present and the frequency intensifies, then you shall know the time of birthing is upon the earth. The time has come when you will not follow sound doctrines. Instead, to suit your own desires, you gather around you a great number of teachers who say what your itching ears want to hear. You turn your ears from truth and turn aside to false myths. You sit and chant, or shout, your belief, and then you go blindly forth blaming God for tending you poorly when you change. Not only believe he died for your sins and you are saved, shoots of your soul, it will do nothing for your physical body unless you get prepared to save yourselves. You go about without reason in your thinking minds, which was your only great and grand gift to set you aside from other of creatures. You can provide for yourselves and your brother creatures. You had better begin to be very selective as to which space brothers ye attend. Further, man's doctrines will not get your ticket home. You will turn unto mine laws and those of the creation, or you shall not be returned into mine kingdom. Nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. Is it not so? You have political chaos throughout your world. Nations are being torn apart by civil wars and revolutions. The nations of the world are mostly ruled by evil leaders who incite strife among their own people and inflict it across the borders unto another. When one governmental power is overthrown, it is replaced by naught better. And you will hear of wars and rumors of war. You have wars all over your lands and within the seas. To refuse to call it war does not make of it less the war. You will have nations completely removed from your maps. It is happening daily. Look for yourselves. The wars will erupt and become more and more intense, and finally the one fanatic will begin that which will pull you all down if you are unprepared. You have wars proceeding presently with weapons of which you as a people cannot see nor comprehend, and you are falling more heinously than you would were it mere bullets or atomic blast, if you had your shelter systems of which you, in beloved America, do not have. Neither do you hear and change. There shall come the financial collapse of your world. You will then be placed under the total control of the evil ones who have carefully planned it to be exactly this way. You are in the downfall this very moment. You will have chaos, depressions, and collapse of your systems. You have famines already, and they will worsen, for man clears his lands incorrectly for the growing. The governments pay growers not to grow. You function on greed for money and do not share of your foodstuffs to fill your larders for your shelter systems, and you do not even notice. Ones go hungry and malnutritioned in your own dooryards, and you will not accept responsibility for your brothers. You are acquiring a population of addicts. You are bearing children who are addicted into the hell you have created. You live in immorality and seek naught but pleasures of the flesh. You sell your own souls and your very children for a puff of drug. Your own governments claim to help you on the surface while they reap the rewards of the underworld. You claim freedom. You have no freedom, for you have surrendered it to the evil. Ye shall have plagues. Oh yes, you already have it. It will kill millions, for you have set it up and you continue to nurture it. Facts are kept from you and you go blindly as sheep to the slaughter. Your enemy within the Antichrist and anti-God societies have better control of the disease than do you. Oh, God will ultimately take care of you? No, I shall not until you turn from your evil and back into the light of the path of truth and abide again by my laws and the laws of the creation. You have been told what to do and stop doing to bring it under control, and you do neither, and then blame me for your circumstance. Why do you not blame the guilty? Why do you not accept your own responsibility for allowing in the evil intent and nurturing it in thy lustful ways? You shall have earth changes. You have earth changes. You have atmospheric pollution and man pollution, which is killing your lakes, your rivers, your lands, and your seas. You will have ever increasing accidents as your equipment and machinery grows old and in disrepair, and more people who run these things fall into greed and addiction. Already, you have unworthy products flooding your marketplace. How long until your nuclear plants erupt? You shall have floods in unmerciful measure and droughts in unmerciful measure. You will have sustained winds of greater than a hurricane, 150 miles an hour, and you will have your power lines blown down, and you will be in dire circumstances. You will have earthquakes of great magnitude and widespread, which will crumble the land beneath you and disrupt your financial base, your life resources of heat, gas, and power, electricity, for indefinite duration. Millions will perish. You will have volcanic eruptions which will take entire islands and build others. You will need your shelter system to move to safety from that which will rain from the heavens in lava and ash. You have further contaminated the substance in the fissures of the earth by nuclear testing, and it shall spew forth and shower the lands with radioactive downpour. Your nuclear waste dumps shall open up and spew the ultimate poison upon the lands. Americans feel safe? The entire world now runs on nuclear power in great measure. What does France do with her nuclear waste? Better check it out, my children. There shall be strange events in your skies. Yes, there will be such. You had better hear me well. I send your cosmic brothers to help you, and you turn them away, incinerate those who come in peace, shoot your weapons upon them and call them evil and of the devil. They are mine sons, come to teach and bring home those who will come. Why do you perceive that which the devil tells you rather than listen to truth? I send mine ones to help you, and you believe the man who says they are of the evil. So be it, for truth will come forth, and it shall be too late for most of you ones. We are now bringing forth the word in truth to the masses. Will you hear and see? Let he who has ears hear, and those with eyes see. The hourglass is empty. My celestial sons are being presented unto you that you might know of them and seek help. The teachers of the 7 rays of life have just been sharing with you in this document. How many of you will toss the book aside because your local preacher tells you to do so, while I, God, come forth to give you truth? Further, the angelic realms stand by, and the archangels of your sectors stand ready to receive of you and help you with the turnaround of your species. I care not about your churches and their doctrines. I care as to whether or not you turn unto me and the creation whose laws ye are in the constant defiant breaking. Through your disobedience unto the laws you have overpopulated your world until it is spiraling into devastation. Your mother source is attaining her higher transition, and you are in it right now. Nothing of creation is ever lost, for in the destruction in one place, another is nourished. Even the bodies of the dead will be recycled back into the source from which it was born. The volcanoes will build new lands and bring fertile ash unto other portions which are barren. Unfortunately, man is the most dispensable commodity upon the planet. The planet would be in balance and continue through the eons in balance if it were not for man. Man can create or destroy, and ye have chosen to destroy, therefore that which goes out always returns. The spiral of life goes on unending. It is your choice whereby you continue to experience in thy spirit form, for the spiral of life moves ever onward. I urge you to call upon these masters of life truth, for they stand ready to respond and most diligently acting presently and without rest, that you shall be able to survive. They petition constantly in your behalf for mercy. It no longer is a matter of mercy, it is now a matter of justness. What ye once have sowed and nurtured, so shall ye reap. It is never too late to return to truth and petition for thy being, but you shall do of it, for no one, not even the greatest of the masters, can do of it for you. You must do it for yourself. I await your call. I am that I am. I am at your source.